a.m. I'm going to call to order the January 13th regular meeting of the Lake County Board of Supervisors. I want to welcome everybody and thank them for being here this morning. And with that, we're going to start with a moment of silence. And we do have one, which I will present. This is for Deborah Jackson. Deborah Christine Jackson was born December 30th, 1977, to James and Nancy Blackadder in Paradise, California. As a young child, Debbie grew up in Kelseyville and graduated from Kelseyville High School. As an adult, Debbie moved back to Paradise, where she met her husband, Darren Jackson, a firefighter, and gave birth to the light of her life, her son, Wyatt. For the past 12 years, Debbie and her family have resided in Lakeport, California. Debbie had a passion for cooking and worked for the Lakeport Unified School District in the Food Services Department, preparing meals for children at Lakeport Elementary. She also enjoyed crafting, candle making, as well as restoring and building furniture. Tragically, Debbie suddenly passed away on December 16th, 2025 at the age of 47, just shy of her 48th birthday. In life, Debbie was always a giver and always the first to step up and help others in need. In her final act on earth, Debbie gave the gift of life to others by being an organ and tissue donor. Thanks to her selflessness, Debbie's gifts became the Christmas miracle for 5 families that were desperately in need. Her heart now beats in a woman in Southern California. Her lungs went to someone in Washington. Her liver went to someone in San Francisco. And her kidneys helped 2 people, one in Southern California and one in New York. Thank you. Thank you. Trevor Mockel, would you lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to move to our item 4, which is consideration of extra items not appearing on the agenda. And we have 3 of those this morning that we need to take up. The first one, I'll read all of the titles out. The first one is going to be, well, we'll do them one at a time. 4.1, which is extra item A, consideration of extra item, and B, approve the award of bid number 2404 to NG Builder Company for the EOC remodel project in the amount of $1,095,000. And at this point, unless there's consensus from the board, I just plan to take up whether or not we're going to put this on as an extra item, and then we would consider the B section later. With that, do we have?
I move.
Hang on a second. Is there anybody from Public Services that wants to make a comment? No. Supervisor Sabatier?
And deeply apologize, opening the item. This was added a little bit later. Unfortunately, I had a lot going on yesterday. That's on me. What's the reason that this has to be, action has to be taken today rather than waiting for, I have not heard that at this moment.
And do we have Director Ewing here that can offer any comments on that? Can we stand by on this one? I can move to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, your board can trail this item and take it up in the to take up the next extra item.
Okay.
That would be 4.2, and then announce that you'd go back to 4.1.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and trail that item and move on to 4.2, which is extra item A, consideration of extra item, and B, consideration of resolution proclaiming the existence of a local emergency due to the 2026 Robin Lane sewer spill in the city of Clear Lake. And again, absent consensus from the board, I'd just be looking to take up whether or not we're going to add this to the agenda at this point. And do we have any staff that wants to make any comments on this before I bring it to the board? Not hearing any. Is there any action from the board at this point?
I move to approve 4.2 as an extra item due to it coming up after the posting of the agenda and action it required to be taken prior to the next posting of the agenda.
I second that.
So I have a motion and a second. I'm going to call for a vote. For all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that passes, and we will take up the B section later in the day. At this point, I'm going to go back to extra item 4.1 and ask Director Ewing to come forward. And Director Ewing just arrived. We had a question from a board member as to why this has to be taken up today as an extra item and can't be considered at the next regular meeting. So if you could offer comments on that.
Good morning, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I appreciate you. Well, it is on, but
Yeah, there you go.
okay, thank you.
It'll come up.
All right, thank you. Okay, I appreciate you, your board's consideration of this to discuss the need for the extra item. The contract, the project to renovate the EOC building went out to bid, and in October we opened bids. After that time, we negotiated with the contractor. Pardon me, I ran over, so I'm sorry for my breath. Bottom line, we didn't have the contract signed by the contractor prior to the deadline to get it in front of your board for this agenda. Yesterday, we did get that contract signed, and out of recognition of the next available board meeting being 3 weeks from now, I was very concerned about the delays that would create in the construction schedule. That's the long and the short of it.
Do we have any other questions from board members at this point? Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, it says here also about grant funding potential losses. Can you describe what our deadline is for that?
Yeah, the grant has a completion deadline of April, at least in the schedule. Now, certainly with communications with the grant manager, that may be feasible to extend that out. But out of a concern for losing the funding, that's another driver for this the extra item.
And the timeline for the construction?
Is April of this year.
Just to be done by
Be done,
April?
correct, yes.
Which would be before the deadline, and we're looking at potentially 3 weeks, which would still be before the deadline if that was...
Well, we're talking about construction completion in April. That's what we're trying to expedite that to be complete then. So if we have a 3-week delay in getting the contract approved, getting the contractor out to work, it really compresses the time that we have available to us.
Any other questions from board members? Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, let's see, what's the motion? Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the extra item as it came up after the posting of the agenda, and there's a need to take immediate action before the next available agenda.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. I'm going
Thank
to
you,
call for a
Mr.
vote.
Chair, if I may, sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that if public comment was taken in
Oh, sorry about that.
before.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Not seeing any in the room. Johanna? No hands. So I do have a motion and a second. Or Supervisor Sabatier?
Just because I like to explain myself, I don't feel, yes, there's concerns, but there's not like a hard, like, we're going to lose this, this is going to be a problem. And if I say yes here, then I'm going to have to open the door to anyone else who brings something at the last minute to say, we just want to push this and get things moving forward. I can appreciate that. I want this to be accomplished, but I will not be approving this as an extra item, or else I'm opening up the door for others to come and do the same thing.
And if your board would allow me to just...
Yes, please.
If there was a board meeting next week, if this was a regular schedule, then I think that 1 week would be acceptable. I would not have taken this step, but in consideration of no board meeting next week, no regular board meeting the following week, that's the driver for this. It's the 3 weeks. It's not just 1 week.
Yep. And I just have one more comment.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor.
The reality is that grants and DHS are everything is very difficult right now, and to try and get an extension right now would be very, very difficult and almost impossible. So it's really critical that we maintain our deadlines with this, for this grant.
Okay, any further comment from board? And there was no public comment, so we'll go ahead and call for the vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. And we will take up the actual item later in the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to move on to the third extra item, which is a possible request from Public Health for a declaration, for a public health emergency declaration due to the sewer spill in Clear Lake. And we have our public health officer. Would you please come forward and make comments on this?
Yeah, thanks so much to the board for the opportunity to meet with you and explain the reason why I would like to ask for this extra agenda item. Last night, the city of Clear Lake itself declared an emergency as a result of the spill that occurred in one of the neighborhoods and possibly impacting more extensively. What I'd like to be able to do is add an agenda item to explain the need for a public health declaration of emergency.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions from board members? My question at this point would be, we don't have any paperwork on this. At what time do we expect that paperwork to be in front of us so that we can also have it available for the public, board members to review?
Thanks for that. I'm going to be meeting this morning with our environmental health director, who has the most up-to-date information about this. My understanding as of late last night and this morning is that the spill has been contained for the time being, but there are a number of questions about the impact that the spill has caused and may yet cause. The details will be available as soon as possible this morning.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to, or sorry, let's go to supervisor first.
And just, I'm sure you'll be working with staff so that it can get added in as a 4.3 extra item so even the public can have access to it through our agenda.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing further from the board, do we have any members of the public that wish to make comment on just whether or not we're going to approve it to be taken up as an extra item later? Not seeing anyone in the room. Anyone online, Johanna? Not seeing anyone online. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve this extra item as it came up after the posting of the original posting of this agenda, and action is required before the next posting of an agenda.
Second?
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, thank you. We will take up the item later once we get the paperwork.
Thank you, sir. With your permission, I'd like to get back to the office.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So I'm going to move on to our item number 5, which is approval of the consent agenda. Do any board members wish to
Yeah.
pull any items from consent?
Yes. The house, I think it was the housing. Let me look.
5.9.
5.9.
Okay. Any further items? Not seeing any. Is there any member of the public that wishes to request any agenda items be pulled? Not seeing any in the room. Anyone online, Johanna? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as proposed with the exception of 5.9.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5.0 or 5-0. And at this point, we'll move on to our timed items, and we'll start with our 902 item, which is public input. This is for any items that are not appearing on today's agenda. We'll start with the chamber. Do we have anybody in the chamber that wishes to make public comment? Yes. Please come forward and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning and Happy New Year's, dear board. My name is Luisa Costa. I'm a proud resident of Lake County. I'm also a proud union representative for SEIU Local 2015. Before the holidays, we came here to express concern about your last best and final offer. We have tried to reach out to the negotiator Margaret Long several times last year, who recently responded in the last couple days. We still have not heard this year about continuing our negotiations. We understand that negotiations represent challenges for all parties involved. However, our members remain deeply frustrated by the lack of progress and the feeling that their contributions have not been adequately recognized. The caregivers we represent provide essential services for the most vulnerable members in our community, and their commitment has a profound impact on countless lives. Our members are seeking a contract that truly reflects their needs and to ensure their wages can meet basic living expenses. Strong wages and sustainable contract terms are critical not only for their well-being, but also for the future care of this county. We have been very clear about the difficulties they face in covering their bills and the importance of securing enough providers to meet the community's growing demands in Lake County. We continue to hope for an offer that reflects mutual respect and acknowledges the hard work of these trusted caregivers. To move this process forward, we ask that your negotiator schedules a meeting with us as soon as possible to discuss and improve the last and best and final proposal. Board, we really welcome any of your thoughts on how we can move forward on this contract and get it over with. We appreciate your support and we thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further persons in the room that wish to comment? Not seeing any, I'll move on to online. Johanna, do we have any? Sterling, we're going to unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sterling Wellman, and I live in Spring Valley. At the last Eastern Town Hall meeting, the Lake County Sheriff was asked a very serious question. What is the evacuation plan for Spring Valley if New Long Valley Road is blocked? There was about a 30-second pause before he answered, because Spring Valley has one way in and one way out. And the sheriff made it very clear that Spring Valley is one of the communities in Lake County in this situation. That alone should concern this board. The sheriff then expressed the county's emergency plan. Plan A is to evacuate Spring Valley within 2 hours if they knew a fire is coming. Plan B is to come through Indian Valley and Chalk Mountain, a backcountry dirt road that fire engines, ambulances, and evacuation traffic cannot realistically use. And Plan C is if a hillside came down and the road is blocked, is to call the National Guard and begin airlifting people out by helicopter. This is not an evacuation plan. This is a disaster scenario. When residents ask if he would support a bridge over Old Long Valley Road for emergency access, the sheriff immediately said yes. And he said this is something the community needs to bring up to the county. The chief of North Shore Fire also supports a bridge. Fire, EMS, and law enforcement all agree Spring Valley needs a second way out. And I have been bringing this to you for over a year. There are more than 1,000 people in Spring Valley. Families, seniors, children, and disabled people all trapped behind a single road in one of the most fire-prone areas in the county. Yet we see millions of dollars spent on sheriff station remodels and a new courthouse facilities, but Public Works has not been directed to pursue a grant funding for basic life-saving infrastructure for an entire community. This is not luxury. This is not optional. This is about whether people live or die when the next fire comes. Public Works applies for state and federal grants all the time. The sheriff supports this, North Shore Fire supports this, EMS supports this community supports this. So today I'm asking the board to stop putting Spring Valley on the back burner, direct Public Works to pursue funding and planning for a bridge over the old Long Valley Road so Spring Valley finally has a second emergency exit. We should not have to wait for a tragedy to prove what we already know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Johanna, do we have any further? iPhone 11, we're going to unmute you. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Skyla Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms. Governments are not defined by what they claim to value, by what they tolerate. Culture is not written in policy manuals. It reveals itself in how power responds when questioned. And what I'm describing today is not abstract. It is not hypothetical. It is visible in public records, internal communications, and lived experience. When I submitted a formal complaint, a complaint that should have been handled neutrally and without pressure, drew the attention of a former supervisor. Rather than allowing that concern to stand on its own, the current chief administrative officer responded by bullying that former supervisor in an email and questioning whether they intended to file the complaint on my behalf. That exchange speaks volumes. It shows a culture where scrutiny is met with intimidation and where process is treated as a threat, and when influence is used to discourage accountability instead of uphold it. This behavior does not arise in a healthy system, but it flourishes only when it is unchecked. The pattern is not isolated. If there is any doubt, I ask that you look at the documented way that Community Development Director Turner has treated my farm. Look at the pattern of conduct, imbalance of power, and the absence of meaningful correction. Then look at the fact that the Sheriff's Department has repeatedly refused to uphold state law, allowing those actions to proceed without intervention. When enforcement is present or absent, it is selectively applied. It sends a clear message. It tells those bad actors inside government who are willing to bend the rules and violate rights that they are safe, and that accountability is unlikely and that their actions are protected. Meanwhile, county staff and members of the public who do attempt to arise concerns, assert civil rights, or challenge misconduct are met with pressure, bullying, and quiet retaliation. The question before this board is not whether these issues exist, because the record speaks for itself. The question is, what kind of government are you allowing to persist? Is it one where the power shields itself, or is it one where law and ethics can be applied evenly? Government shapes the ground that people stand on, and it sets the standard for which families, businesses, and communities are expected to survive. And when the climate becomes hostile, silent, unaccountable, damage spreads far beyond a single department or individual. This culture can be confronted, but it cannot be ignored without consequence. Mulaiha.
Thank you. No more hands. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and go to our 6.2903 item, which is Pet of the Week.
Hello, I'm Officer Early with Lake County Animal Control, and this here is Ivy. She's about a year old, terrier mix, and she is very sweet. She's a little shy at first, but once she warms up, she's a real love bug. She's not very high energy, and she loves stuffies. Not to tear them apart, but just to have them. She's a very sweet dog, and she does well with other animals as well. If you're interested in meeting her or any other animals, you can come down to 4949 Hubbush Drive here in Lakeport and meet your new next best buddy. Thank you.
What was her name?
Ivy.
Ivy. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in this morning. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment? Seeing none in the room, anyone online? Thank you.
Good luck, Ivy.
I'm going to move on to our 6.3904 a.m. item, which is new and noteworthy at the library. And we have our library director online.
Yes, thank you for giving me just a few minutes to talk about what's new and noteworthy at the library. This month, I want to highlight the novel Gone Before Goodbye by Reese Witherspoon and Harlan Coben. Harlan Coben is an American writer of mystery novels and thrillers. He has written over 30 novels and won numerous awards. 12 of his novels have been adapted for television. And for this novel, he collaborated with Reese Witherspoon, the acclaimed American actress and producer, who also is a co-founder of Reese's Book Club. Gone Without Goodbye is a thriller featuring Dr. Maggie McCabe, a disgraced combat surgeon who takes a secret, high-paying surgery for an elite client, only to be pulled into a dangerous conspiracy involving the global ultra-rich. Mark Weingarten, writing for the Los Angeles Times, states, "The two authors have delivered a story that pulls the reader deep into a rarefied world where ethics are mere technicalities and the needs of the rich take precedence over petty trivialities like, say, morality. The book's plot mechanics hum along with great pace and verve. With Gone Before Goodbye, the two authors deliver a fun ride into a shadowland where the rich are convinced that money can insulate them from everything, including their own morality, even if they have to murder a few people to get there. You can request this book or other materials through our online library catalog, which has the combined resources of Lake, Sonoma, and Mendocino County library systems. Requesting items is completely free, and items are sent to your local branch for you to pick up. I'm also excited to announce that the Winter Reading Challenge starts this Thursday, January 15th. During the Winter Reading Challenge, you can sign up at the library's website or at any library location to challenge yourself to read more this winter. All ages can sign up with the goal of reading 1,000 pages or 20 books, whichever comes first. When you finish the challenge, you get to be the first to choose and check out a brand new library book and sign your name inside. Funding for these books is provided by the nonprofit Friends of the Lake County Library. To make it more fun for kids, we give you a game card where you can earn stickers and small prizes along the way. For adults, you can earn virtual tickets to a raffle for a gift basket filled with brand new books. The challenge starts this Thursday until the beginning of spring in March, and you can sign up anytime online or at a library branch. As always, you can learn more about our library system at our website at library.lakecountyca.gov or come visit your local library branch in Lakeport, Clear Lake, Middletown, Upper Lake, or on the Bookmobile. Thanks again for listening to what's new and noteworthy at the library.
Thank you for the presentation. Bring it to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, just you said come and visit your local branch. I need to come and visit to see all that happened over at the Lakeport branch. Just wondering if you wanted to speak to that. I know you guys reopened everything.
The construction, yes. So the library is reopened and it's safe to come inside and check out books and visit us and use our public computers and all the things that people are accustomed to doing. The construction is still underway. So what the project was to install fire sprinklers in the ceiling, and those have been installed. We're still waiting for the final steps of construction to be completed so that they can put the ceiling tiles back up. So if you want to come and visit our Lakeport Library and see what's behind the drop ceiling, you can see that sneak peek behind the library there.
But thank you for getting that done and opening it back up. I'm sure people love going back to their library because they get into their routines.
Yes.
Any other comments from the board? Not seeing any, I'll open it up to the public in the room. Not seeing anybody online, Johanna? No hands, we'll go ahead and close that item. Thank you for bringing us the presentation today.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on to our 6.4, 915 item, which is consideration of presentation giving an update on the light detection and ranging LiDAR derivatives available to the public. And Supervisor Pyska, do you want to open that up?
Yes. Well, I'm really excited for this presentation. This has been a project many years in the making, many grants we wrote this into, and the funding sources have come from quite a variety of different groups, from the state, from USGS, from, everyone really understands having this data, which is now statewide, is incredibly important for landowners, public and private, to complete forest health projects and to get our land in a place where it becomes more fire resistant. So I'm just really excited to turn this over to our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Chief Wink, and I think there are possibly at least one other guest.
Yes,
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. This is very exciting.
thank you. Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair. And I want to see if, is he a panelist? Okay, great. So I'm honored to be here today to talk about the amazing GIS work that Lon Sharp, he should also be a panelist, and our IT department has done with our GIS. And so funded by the California Natural Resources Agency, the State Coastal Conservancy, NASA, USGS, Sonoma Water, University of California, San Diego, and Sonoma Ag and Open Space, as well as Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, Lake County was included in a LiDAR acquisition for the North Coast counties. So there's 9 other counties, and all of us were rolled into a statewide GIS map. So today, I mean, if you read the cover memo, there's a lot of words in there that I don't understand, so I brought people who understand this better than I do, including Mark Tuckman from Tuckman Geospatial. He's online, and of course, Lon Sharp, our GIS specialist in IT. And so these LiDAR-derived data products, which are called derivatives, have now been incorporated into the County of Lakes GIS portal. And so what we are going to do today is Lon is going to show the board and the public how to navigate to the GIS, that particular map that's named LiDAR derivatives. And then Mark and Chief Wink here from CAL FIRE will talk about the usefulness of it. Thank you. Lon, take it away.
Yes, good morning. Let me do a share here. So, okay, so to get to the map, I know that there are links embedded on other county pages, but I'm going to start with the main county website. Community Maps is the link you're going to want to follow. That is going to take you to our main GIS portal, and you'll find a link to the derivatives map there. It won't necessarily always be in this spot. It may shift around, but that's going to take you to the map itself. Now, did you want me to run through how the map works, or did you want to leave that to Mark?
Yeah, if you could just talk about a little bit how it works, and I know maybe caution people that it does take a little bit of time to load because of the massive amount of data that's there.
Yeah, well, you already said that, so, but yes, it's the data sets are very large, and sometimes they do take, depending on your internet speed, they can take a little bit to load up and display. But the map is basically, it's going to open up with a set of map layers you can turn on and off. There are several to overlay over the LiDAR data, but the bulk of the LiDAR data is going to be here in this group, this LiDAR derivatives group. You can click to expand it. We'll just zoom in on, for instance, on Konocti, and you can switch between the various derivatives here. I won't go into too much depth on what each of these are. Honestly, some of them I'm not quite sure what they are. But you can, you've got your basic hill shades, which is what a lot of people like to use, aspect, slope, and such, canopy height. You can, excuse me, expand the map legend here. You can see what you're looking at. If you need more information about any of the layers, click these 3 dots to the right and the details. And again, it's a little bit slow pulling up, and it pulls up a little bit of detail about what that layer is. In addition to simply having the layers to turn on and off, go back to Hillshade here. You've got your basic navigation tools, zoom in and out, take back to that initial home view. If you have your location services turned on, you can find your specific location. There is a search bar for searching by address or parcel number. Down here at the bottom left, you've got where all the tools are. You can switch between the background map, for instance, imagery. There is a swipe tool. Can be a little tricky setting up, but it is handy. Let you swipe those, just kind of swipe back and forth so you can, push one layer aside or multiple layers aside. Back to the map layers, you can also see the full legend with the legend tool. There are some basic drawing tools, let you draw if you want to draw a polygon, add points. Same with measuring tools, you can measure line distance, or you want to measure an area. Move on to the next. You can add bookmarks, save bookmarks. Those will actually, if you want to save a specific view, these are actually stored in your browser cache. So you can shut down and come back and those bookmarks will still be there as long as you're on the same machine, of course. This one I particularly like is the elevation profile. Let's go over there somewhere where there's a little bit of elevation change. And you obviously you're going to see it more on a steeper grade, but gives you a rough elevation profile of a particular line. Let me go back and clear that out. Printing, the printing tool was a little when they upgraded it, it doesn't work quite as well as it used to. If you have problems with that, I would suggest either doing a screen capture or just use your browser print. And the last one thing that is kind of handy, you can see down here, you've got your coordinates, latitude, longitude of your cursor. You can also block it in if you want, for instance, it'll add a tick mark, so then you've got your specific coordinates. If you're trying to, if you want to be able to go out, plug that into, say, a handheld GPS unit for field work, you can then get the coordinates for a specific location. And that's pretty much it for these. Gary?
Thank you, Lon. I appreciate it. If you want to stop sharing, I believe Mark has a presentation that he will pull up. We really appreciate it. I really like that line. I didn't know that was there, and then you can see I can see
the elevation profile? Yes,
yeah,
that's very handy.
That's going to be very useful to planning, and when you're looking at, construction.
One thing, just to clarify, to add to that, you can, there is a download option. It will save that elevation profile data to a spreadsheet format, and then you can recreate that graph in, say, Excel.
Great. Thank you. Mark, we did see your there we go. And this is Mark Tuckman Geospatial, whom we have worked with a number of times. He's assisted us in listing the derivatives that not only he has recommended for Lake County, but for all of our surrounding counties. So I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Terry. And it's nice to be here today. And it's exciting to be involved with Lake County, and we're just a neighbor. We're in Sonoma County, and have always sort of seen that we get all the good data over here, and Lake County hasn't in the past. So we've tried to help shepherd this project forward to see the day when Lake County would have lots of data, and I think we're getting there. So it's very exciting. I'm just going to talk about the data sets that we just created, that Lon just showed in the viewer, what those LiDAR data sets are and what they could be used for. How do you access them? Lon showed one way through the county viewer, and then talk about what's coming and then Chief Wink, after I'm done, will say a few words as well. I just want to point out this image on this slide is an area near Mount Hannah Lodge, and it's showing one of the many derivatives. This is the canopy height model. The canopy height model gives you information about the height of trees. And you can see the actual crowns of the trees on the right-hand side of that image. The yellow crowns are about 150 feet tall, greater than 45 meters. So that's what one of the things the LiDAR gives you is a really detailed map or image of tree heights. So what data sets, what's the story with these LiDAR data sets? So we were working with multiple funders, including the Department of Natural Resources, Coastal Conservancy, USGS, to get LiDAR, new LiDAR data for this large region of California, including Lake and Napa counties. Work then was done by the North Coast Partnership, as Terry mentioned, the Coastal San Luis RCD, my company, and another company called NV5 Geospatial to take all of this LiDAR data across this large region in California and create meaningful derivative products. Okay, so the derivative products are broadly divided into topography products and vegetation products. And it's all coming from the LiDAR data. So the topography products are things like really detailed ground and building elevations, and things like slope and aspect. The vegetation products provide answers to questions like, how tall is a tree or a stand of trees, like I showed in that first slide? Where is the dense vegetation on a property? Where are the understory fuels? All of that data, those kind of questions can be answered from these LiDAR derivatives. And on the right-hand side of this slide, I'm going to get my little pointer tool here. You can see how these LiDAR products, these topography and vegetation products, serve lots of uses, from forest management, fuels mapping, prioritizing vegetation projects, to agriculture, planning, engineering, because we get really good, accurate ground elevations and contour data. So lots of applications for the LiDAR data. And here are just some visual examples of these LiDAR products that are now publicly available for Lake County and on the county viewer, and available in other ways, which I'll show in a second. This shows 4 of those many products: the hillshade, slope, what's the steepness of the landscape. The geomorphons in the bottom left is a map, a LiDAR-derived map of topographic position. Are you on a ridge top? Are you in a valley bottom? And then on the bottom right, aspect, what direction does the land face? Some of the forest, the vegetation products, the canopy height model, which I showed in the first slide. How tall are the trees? Where are the trees? Where is the vegetation? Where are the shrubs? Canopy cover, how dense are the trees? How dense is the vegetation? And on the bottom right is what we call ladder fuels, which provides spatial data and allows you to see on the landscape where the dense understory fuels are. The ladder fuels that could carry ground fire up into the canopy of a forest. So how do folks access the data? This is Lon's viewer. Thanks, Lon, for taking all those products and loading them up for public access for the non-GIS user. And then for the GIS user, we make we're providing access to all the Lake County data products via this data sheet, which has links to download all of the data products. And then they're also posted on a website called pacificvegmap.org. So anyone can download these data. Also, from the LiDAR, we've derived 1 foot interval elevation contours. And those contours are available via this clip and email tool where you digitize the polygon that you want contours for, put in your email, and you get a download link to download those 1 foot contours. And the great thing about contours is they provide really accurate elevations for planners, engineers, and farmers, especially in open terrain. This is like one of the most popular data products that we provide because it's got so many uses. Thanks to Gene Forsberg and Cass Green for donating the server for where we host these. This is hosted at the UC Berkeley Geographic Innovation Facility. And what's coming up, I'm going to try to wrap up quickly here. There's a lot of really good data in the pipeline. Some of it's from this initiative called WORK, which stands for Wildfire Ecosystem Resilience and Risk Assessment Initiative. That's a mouthful. It's a partnership between the Air Resources Board, the Natural Resources Agency, and NASA. And it's going to give us these new data sets derived from LiDAR, derived from our investment in LiDAR. And the data sets will include maps of disturbance. So where's there been fire? Where's there been forest management? Where's there been mortality? Building footprints. And this is, again, derived from really fine scale LiDAR and imagery. And most excitedly, tree mortality. And I know Supervisor Pisco will be excited if she hasn't heard about this. The tree mortality data is going to be, kind of game-changing data for all of us. And I'm going to show a slide on that. So all of you who have been frustrated with sort of the existing airborne surveys where somebody literally sticks their head out of a window of an aircraft and attempts to approximate the extent of mortality, those airborne surveys, this is a whole new generation of mortality data based on our new LiDAR and our imagery. It's going to show every tree, and you can see it in the middle part of this slide, every tree and whether that tree is dead, living, or on its way to dying, has partially dead and partially alive. That will give us way better information for identifying those outbreaks of drought, stressed mortality, drought-driven mortality, and mortality from insects or fungal pathogens on the landscape to be able to really accurately and in a timely way identify those outbreaks of mortality. So this is really exciting. This is going to be done in the fall of 2026. And lastly, just a few uses and benefits of that data. It'll provide annual tracking of land cover change and acres affected by fire, disturbance, land conversion, really accurate building footprints, and then, of course, the tree level mapping of mortality, far better than from the aerial surveys that we're all used to using from the Forest Service. Lastly, in 2027, the CDFW will be producing the Lake County's first ever fine scale vegetation map, the best available data set for vegetation type across Lake County. really useful for stand level forest management, fuels management. It's designed for use at the parcel scale. It's not like a regional vegetation map like NLCD or CalVeg or Landfire. It's a really, really detailed, really good vegetation map. That's going to be coming in 2027. It'll be built on top of the LiDAR and the NAPE imagery. And after that's complete, a 5-meter fuel model will be developed from the vegetation map, which is useful for modeling fire behavior, fire spread. And in addition, wildfire hazard and risk data sets will be developed from the fuel model and the fine scale vegetation map. So we're almost there, sort of a long road, but these new data sets, the LiDAR that's out there now, the work data that's coming, the fine scale maps really will be game changing in terms of providing much better tools for planning and prioritizing fuel reduction projects across Lake County. And I'm going to pass it on to Chief Wink and stop sharing here.
Hang on one second, please. We have a question from a supervisor.
All right.
Hi, Mark. It's been 4 years we've been working on this, so this is such an exciting day, and I just want to give a big shout out. I know you mentioned Cass Green, and she was really helpful in getting coordinating a lot of grant funding too, and helping us make connections. So you two have been a massive help in this, but I do have a question. You're right, I'm very excited about the tree mortality tracking. But what does the annual tracker mean? Because we know that these data sets were already collected, and so they're sort of a point in time, but what does the annual tracking mean, and how do these sets get updated?
Yeah, great question, Supervisor. The answer is that although the LiDAR data is a single snapshot in time, and there's no programmatic update for the LiDAR, the way that the data will be updated is using NAPE imagery, which is optical imagery, aerial photography, and that's released every 2 years. So that provides a programmatic data set by which these maps can be updated.
And
without
that's from
LiDAR.
the Forest Service?
It's Department of Agriculture. It's the Farm Bureau that provides the NAPE data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Turn it back to staff. Sorry.
Wait, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing, and I did. It's Chief Wink, you're on.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Mike Wink. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Pre-Fire Division of the Sonoma Lake, Napa, Solano, Yolo, Colusa unit. So that's just to kind of remind everybody that we cover 6 counties geographically. I'm very happy to be here today to give a couple comments on this data. I'm going to go back in time for just a minute and let you folks know that in around 2010 or so, Lon Sharp and his team started with the new developments of the Lake County GIS page. I've been using it for over 15 years, and I can tell you now working in 6 counties and ingesting and looking at data, it might be a surprise to some of you to know that Lake County has one of the most user-friendly GIS pages and has certainly been around the longest. When I started looking at other counties' data, everyone has great data now, but starting 15 years ago, Lake County was the leader then, and Lon and his team have really set the bar and continue to make good improvements, and these layers are just the next piece of that. So. And he already talked about some of the tools for acres and distance and parcels that are used. Just an example of Lon and his team. Yesterday we were on a conference call getting ready for today, and they discovered a new process that they're going to be making available through the website and trying to communicate to people, and that's those 1-foot contour level tool that engineers and planners and builders can use that Lon has been doing as requested, and now that'll be an automated tool that any end user can do. So that'll reduce his time on task to provide that information when requested, and that's just another example of every day he's looking for ways to make things better. So you have a great member of your team, and it's been happening since 2010. So as far as this data goes, like Supervisor Pyska said, it's been many years in the making. They scanned it in 2023. It's been working on since 2022. We worked on a regional grant with CAL FIRE to try to purchase some of the LiDAR data because it still has to be interpreted once it gets gathered. So that application, they scanned it in 23, they applied in 24, and Napa and Lake County got a grant in 2025. In the meantime, because of the advocacy of many of the Board of Supervisors in regional venues, but specifically Supervisor Pyska with her county, regional, state, and federal participation in all of these fuels reduction projects, being an advocate, making connections, being on a first name basis with all these folks, we ended up, like they said, in the Coastal Conservancy grant. We're not a coastal county, so it's all because of the advocacy of the supervisors and Supervisor Pyska being on all the panels and traveling trips that take her away from some of these meetings. It's well worth it, and here's one of the examples that we're talking about here today. In my shop, we also administer the grants for all 6 counties, and so this information goes right along with the grants for folks to be able to make data-based decisions. So over 30 years with CAL FIRE now and fire seasons, driving around and seeing things because of your past experience is one thing, but having these data sets to be able to quantify it and to be able to put it down in words and get grants. The Lake County has a lot of active grants through different groups. The Lake County RCD is very active. Clerk, obviously, Terra, the fire districts, the county itself, and our tribal government leadership I interact with on a regular basis, trying to get grants to do fuels reduction projects and to get this LiDAR data. I'd mentioned that there was a grant got to try to interpret some of this data, but because of the efforts regionally and collaboratively, that is already being processed and already being handled in bigger pots of regional interpretation that Tuckman spoke about. So again, this also sets us up for another product called ViberPlanet that I've seen that takes these data sets and starts to run an algorithm to run values at risk, populations at risk, evacuation corridors, strategic fuel reduction priorities, and it runs a computer algorithm that takes in all this data, and that's coming probably in late 26 or 27. That'll be another great tool that's set up for success because of this. Also want to recognize that the creation of the climate officer, Terry here, I interact with her several times a month, and I deal with 6 counties, and the relationships in Lake County are very active and strong and participatory. So we are always talking about these types of things, and it was great to be able to talk about one of the successes here today with Lake County, again, being ahead of some of their surrounding counties as far as the advocacy got them on the list and got their data sets coming. And then you see in the end of 26 and 27, you have more data coming. So thank you for a few minutes today to highlight all those efforts and the folks who've been doing those things, Terry and Lon and Supervisor Pyska and all the board of supervisors members. All your comments and all those forums that you have the opportunity to be in, they matter, and it's making a difference. So thank you.
All right, bring it back to the board and Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what we've been working towards, but this is only a piece of the strategy. So the state has been working toward, and it's now been just released last month, to make sure that every inch of California has this data set or data sets like this. And Mark, when we met in 2022, you were showing me what Sonoma County looks like at the parcel level. So anyone who is a landowner or a land manager could drill down to their parcel and do this analysis. And then Lon has brilliantly brought all of these derivatives to our county. And this is, like we've said a bunch of times, this is a lot of different funding streams, a lot of different partners, but we're also not done. And so we have put this in so many of our grants. And we're going to continue to, because we need more data. There are more derivatives out there. And so I appreciate you, Chief Wink, for showing how this is going to make it easier for landowners to write successful grants, because now they can really analyze their slope, their terrain, the vegetation, the fuel ladders, everything is there so that they can be more participatory in this process, and also looking forward to the Viber Planet. And I was just wondering, Mark, if you could talk a little bit more, just briefly, about what it looks like going forward. What are the other derivatives that and other pathways forward that we're going to continue to seek?
Yeah. Well, I think just getting that mortality data, having that come to fruition will be a big one. And then really excited to know that this CDFW committed funding to Lake for the fine scale mapping, which was a big deal. And the Chico State is going to do the actual mapping work. So they'll be on the ground in Lake County doing the fine scale mapping work. That gives us really, really good information about, vegetation type. The LiDAR gives us really good information about vegetation structure. How tall, how dense are the trees? The fine scale vegetation map tells us what kind of trees they are. So it kind of gives us the last piece of information in a really detailed way that is going to just add more nuance to the decision making that's on the ground. And then I think once those data sets are in place, we turn our attention to updates. How do we keep everything updated over time? And yeah, I think, and then how do we get all of these tools into the hands of the land managers? Not everybody has GIS. So it's the tools like Lon's created. How do we enhance those tools, expand the reach of those tools, expand the functionality of those tools, so that all of the data, the great data sets are easily available to non-GIS users. So I guess that's the quick answer.
Great. And then, this goes beyond fire prevention projects and mitigation projects. We've been, Chair Rasmussen and I have been talking about this with our Cold Creek work, and the Risk Reduction Authority's been talking about this with vegetation management in the creeks for hitch habitat. I mean, this applies to so many of the land use projects across the county. So this is really critical information, and I'm just so excited to be here today showing this off.
Thank you. Anything else, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the level of detail that's coming in, especially with the work that has already been happening and will never stop, because these green things tend to continue to grow. And I mean, for the work that I just started and with the team that we have over in the city of Clear Lake with the Red Bud Fire Safe Council, this is great information to know. I do have not a concern, not a criticism, but I'm kind of confused about the urban area. So we've labeled certain areas, and it's our community growth boundaries, and it's the cities. They have this gray matter that just says urban area, but I'm seeing that it's pretty like the level of detail for the other types of vegetation models that are out there, agriculture, conifer, desert, hardwood forest. It could be very small boxes, but yet the urban areas are just straight gray. And I feel like when I'm looking around, I'm going to speak specifically about District 2, we have entire swaths of land that are just vegetation with no buildings, but it's still identified as urban. Now, when I go into the derivatives, I can see where all the vegetation is, but yet on the high level, it still shows as urban. Does that change our, Is that something that will have a little bit better level of specificity? Because I'm thinking of things like, I mean, it's not even close to this, but like Coffee Park, obviously those things burn. If we're just saying it's urban, it almost feels like it's urban, it's fine. The rest is what we want to focus on. But there are some massive amount of trees and a massive amount of vegetation within our urbanized areas because we still are a rural environment and living amongst the vegetation that we would like to keep and maintain around us. So just wondering if there's anything in the future that will change for a higher level of specificity, or if we just ignore that and just go straight to the LiDAR derivatives, where then it does really show the vegetation and I can see that on a parcel to parcel basis.
Yeah, I think I can address that question, and it's a great question. I think it gets to I'm going to share my screen really quickly here. This slide illustrates, I think, the issue at hand. Just one second. Okay. This is not Lake County, but this is in San Luis Obispo County. It's another county that we're working on. The left image is aerial photography, obviously. The middle image is a new fuel model that we created for SLO County. And the right image is Landfire, which is the sort of the best available fuels data out there. And you can see how much more detailed the middle fuel model, the 5-meter fuel model is. It's based on LiDAR. It's based on high resolution imagery. The Landfire is 30-meter pixels based on coarser resolution satellite imagery. And the point is that, and to answer your question, is that the last data set that we're going to get in 2027 from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is what is called the fine scale vegetation map. What you're talking about, Supervisor, is the existing vegetation maps, which are paint a much broader picture of the landscape. They kind of lump a lot of urban areas together, even though those urban areas may have a lot of pockets of vegetation in them. When the fine scale vegetation map comes out in 2027, you're going to see all of those pockets of vegetation in the map that aren't in the map now. It's just a whole new sort of generation of vegetation data that Lake County's never had, and so that's the answer. But it's just going to take a little time to come.
I appreciate that, and I had forgotten about the fine vegetation data, and I appreciate you bringing that back. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier, one data set that does exist that just came out in 2025 would be the State Fire Marshal put out the LRA, Local Response Area, Fire Hazard Severity Zone update, which then, because on the fire hazard severity zones, it used to stop at the city limit boundaries, which we know in your district, within those boundaries is areas of concern that we have all responded to. And the data from 2020 that was released last spring does help represent that. It doesn't give the vegetation layer, but at least it is a recognized tool and layer that now looks into the LRA and helps identify that. So for your Redbud Fire Safe Council, for example, they'll be able to use that tool to apply for grants and show risk and prioritize efforts in areas that are very high within the city limits in the fire hazard severity zone mapping from the State Fire Marshal's Office. So I'm happy to come to a meeting or meet with you separately on that topic as well. Thank you for bringing that up.
And you hit the nail on the head of what my concern was, is we can get pushback saying, no, you're an urbanized area based on this data, so we're going to prioritize someone else. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Anything further from the board? Not seeing anything. I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have members seeing someone approaching? State your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Tom Lasik. This is I can't tell you just how excited I am. I actually spent about 15 hours last week pouring through the data just for my own property because I was doing a fire management plan for a fire break and control burns and things like that. And compared to what the data was like last year, because it is now, it's light years ahead. So hats off to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Tuckman for doing such a great job. A couple things just as a, I would consider myself sort of a heavy lay user of maps of the Lake County Parcel Viewer suite of data. That 1 foot contour is going to be super important. It's one thing that I was not able to get to. And it seems to be more of what I would consider a batch job. It's not something that's real time. So good instructions on how to request that, since it seems to be something that has to be sent out, is going to be really important. I couldn't figure it out with other sites that have the same type of service. So having that would be extremely useful. The other thing I would respectfully request is providing easy user-friendly instructions for downloading the data into like KMZ, KML formats that are commonly used for GIS would be super helpful. That said, I mean, it's an A+ product already. So the county has done a great job, and I've seen other counties' GIS information. I almost got a degree in geography. I was just a few credits short. I have maps all over my room when I was a kid. It's a great product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Johanna, do we have anyone online? Sterling, we'll unmute you and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Sterling Wellman, and I live in Spring Valley. My question is for CAL FIRE. We've been identified as a high wildfire risk community, and we are a subdivision with only one way in and one way out. Since CAL FIRE just presented the wildfire mitigation webpage, can you please explain what resources on that site are specifically available for communities like Spring Valley that have limited evacuation routes? And can this program help fund secondary access roads or evacuation improvements for high-risk areas like ours? Thank you.
Is that something that you can quickly answer, or if not, we'll have to follow up?
I can do pretty quick. So those tools on there represent guidelines. Current subdivisions that would be built would have a different standard. Obviously, you identified that there is no funding to assist communities. There is identification of communities that don't have a second way out. That is obviously well known. But your question is there funding? No, there's not funding.
Thank you, Sterling. Do we have anyone else online? Donna? Donna, if you can go ahead and state your name, we'll unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Anna Mackwitz. I live in Clear Lake Oaks. And Terry, Supervisors Pyska, and everyone involved, I love this tool. It's so easy to use. I can't wait to delve in more into it and wait for Viber Planet. It's so exciting to see Schindler Creek and explains so much of how I've always heard of how can Hitch be up there in High Valley Ridge. You see Schindler Creek clearly. You see Burns Valley Creek. I'm so excited. This will be so important for Hitch future, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Do we have anyone else online? No more hands, and we're going to go ahead and close this item, and thank you folks for presenting this today to us.
Thank you.
And we're going to get ready to take a quick break, but I do want to remind folks that are commenting that please direct questions to the Board of Supervisors, and then we'll decide, what's going to be answered question-wise. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to call our meeting back to order from recess at 10:24 a.m. And we're going to call our 6.5 item, and which is 9:30 a.m. item, consideration or presentation on the UC Davis Clear Lake Restoration Project. And while they're coming up to the front here, I just want to quickly remind everybody that we have items stacked up all the way until 2 o'clock every 15 minutes. And we do have to break right at noon for some things that are going on. So just wanted to throw that out. Let's try to stay on our schedule. And with that, I'll turn it over to you folks from UC Davis to start this presentation.
Okay, and thank you very much, and thank you for having us today. So my name is Alex Forrest, and I'm a professor in civil and environmental engineering, and also...
Michael, closer, please.
Oh, sorry, can people hear me better now?
That will move towards you, the whole base, if you need it closer.
All right, perfect. So my name is Alex Forrest, and I'm here from UC Davis. I'm a professor in civil and environmental engineering, and then also the associate director of the Tahoe Environmental Research Center. And I'm here with Steve Camden, who is our project manager, working on the HOS system, so our hypolymnetic oxygenation system, as well as Kara Hollis, our communications specialist, who's been working tirelessly to try to communicate what we're doing within the community and within the county. So if we have, oh, okay. Just to give us a minute here.
I thought you were sharing. Oh, you weren't sharing the slideshow? Whatever window you clicked on and didn't work, you click on the other one.
Or swap. There's usually a swap button.
You can't hit F5 once you do the share to see if it just puts it into slideshow?
I can easily work off these slides too.
I'm good as is.
Yeah, that works. Improvise.
All right. So we're here today to talk. UCD has been involved with a lot of different projects on Clear Lake since a long time, but more recently since 2018. As we all know, it's a beautiful lake and a large cultural resource, but there are challenges, and there are significant challenges that the county faces working on the lake, and we have been working on these and specifically on harmful algal blooms since 2018. These have resulted in fish kills. There's historical contamination issues. So there's no one silver bullet that fits everything. And we have to address these issues and understand the implications along the way. And so in 2018, under the guidance of Cecilia Aguilar Curry, she formed the Blue Ribbon Committee that's been working hard on this. I see some faces that I see regularly at the Blue Ribbon Committees, both the technical meetings as well as the larger meetings, to try to understand the problem and to then try to mitigate and rehabilitate these issues that we're facing. And that's where the point that we've reached now. Next slide, please, John. And so where we started is UC Davis has been part of the Blue Ribbon Committee. At the same time, we've also been doing research on the lake to try to understand the underlying issues. And then we've moved to a point now where we've been making proposals on how we can rehabilitate the lake. This has represented a partnership with Turk, so the Tahoe Environmental Research Center, partnered with the USGS to study the root causes of the water quality in Clear Lake, as well as all the other partners within the watershed that we've been working with. Specifically, we started by looking at the in-lake conditions. So Turk was involved with a monitoring program. We had moorings in all arms of the lake. We were involved with mapping the entire lake, so I was very excited by the LiDAR product. We were talking during the break about trying to get some of the bathymetry data into the portal as well, so I'm very excited to see that happen. And then in partnership with the USGS, that was targeting the streams and trying to understand stream loads coming in. Next slide, please. And so really we're trying to look at the lake in its entirety. And starting with the physical conditions. So here we needed the bathymetry to understand the currents and the transport that happens, the water temperature that leads to changes in the chemical condition, understanding the chemistry, so the nutrient loading, where the nutrients coming from, both from the watershed as well as from the lake itself. And then the biology, so what types of algae are growing, under what conditions, when do they become toxic, what's the toxicity, and trying to look at satellite imaging products as well in conjunction with that to try to understand this overall process. And so what are the findings? Well, phosphorus is key. And so lake bed soils are some of the dominant sources of phosphorus. So what happens, and this is something that's not unique to Clear Lake, but when during the summer you get stratification, so warm water on top, colder water on the bottom, there's a depletion of oxygen in the bottom. When the oxygen gets depleted, if there's available phosphorus, that phosphorus starts getting released into the water. And then when the lake overturns, that phosphorus mixes into the rest of the water and potentially triggers a bloom. So it potentially releases those nutrients and gets recycled into the water. What we found was that about 70% of the phosphorus in the lake every summer is coming from this process of what we refer to as internal loading. And there are other issues as well, particularly with low oxygen conditions, particularly associated with methylmercury. So there's a larger question at hand here of what's the cause of these problems, and then when it overturns, when you get this mixing event, how that phosphorus is released. One of the interesting things, or one of the challenges with Clear Lake is very shallow. So you get this stratification, but then unlike deeper lakes that don't overturn continuously during the summer, Clear Lake mixes every time you get a big wind event. So you can get these episodic wind events that then trigger this release of phosphorus up into the upper water that has basically perfect growth conditions for harmful algal blooms. So what we've proposed, and this is what we're looking at now, is the hypolimnetic oxygenation system. And I realize that is a tongue twister, so HOS for short. So you basically want to prevent this internal loading from happening. And the idea behind it is to inject oxygen into the lake bottom, and so that even though you have this stratification, you're not having this release of phosphorus. And that oxygen will be in the bottom, and you'll be able to turn it on and off during certain time periods. And to be able to do this remotely while observing what's happening to the stratification of the water. So we can track through time, we can track temperature of the water, and then control oxygen to try to regulate how much phosphorus is being released. So the support of the community, the support of the county, we've also been working through the Blue Ribbon Committee, as well as through the EPA, who's been very generous with their support of funding for this project. We've targeted the Oaks Arm to run a prototype of this. We are targeting an operation of the system for 3 years. We've been working for the last year with the support of county and others to secure the necessary permits and going through the permitting process, which is a significantly challenging thing because we're working both on land and in water. And designing the system, and one of the challenges as well is understanding the circulation of the lake, so how the water is moving, so that if we inject oxygen, we are understanding where it's going. And the goal is to be operational by this summer with a potential fallback plan in case permits get delayed too far, or in case the design process is taking too long, to fall back one subsequent year. And then once we're operating, sorry, Joanna. So once we're operating, just if you quickly draw your attention to the white lines and blue lines on the Oaks Arm there. The blue line is roughly where we'll be injecting oxygen, sort of across the lake, because there's dominant shore currents moving along the bottom as well as the top. And the idea is to have it move the oxygen around as well as possible. And next slide. So what we want, our aim here is to have a way to monitor oxygen levels in Clear Lake and to avoid HABs and potential fish kills in the Oaks Arm. As a demonstration of this, within this, you're delivering water quality improvements for water districts that are drawing water out, as well as local community and cultural uses around the lake. And then potentially use this to scale up to a larger solution for the entire lake. So really starting with one and then moving up. And so before we jump to questions, I just wanted to say thank you to all the partners and the nations that we've been working with, county, CNRA, USGS, and everyone else that's been involved in the work we've done for almost the last 10 years, but not quite yet. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from board members at this point? Wait till after.
I have a couple.
Supervisor Owen.
The pins that are dropped on 2 slides back from where you were, there was a bunch of little pins. Are those where some of them are going to be set up? It has OA1, OA4, real time.
So sorry.
It's where the has the blue lines going into the arm.
I just don't have the map in front of me. Give me 1 minute.
Right there.
Yes. So those are observation buoys.
Observation.
Observation buoys. And what we're trying to do is monitor the efficiency of the system.
Perfect.
And so that's why we've distributed them along the lake to see how far putting oxygen there gets to the other ends of that arm.
Perfect. Okay.
And,
thank you.
And that's in partnership with the USGS as well. And in fact, they're out sampling as we speak at those locations. So they're collecting nutrient data that we will couple with an oxygen observation system as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, thank you for coming and presenting about this. Appreciate what AB 707 has done to kind of bring this about, and especially the funding that we were kind of scared was not going to be available to us that was made available this past budget year. So this is good that this is still moving forward. Looking forward to the summer. There seems to be multiple projects that will become active at the same time. I apologize if I didn't hear this, but you mentioned that you have enough funding for 3 years. What happens after 3 years? Let's say it does help. Do we say this helps and then we just go away? Is there a way to continue this, or is it going to be on the backs of the county to figure out how to continue this? But what happens at the end of 3 years, especially if it shows such great results?
Do you want me to front that one, or?
I'll take it.
All right.
We have we're expecting a CEQA exemption because the project is a science project of limited duration, which means that our scope includes removing the system, which we really don't want to do. So we're seeking a partner to hand it off and to try to set that up ahead of time so that legally we can hand it off and the system can be continued later. It's not part of our scope to do that, but all of us involved hope that we can set that up with your help and probably the water district's help, because it's on their land and they would probably be the operator.
And off the top of your head, because I didn't see any dollar signs necessarily other than the $5 million for the total project, what would be the annual cost to continue to run such an operation?
I don't have a solid number. After we go to bid for this first year, we'll have that. Also, one of the outputs from the project will be determining how much oxygen it takes, which will determine how much it'll cost, but probably in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $600,000.
Okay.
And that's an annual cost. I guess it's about 6 to 8 weeks when the system would be operating.
Right, during the height of when we anticipate these things to turn. Obviously, phosphorus, nitrogen, the nutrient load, that's a major conversation about Clear Lake. Our soils are already fairly rich in that, the volcanic soils that we have in the surrounding area, but we also have other issues that create these things. And so you were mentioning the nutrient load, internal loads that are there. Are you able to differentiate like natural phosphorus and nitrogen load versus additional man-made additional nutrients coming in? And I'll get to my full point afterwards, but just wondering, can you differentiate when you're looking inside the lake as to what we're dealing with?
So the short answer is yes, to a degree. So the work that we did, partnership with USGS developed a model of nutrient loading from the watershed. So we were able to partition out the amount coming in from streams, and they actually did a very nice job of dividing it up via streams, so Scotts and Middle Creek, and knowing how much load was coming in from each of those. The internal load, we can't differentiate how much of that internal load was put in the last 50 years versus the last 5,000 years. We just know that it's there. And we also have a fairly good idea of sedimentation rates. So basically, over time, the sediment gets capped, or the soil gets capped with sediment that's accumulating on top of it. So if you've removed the nutrients from the new sediment that's coming in, then you're slowly eliminating the problem as it gets buried. Right. But so it's not, this fixes the internal loading problem, but we also have to work at eliminating the external loading problem at the same time.
Right, which I'm sure you're well aware, because I know we've had conversations between Middle Creek and Blue Ribbon Committee. That's an important project to reduce the external load, and any source coming into the lake, the cleaner the source, the less likely you're going to need to eventually continue cleaning the lake in perpetuity. So it'd be nice to get our sources cleaned up. So one of the reasons I'm asking the question, and it's something that I'm hoping that maybe the Blue Ribbon Committee could have a conversation about this, is, and granted, it's a weird topic to bring up because of the weekend's unfortunate disaster that we're dealing with, but we have a lot of, and our previous public works director told me that the people who live on the shores are called land rimmers, so let's just call it land rimmers, that still have septic tanks. And there's a vast population that still utilize septic tanks, probably installed pre-1980s. That's when we saw the last buildup of housing in those areas, a major buildup at least. So that's 40-year-old potential, if not older. And what comes out of a septic tank? Phosphorus and nitrogen. So if there's a way for the Blue Ribbon Committee to help us to get all of those land rimmers connected to an expansion of our sewer system, if there's ways that we can all work together, because to me, again, the source is where we need to clear things up, because we can try to do all this oxygenation, or we can do all the LG Sonics, or we could do all the other stuff that's available. But the fact is, we still have the problem of what's creating this situation in the lake. And so we'd love to see if Blue Ribbon can have that conversation, or if you and I can have that conversation. But I think it's an important conversation that we need to find a solution to, because the longer we wait, the more those septic tanks become older, and then more likely to fail and become problems for our lake.
Yes, I'd be happy to have that conversation. And I would, and I'm testing my memory here from the report from the USGS, I'm not sure, most of the loading came from Middle Creek, I believe.
About 70%.
No, 70% was internal. And then of the remaining 30%, I think it was about 70% was then middle, and then you can differentiate. Yeah. So I'm not sure what percentage was septic or not, but certainly drilling down into the error of, or the uncertainty in these measurements would give at least a bounds of the unknown sources, which certainly is worthy of a conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from the board at this point? Not seeing any. I'll open up to the public, and I'll start with online this time, and we do have one. And we have Sterling. Go ahead and unmute, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sterling, and I am with Bruno on this. There's a lot of questions. 70% of the phosphorus is coming from our sediment. So I did look into the EPA cleanup at Sulphur Bank, and after they're able to do the Superfund there, it's also talk about dredging the lake. So we're going to be spending over $5 million to aerate the lake, and we're going to have to keep spending money to keep it aerated. So why aren't we spending money on the environmental dredges that they use in Alaska, at the Great Lakes, all around the country to clean up sediment that do these problems? I mean, if we're going to be spending this kind of money and trying to make a solution, instead of putting, a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches, let's look into maybe dredging the lake and getting rid of that, the contaminants. Yes, I know the methylene mercury, but there is environmental dredges that can get the stuff out to where it doesn't aerate it through the water. Because once we start doing the aeration, there could be changes in the chemistry, which could release even more phosphorus, which feeds the algae, and also turn the mercury into methyl mercury, which is the most dangerous for people. So those are my concerns. I'm also with Bruno. The septics is a huge thing. Runoffs from wineries is a huge thing. So if we're going to try to fix the problem, I think maybe those might be a little bit easier suggestions. And if we're going to be spending over $5 billion, let's spend $5 million to fix the problem, not just put a Band-Aid on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Johanna, any further online? No. Anyone in the room that wishes to comment? Not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board for any final comments, and we have Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah, appreciate some of the comments here, and I appreciate the you bringing this forward. I know that when I was on the Blue Ribbon Committee and we talked about this, it was almost like a bittersweet thing for me, because on one hand it's in my district and it's something that people can see that's happening. But one of the things that I was worried about is the fact that it's kind of like a pilot. So like I said, 3 years. And in talking with some other folks that used to work in water resources, it seems that this project would basically make the lake dependent on it. And if we can't sustain the costs afterwards, then we're just kind of back to normal. And I mean, yes, if it works, it gives UC Davis the opportunity to say, hey, it worked, and then take that. But then we're left with the bag trying to figure out how to keep it going. So I had issues with that when I was on Blue Ribbon, and I accentuated that. But again, it passed, and so we're at where we're at. Hopefully we could figure out some sort of plan to keep it sustainable once it and if it's abandoned. So I just wanted to make sure that folks knew that was my stance on it. But I'm glad it's happening. So either way.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anything further? We have Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, just thought I'd at least, based on the public comment, I think we have to do both. I think we have to take care of the current status of the lake, in the sense that we can't allow to have these fish kills and these HABs to continuously go on. But we also have to deal with the real reason that this is happening, which is really we got to clear the source of where all these nutrients are coming from in the first place. So I think it's going to be a balancing act, because if we only start attacking the source, it's going to take maybe decades to be able to clear this entire lake. It is a huge lake, and there's a lot of nutrients that have been accumulating over the past 500 to 2 million years. So we can't just be patient to fix the lake. We are going to have to do a balancing act of how it is that we attack this. And so I hope the project works. I hope that we're able to continue it if it works and find ways. But we shouldn't be ignoring that tomorrow we want to see something different, not a decade from now, not 20 years from now. And so it's going to be a balancing act. So I appreciate the fact that, again, the Blue Ribbon Committee has been created, that there's some funding available to make these projects happen. I want to take full advantage, learn the best that we can, and also stand on the shoulders of UC Davis's past studies. I know I've seen a giant thick book from 1994 when you studied the lake. So this is not your first time here. And we're continuing evolving in our understanding of what it is that we need to do. So,
agreed.
Just wanted to clarify.
And Supervisor Owen.
Yeah, I know, in the Blue Ribbon Committee, I know that we're looking at, several options, trying them out this year. And, I know I had mentioned, it'd be nice to be able to track, to kind of compare and see what really works here the best in this environment. So I think the others are gonna be spaced out. I'm not sure where they are. There's the LG Sonic, and then there's the filtration. I can't remember what it was called, where they filter the water, filter it through and catch the algae and take it out.
Harvester.
Harvester, that was it, okay. And then I can't remember the other two, but it's kind of an exciting time to see what really does work here.
It's a very exciting time, and I would what we're trying to quantify is scalability. Is how do we scale to address the problem of the entire lake? And any of these technologies or approaches, we need to look at the scalability, and we also need, if I can propose a recommendation to the supervisors, of a common monitoring strategy, so that we're really evaluating these techniques equally. And this is something that's come up in conversation with BRC and various partners, and we are happy to partner with anybody that's willing to talk about a monitoring strategy. And we have created a monitoring strategy built on a program that we designed back in the 90s and continued in 2018, and we're happy to continue to look at that for new techniques.
Yeah, yeah, it's exciting, and I'm just hoping that it really works on, checking out what is working.
Agreed.
Thank you, Supervisor Kramer.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing with the LG Sonic. We were talking about trying to hit the Clear Lake Oaks arm as well, but we knew this was coming, so we are wanting to at least make sure we have the opportunity to look at everything regardless. And so we didn't want to try to do the LG Sonic and hypolimnetic, and then we're like, oh, which one was it?
Yep.
So
Keep them all.
yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor. Not seeing anything further, I'm going to thank you for presenting this to us today, and we look forward to continued updates and seeing how this rolls out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the great questions.
And next, I'm going to call our 6.6 item, 9:45 a.m. item, sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, consideration of air toxics hotspots report for 2024 presentation and discussion. And with that, we have our Air Quality District Director and staff here, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good morning still. I was getting
morning.
concerned that it might be afternoon. I'm Doug Gerhardt. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer with the Lake County Air Quality Management District, and I have brought one of our new engineers, Nathan King, who's joined us this last year and did extensive work on this report for us through the year, and
Welcome.
learned a lot about every facility in the county by working on this. So
Thank you.
so he's here as my backup and the technical expert on this, on the data itself. So to start, I will try and keep this fairly short because I know you have a busy day. But this is the hotspots report, which is basically it's a calculation of risk prioritization for carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic emissions and impacts in the community. And what we do is we prioritize those. It's called prioritizing. So it's not quite modeling. It's like it's an estimation through calculation of risk. There are a lot of assumptions that are made with this first step, which is used to develop this report. And that includes, the wind direction always going to the receptor and specific things that relate to that. So there's much more detailed work that will happen on some of these that we have discovered in this report for this year. So with that, real quickly, the Hotspots Information and Assessment Act came into place in 1987, required by the state of California. It's the Right to Know Act. And a lot of things have been added through the years, and just in the last recent years, the risk prioritization guidelines have been updated with the state of California and CAPCOA, the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association, coordinating with OEHA and others to do this. And also diesel engines have been incorporated now. So the diesel generators are incorporated into this risk assessment, where in previous versions they were not. So with that, a lot of things have changed. We used to have pretty much no sources that were in the above 1. We only had a few that were in the 1 to 10 range for risk, and now we have I believe it's 9 that are in the high risk category, and 1 that is right on the border. And these are basically diesel engines. 8 of the 9 are diesel engines, and 1 of them is a boiler, a diesel boiler. So, and the primary risk that we're running into is the non-carcinogenic risk. So the non-cancer risk, it's the toxics themselves, not the carcinogenic part of the risk, which is in prior years, carcinogenic, that was the issue that we dealt with. Now it's the acute and chronic non-carcinogenic. So the quick summary of those facilities, as you see in the table, Appendix 2, the top 9 facilities, we have Lake County special districts are quite a few of those. The County of Lake, City of Lakeport, and Pacific Bell, AT&T, and all of them are generators except for the county's boiler at the courthouse boiler. So with that, this report is basically just an informational item to make the public aware, and the report is available, of course, on Granicus. It's available on our website and at our office as well. So it has been sent out to both cities, City of Lakeport, City of Clear Lake, this board, public health officer, all as required by law. So with that, I will go forward with. Yeah.
Okay.
Turn it back to you.
At this point, do we have any questions from supervisors? And we'll start with Supervisor Sabatier.
So now that we have this, what is the next steps that Air District does to reduce it? So I have just randomly decided to start adding up the carcinogen levels that you have. I still have the page number 2, which is mostly stuff that's below maybe an average of 2. But then as we get to the top, it starts hitting the double digits. And then the one at the very, very top, which is Southeast Treatment Plant Pump Station number 1, is like 4 times what the next highest level is. So very concerned about those types of numbers showing up, and just kind of curious, what is the process from here, and what is your threshold that you're trying to bring them to, and how do you do that?
Okay, the standard is to bring them below 10. Our threshold that was adopted back in '87 is anything over 20 in a million. It's either they have to take immediate action or get below 20, do retrofits or something, quickly in order to get back below 20, and a risk reduction plan from 20 to 10 to get them down under 10 as quickly as possible. So the one facility, the special districts, that one we're going to prioritize. Now that's why I brought up, this is not a full-fledged model. This is a prioritization, which assumes that the airflow goes directly into the nearest receptor at all times, that the engine's running, and which we know doesn't happen. So they can do a health risk assessment, which is the full modeling, which takes into account wind direction, wind speed, emissions rise, all those things that happen. There's a good chance that risk will end up being much lower. Probably not below 10, but it'll probably be, my best estimate would be it would be below 20. So it would be within that, doing a risk reduction plan. So they're still going to need to do something. That is an old Tier 0 engine. It's 350 horsepower or something like that, or 600 horsepower. So it is a very large engine, and it's a 1997 engine. So it's going to need some work to get it below that threshold. So there's things that can happen, and we'll be working with special districts to get that resolved. one of the immediate things they could do is if they have a different engine, like a Tier 4 engine, they could swap that engine and move this Tier 0 engine to a much more remote location where they don't have impacts. There's processes to do that. So there are some things that we could do to assist with at least reducing risk and also preventing them from having to spend hundreds of thousands more on engines that currently exist and run. So Tier 0s, of course, are, they are the oldest and dirtiest. They do need to be phased out eventually, but we know that does take time. So
I appreciate that. Just a quick follow-up, 2 questions. What is your timeline to go from kind of an estimate to a true measurement? And once you get to the true measurement, because right now it says 45.15, and I'm very specifically speaking about pump station number 1, right. Surrounded by a senior center, surrounded by some houses, surrounded by a brand new low-income apartment complex. At what point do you alert the neighbors, and is that a process that you do as well?
That is a process that we do. There's different regulations on how communities are notified. This specific report is notified through the cities, so that's why this one has legal requirements on how people are notified. But yes, we will be contacting and working to get those notifications out to the neighbors and to the senior center and the closest proximity receptors.
As far as timeline?
What's that?
As far as timeline, yeah.
Timeline, that will kind of depend on the working with special districts, because our part of it is to ensure that the next step is taken. Now, the special districts has the option to do a health risk assessment, so they can hire a consultant to do that work and to do that more detailed analysis, or they can take steps to reduce the risk immediately, knowing that engine is old and it's very large. So it kind of depends on what their situation is as to whether they have, say, another 600 horsepower Tier 4 engine that they could swap it out with. They could do that immediately and get that risk down. But if they don't have that and they have to budget for it and stuff, then we might look at the health risk assessment to figure out what is the more refined risk level, so we know really what the impact is on those the nearby residents. So yeah, short term, we will be working on that one very quickly. So
thank you.
Supervisor Owen?
Do we have a monitor in the areas of, say, the housing projects and the senior center to see how much it's dissipated in that distance? Do we have a monitor in that area?
No, we don't.
Okay.
So monitoring, a monitoring station is about $500,000 per station expenditure. So we do have a lot of the low-cost purple air samplers for particulate, and we do have a lot of those around the county that we've provided through different programs.
Okay, and what number of those do we have approximately of the, because I've seen that there's so much data. I mean, there's, 30 pages of data.
Right.
So I was just wondering, do we own those, or is it a mobile unit that goes out and samples?
The purple air samplers, they are low-cost sensors that just plug in somewhere that has Wi-Fi, and they're several $100s. So
we have a lot.
Cheap. Yeah, we do have a lot spread around, but they only last a couple of years at the most, and so you have to keep replacing them. So we've done that with the schools and most public facilities that are interested. We've been providing those as much as possible as we get the approval for people who want them. So we'll be continuing as soon as we can to continue those. But
I was just surprised at the amount of data
yeah,
that was on here in the number of locations.
We have over 600 sources, permitted facilities, and we have to rank every single one of those. So there's a lot more data than is in the report too. So
now I have one more question. I know that Sonoma County, I believe, stopped paying for the monitoring up at the geysers. Was that right, into 2025?
They are working, they're still part of the program. They are working toward phasing out of, the Northern Sonoma Air District is working on phasing out of some of the responsibilities that they've been doing for years. So we are working on dealing with that. That's a whole separate issue that we're working on.
I just noticed in your documents that it stated that we can recover those fees from the entity that we're monitoring. And so I wasn't sure if they were stepping down, if we needed to go forward and ask for the companies to provide the.
At this moment, no. Our fee schedule, we have these types of costs are built into the fees that we charge now. If there are additional things that we are required to do eventually for, more detailed reports, or we have to do the full health risk assessments or whatever that are actual physical costs, those are the costs that we can bill back to the source.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Not seeing anyone else. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah,
Scott.
just a final comment. So I've added together all the estimated carcinogen levels for all of the points that are on here, other than everything that's above 5, which there's only 5 of them that are above 5. And that's a total of 52.11. The highest one is 45.15, which is just 7 points below the total of the entirety of the list. And 3 out of those 5 happen to be in the city of Clear Lake from the Southeast Treatment Plant facilities. I just needed to make that public and make that be mentioned, and that this is a priority for an impoverished area that is subjected to potentially high levels of carcinogens, that we move quickly on assessing this and dealing with this.
Yeah,
right.
That's definitely agreed. So
We'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online, Johanna? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board. It looks like we have a recommended action. It says to.
I move that we accept the air toxic hotspot report for 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for the presentation today.
great.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on to our 6.7 item, the 10:05 item, which is a public hearing, consideration of draft resolution adopting the Lake County Climate Adaptation Plan. And we have our Community Development Director and staff coming up, and I will go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you. We also have our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer, Terry Logston, joining us, as well as our 2 PlaceWorks representatives that will be made panelists shortly. Excellent. Johanna's already on it. I will turn this over to Deputy Administrator Shannon Walker-Smith. Thank you. Oh, I'm Maria Turner, Community Development Director. Thanks.
Good morning, Board. We are pleased today to bring you what we hope is the adoption of the Climate Adaptation Plan. Just as a recap, we were before your board a few weeks ago in a study session gathering kind of final input. But as a recap, we've been working on this project 2 years. We started it in conjunction with the general plan update, but it's been on a slightly different timeline because of APGP funding, which is a grant that we worked with the Office of Climate Resiliency, RRA, and RCD collaboratively over the last 2 years. And that grant is ending at the end of this month. So we are here hoping that we can adopt this plan we've been working very hard on. We did extensive community engagement to get to the final draft, and including a public review period of the draft in which we got feedback, and the draft before you today has that feedback included. I am going to hand it over to Jacqueline for her presentation, which I'm told we're going to shorten up a little bit, try to get you guys a little bit back on track.
Never gonna happen.
Thanks, Shannon. I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. And before I get started, can everyone see my screen? Okay,
Yes, you're
I'm seeing
good.
now. It's perfect. So thank you, Shannon, and good morning, supervisors. I will be shortening this presentation, but here's the overall overview of what I'll be covering. So the climate adaptation plan and its components, a summary of community engagement activities conducted for the plan development process. I'll provide an overview of the actual contents of the adaptation plan and then recommended next steps. Based on the staff report in the agenda packet, staff are requesting that your board adopt the resolution adopting the Lake County Climate Adaptation Plan. So this project is being led by, was led by county staff through a partnership with the Community Development Department, the Office of Climate Resilience, the cities of Clear Lake and Lakeport, and the Resource Conservation District. And our team, my name is Jacqueline Protzman-Rohr with PlaceWorks. I was the project manager for this plan, and I'm joined today by Tammy Seal, principal in charge on our team as well. So to start off with a little bit of background refresher, this effort began with the establishment of the Community Risk Reduction Authority in 2018, then the formation of the Lake County Office of Climate Resiliency in 2022. The Community Risk Reduction Authority, in coordination with the Office of Climate Resilience, adopted the Pillars of Landscape Resilience in 2023. Later that same year, the county, in partnership with the Resource Conservation District and the two cities, were awarded the California Adaptation Planning Grant for the Equitable Climate Safe Lake project. And then in 2024, the project team began developing the climate vulnerability analysis, an evacuation study, and the adaptation plan concurrent with the Lake County 2050 general plan update. And the project team held several community engagement events between August and November of this past year to get feedback on both the vulnerability analysis and input on the adaptation plan itself. So the goal of the adaptation plan is to develop a roadmap for building climate resilience across both the unincorporated and incorporated areas of Lake County. This process identified key climate hazards and the most vulnerable communities, natural systems, and built assets. During the plan development process, the project team aimed to integrate with existing county plans, programs, and initiatives wherever possible, including framing the plan based on the Pillars of Landscape Resilience. The Climate Adaptation Plan provides practical and feasible solutions to reduce climate risks, considering existing resources, gaps, and capacity constraints with clear pathways for implementation. So this plan was developed based on the four-step process outlined in the California Adaptation Planning Guide. The first phase included the project team initiating and defining the scope of the vulnerability analysis. Phase 2 focused on assessing vulnerability or the degree to which populations and community assets will be affected by climate change hazards. Phase 3 focused on the adaptation framework and developing strategies and actions for those pillars. And it was at this phase that we held those study sessions for several for you all and several other groups. And the next phase after adoption will be phase 4, focused on implementation, where funding will be secured, implementation monitored, and the plan may be adjusted over time. So this plan is intended to be a living document that supports other plans and programs and integrates with several of those to do just that. The county general plan will use the climate vulnerability analysis to inform long-term climate resilience policies and programs in the health and safety element. The community wildfire protection plan and multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan can act as implementation tools to implement the adaptation plan. With the adaptation plan's long-term strategies and those other plans' near-term hazard reduction projects. The capital improvement plan can also act as an implementation tool with the climate vulnerability analysis and strategies in the plan informing infrastructure planning projects for resilience. And then the CAP can also provide a long-term framework for implementing drought preparedness and ecosystem resilience strategies in conjunction with the drought resilience plan and the goals of the Blue Ribbon Committee for the rehabilitation of Clear Lake. I'll quickly go over the vulnerability analysis. According to the California Adaptation Planning Guide, which is the primary guidance document for these types of analyses in the state, a vulnerability analysis is an assessment of how a changing climate may harm a community and which elements are most vulnerable to its effects. As shown on this slide, we used a 4-step process for evaluating vulnerabilities. The first included identifying hazards. Step 2 was analyzing the potential impacts of those hazards. Step 3 was evaluating adaptive capacity, so the ability of populations or community assets to prepare for, respond to these hazards using existing resources. And then we brought all of those components together to assess overall vulnerability. The vulnerability analysis evaluated how 91 different population groups and community assets across both unincorporated county and the 2 cities were vulnerable to 8 different climate change hazards. The project team evaluated a comprehensive set of climate-related hazards ranging from agriculture and forestry pests and diseases to extreme heat, flooding, and wildfire, and all of the hazards on this slide were included. As for key findings, wildfire and smoke create the most vulnerabilities across all sectors. The most vulnerable populations include people of color and immigrant communities, financially constrained households, those with chronic illnesses and disabilities, older adults, people with high outdoor exposure, such as unhoused persons or outdoor workers, and persons in tribal communities. For the built environment, we found that the most vulnerable infrastructure and services were energy and communication, homes, especially older and manufactured homes, transportation infrastructure, including state highways and local roads, agriculture as an economic driver, and outdoor recreation and tourism as economic drivers. So we took the results of the vulnerability analysis and integrated them with the pillars of landscape resilience, which I will very briefly go over. So these were adopted in 2023, and it's based on the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, and with feedback from local tribes in Lake County, the images for the pillars were adapted to better reflect Lake County. This framework recognizes the interdependence of ecological and social systems and provides metrics for measuring progress towards ecosystem and community resilience. There are 10 pillars in total representing desired landscape outcomes. All of them are listed on this slide, and they range from air quality to economic diversity to fire adaptive communities and water security. Throughout this process, as Shannon was mentioning, we did host and attend several community engagement events, which were essential in shaping the adaptation plan strategies and actions. The first set of engagement activities for the adaptation plan integrated with Lake County 2050. A countywide survey was open in 2024, which received 718 responses. On the climate adaptation side, we asked community members about their hazards of most concern, how informed residents are about emergency preparedness, and community members, how they feel about evacuation processes. In coordination with the general plan team, the adaptation plan project team attended 2 general plan advisory committee meetings in spring and summer 2024, the first of which provided an introduction to the plan, and the second of which reviewed key issues identified through other engagement processes. Following the GPAC meetings, the project team attended 3 general plan interested party meetings covering the topics of environmental justice, Spanish-speaking community members, and agriculture. During both the vulnerability analysis and adaptation plan development, we engaged with several tribes, local tribes, including the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Indian Colony of Pomo Indians of Sulphur Bank Rancheria, Abematolel Pomo of Upper Lake, Koi Nation of Northern California, Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California. Our outreach included the formal SB 18 tribal consultation process, where we reached out to the required tribes on the Native American Heritage Commission list. And between February 2024 and January 2025 is when this consultation occurred. We did receive several responses and consulted directly with several tribes in Lake County. It was identified that wildfires, drought, flooding, and pest outbreaks threaten access to traditional gathering areas, medicinal plants, and ceremonial resources. Smoke and heat hazards affect both tribal members working in agriculture and the broader community. The importance of existing prescribed and cultural burning programs, and that there are existing housing challenges, particularly for younger tribal members who face limited options and aging housing stock. We held an additional tribal review meeting prior to the public review period in October, where tribes emphasized the importance of integrating traditional ecological knowledge and cultural informed land stewardship practices into climate adaptation. During the public review of the climate vulnerability analysis and the development of the adaptation plan, we also held a series of adaptation-specific engagement activities shown on this slide. A survey was conducted between August and September of 2025, asking community members for their feedback on the vulnerability analysis findings, community resources and barriers, and ideas for building resilience. In September 2025, we held several interested party and agency meetings, including a meeting with city and county departments, CBOs, agriculture representatives, business groups, and environmental groups. These meetings were topic-focused discussions, learning about existing programs, gaps, barriers, and potential adaptation strategies. We also held a town hall for the Risk Reduction Authority, which included a discussion of existing programs and resources for community resilience. We found that funding and communication are primary barriers, and that there's strong community support for climate adaptation overall. And then the last set of engagement activities included study sessions from October to November. We attended municipal advisory committee meetings throughout the county, the GPACs and LAPACs meeting. We also presented to the Lake County Planning Commission and your Board of Supervisors, the Lake Fork City Council, and the Clear Lake City Council. Common concerns included obtaining funding and staffing for implementing all of the actions in the plan, how the CAP will integrate with other city and county plans, water quality in Clear Lake, wildfire impacts to workers, and co-management of adaptation strategies with local tribes. So the plan itself covers, again, the unincorporated areas of Lake County along with the cities, and is organized by the pillars of landscape resilience. The plan contains background sections summarizing the vulnerability analysis and local knowledge and lived experiences from community engagement across the county. And the resilience strategies and actions identify feasible solutions and provide multiple benefits. The project team also recognizes the great work that is already happening across the cities and counties, some of which we heard earlier in this meeting today, and therefore highlights existing partnerships and programs under each pillar in the plan. So for the strategy framework, they're organized by goal, strategy, and action. The goals are broad outcomes or end states describing desired future conditions. The strategies are policies, programs, and approaches to achieving the goal, and the actions are the implementation steps for each strategy. Each action contains a bit more detailed information for implementation, such as responsible and supporting agencies, timeframe for implementation, general cost estimates, and potential funding sources. So the adaptation plan does have one goal per pillar, which we did present at the study sessions. So I won't go into these in detail, but the goals are based on the descriptions of the pillars of landscape resilience for each of the 10 pillars. And these are the second set of the 10 total goals in the plan. And what has not been presented to you yet is that each goal in the plan has 2 to 4 strategies, and these are the strategy topics that I'll go over. So for air quality, we have wildfire smoke protection, also wildfire smoke response programs and air quality protocol integration into public operations and services. Under biodiversity conservation, these include habitat connectivity and interagency coordination, comprehensive invasive species management, and aquatic habitat protection and restoration. For carbon sequestration, natural carbon sequestration management and coordination, carbon smart agriculture and grassland practices, and considerations for planning and development. For economic diversity, strategies include climate resilient agriculture and small businesses, sustainable outdoor recreation, support for vulnerable businesses, and tribal economic sovereignty. Under fire adaptive communities, strategies include multicultural outreach and education, fire resilient housing, community scale resilience, and resilient infrastructure in isolated high-risk communities. For fire dynamics, which is slightly different than fire adaptive communities, strategies include landscape scale prescribed fire and fuel reduction in high-use recreation and visitor areas. For forest resilience, tribal knowledge integration and partnerships, forest health and pest management, and sustainable timber products and recreation economy. Under social and cultural well-being, strategies include culturally tailored communication, inclusive adaptation, public health resilience, and inclusive leadership and community co-governance. For water security, strategies include water quality monitoring and improvement, water supply infrastructure and emergency coordination, and water conservation and drought resilience for vulnerable populations. For wetland integrity, existing wetland programs that are already underway, and nature-based solutions for flood control and stormwater management. So each strategy contains several actions with additional details for implementation. I will not be going over all of the dozens of actions in the plan itself, but the actions do fall into 5 different categories to ensure that resilience is integrated into county plans, operations, infrastructure projects, and coordination activities. These 5 types include programmatic, which aim to expand or create new programs, activities, initiatives; plans and regulations, to develop or revise policies, plans, regulations, and guidelines; capital improvement and infrastructure projects, which are to address physical and functional deficiencies; education, outreach, and coordination; and evaluation, to improve feedback, input, and data, or conduct further or new analyses. And for next steps. So again, it is county staff's recommendation that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution adopting the Lake County Climate Adaptation Plan. And further next steps, because this plan was developed in partnership with the City of Lakeport and the City of Clear Lake, the project team will also be attending the Clear Lake City Council hearing on January 15th, this Thursday, and then the Lakeport City Council hearing next Tuesday on January 20th. With that does conclude our presentation. I appreciate your time, and county staff and us on the project team are available for any questions.
Additionally, if I might add one last piece of information, the climate adaptation plan has been a priority for the county for a number of years. The task has been housed in the local hazard mitigation plan. And so I just wanted to extend appreciation to the Office of Climate Resiliency. Terry, when she came on board, found funding and convinced me that we should leverage the Lake County 2050 process to also accomplish this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further at this point? Okay, I'll bring it to the board for any questions to staff. And we have Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I appreciate that we accomplished a task that we're mandated to do. We don't really have a choice. Anything past, I think it was 2018 or 2015 that you update your general plan, you have to have a cap attached to it. So I think that's feather in the cap. We're done. This is what we needed to do. But I just have to, I guess, get a little bit on my soapbox. I don't understand the adaptation in the sense that we're not moving on in the fact that climate is changing, but we want to save everything that's been a relic of the past. So we want to save the native plants. We want, like, those things are going to evolve into a different type of landscape. And so I struggle with some of the things that are in here because it doesn't make any sense to me. Things are changing, but we still want to hold on to the past. We need to better protect, and some of those things are in there. I don't see enough on the, and please talk to me if it's on there and I'm just missing it. I don't see enough on flooding. I am very concerned about flooding. We are not ready for flooding. Our storm drainage system, our way of moving water in certain ways is just lackluster. And I know we're talking about heat, and I know it mentions flooding as a category, but I don't see many action items related to flooding. And I think that is something that we should be very concerned about because it does speak to it, and I'm glad that it does, that we are, the modeling is weird. Like, we think we're going to get like 10 inches more of rain. Like, I don't know how they got that. But anyways, we're supposed to get more rain, but we know we're going to get more rain in an intense way, not more rain slowly spread out evenly throughout our rainy season. And so I'm just wondering, am I missing the action items that are here that are related to what the plan is and how we're going to incorporate on how to handle this massive flooding that we are already dealing with and will continue to deal with in a more exacerbated way? Please.
I know there are some actions on stormwater management, which Jacqueline could probably give you the exact reference to those. In addition, Jacqueline, could you say how flooding will also be addressed in health and safety or any other general plan elements that are upcoming?
Yes. So flooding is one of the main, or one of several topics in the general plan health and safety element. So the findings that we had from the climate vulnerability analysis have been integrated into the draft documents for the general plan update. So there are very specific, discrete policies and programs on flooding in the health and safety element. And some of the more immediate actions are actually also in the most recent update to the hazard mitigation plan, the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. And the climate adaptation plan aims to build from those documents instead of overlapping with what those already include. So there are not many flooding specific actions in the draft adaptation plan because it is a hazard that is covered in at least 2, probably more county plans.
Okay. And then, again, sorry for the random soapbox. I just wish at the beginning, yes, there are vulnerable populations, but really when it comes to climate issues, it's the haves versus the have-nots, period. If you have the resources, you're going to be able to protect yourself. If you don't have the resources, you're not going to be able to protect yourself. And there's people that we're identifying here who could be in either bucket, and I don't think that it matters. I think what matters is we should be helping everybody that does not have access to the resources because that's the vulnerable population.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we have elderly people who are retired CEOs from major companies who have access to resources, and then we have retired folks who have absolutely nothing in their names that are struggling to live. And so, to me, just putting it in those simpler terms, this is who we should be helping. I think just makes it easier for everybody to be able to read this and understand it and know who we're actually helping.
Any further from supervisors? Not seeing any. I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public. Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to comment? Yes, please come forward. State your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. I offer the following observations and suggestions on 3 topics concerning the Climate Adaptation Plan. I shared these comments at last week's Planning Commission meeting, and I appreciate Supervisor Sabatier's concern voiced today about flooding. First topic, flooding. Recent extreme rainstorms brought the return of perennial flooding to Lake County. For example, parts of Scotts Valley. I respectfully suggest that the Climate Adaptation Plan section on flooding be revised to be less generic in its actions and include lessons learned from recent flooding. Board of Supervisors Chair and District 4 Supervisor Rasmussen went to Scotts Valley last week to view the flooding situation. Last Monday, a Scotts Valley resident informed me that the locking or unlocking of gates managed by Lake County Water Resources Department may have contributed to flooding. A lesson learned could be to build robust procedural documentation and training regarding water management and flood control as a means to minimize the loss of institutional memory and the turnover of experienced staff. Second topic, greater resiliency and groundwater security. The CAP prompts proactive water security measures. South County and High Valley in District 3 are no strangers in wells going dry. Lake County's Big Valley groundwater basin is subject to state monitoring. Lake County Board of Supervisors Chair Rasmussen commented a few months ago that if the county's groundwater is not managed well, the state can step in again. It is in Lake County's best interest to manage its resources well, especially groundwater. The following suggestions may get us to groundwater security and sustainability. First, promote smart and sustainable use of water for ag and development. Second, promote conservation, drought management, preparation of drought, and use of technology to conserve water. 3, review discretionary use permit applications for smart and sustainable use of water. Revise county ordinances and regulations to make permittees accountable for water usage estimates. B, aligning with these suggestions is the Planning Commissioner's interest in reviewing annual reports for permitted projects for compliance with conditions of use. Finally, third topic, accountability, good management, and maximum effectiveness. For maximum effectiveness, a CAP needs to identify metrics for goals, due dates, and responsible individual for the goal. This action promotes accountability and reflects good management. Without these measures, CAP is an attractive document with limited utility. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Johanna, do we have anyone online? Betsy, we're going to unmute you. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Betsy Kahn, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to just point out that flooding is one impact of rainfall, which is the source of the annual recharge of the lake and groundwater basins, and is inextricably tied to stormwater management. And one of the things that the county could do, that you guys could do, is update your floodplain management ordinance, which identifies the authorities, roles, and responsibilities of the division of the county. It depends on whether it's a department or not at a given time, but Watershed Protection District and Department of Water Resources for floodplain management, because that is the actual top-down look at all of those portions of the process, of which flooding is one. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Johanna, do we have anyone else online? Guest, go ahead and unmute. You'll need to state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. guest, do you still want to speak?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, state your
Hello?
name for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Angela Amaral. Just to piggyback off of the issue with the flood section on flooding, and I agree that it needs to be more robust. We are seeing more and more flooding, and I think with more and more building going on and covering up permeable surface is going to create more runoff. So flooding, I think, is going to be a bigger issue going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. No more public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any final comments. It looks like Supervisor Owen.
Okay. In the flooding aspects of it, erosion has been a big issue, and that directly affects people. As far as I know, that I have some issues with erosion in the Hidden Valley area where the levees are, and so that's something that we've got to address. But some of that is stemming from not cleaning out some of the waterways. And I know that that's something that we've looked at up north in EJ's district as well. And and I know it's difficult because of the requirements from Fish and Wildlife. And that has stopped some of the cleanouts, which is causing some of the erosion. So I don't know if that's something we can kind of add into here, is the looking at that as well, to be able to protect some of the erosion issues.
Thank you. Supervisor Pyska.
I just want to thank you all for this hard work. I know this was another one of the grants that we worked on with the Risk Reduction Authority and brought in all the other jurisdictions so that we could really take a holistic look at the county as a region so that we can co-manage as a region with our other jurisdictions and other nations. So this is really great work, and I really appreciate how it's listed out the responsible agencies. The county is not carrying the full load on this. All of our partners are spreading this out so that we can all go, we can do the work that we need to do in the lanes that we need to do, where the momentum is, and look for funding. And that's the most important part, is that we've got this all in the plan, it's all written down, and it's going to be much easier for us to get that funding that we need to actually implement. So really great job on this. And I am happy to make the motion to, let's see, Mr. Chair, I move that, I'm going to offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
All right, Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Great.
Thank you for the presentation.
And thank you for all the work you did.
And we're going to go ahead and it is 11:42. We're going to call our 6.8 item, which is 10:45 item, 2026 governance workshop presentation from probation. I'm just going to mention we do have a hard stop at noon for an emergency check-in.
Thank you, Chair.
I will do my best to be very quick.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank the board and admin for allowing me to have this heard with a different time than the other departments, as I had a previously scheduled appearance in 2 weeks. Got it?
Do you have an online presentation?
Yeah, hold on. Do you want to hear the other item?
You can go ahead and, or no, I mean, how long do you think that'll take, Johanna?
That's
What was that?
I could talk about it without the presentation, or?
Are you talking about the 7-point item?
Yeah, the added addendum.
Okay, we can go ahead and pass this briefly. because I think 7.6, we're going to take up, shouldn't take more than a few minutes. That's an addendum for consideration of a letter to the board and state Community Corrections, BSCC, regarding proposed juvenile detention regulations. And go ahead.
Thank you. The Board of State and Community Corrections is the agency in charge of monitoring compliance with the law for juvenile detention centers in the state of California. And currently, they are considering changes to regulations Title 15 and Title 24, which could have a large impact on our ability to find places to house juveniles when they are arrested within the county. Currently, our main contract is with Mendocino County, but we do not have a dedicated bed space, and they do contract with other counties. The concern is the regulations are going to decrease the availability of space at all facilities in the state. And on January 26th and 27th, the Executive Steering Committee of BSCC is meeting to consider the regulations. And I'm requesting that the chair sign the letter that's attached to the agenda item opposing the regulations because of the impact they will have on the probation department.
Any questions from supervisors at this point? Supervisor Sabatier.
I'm trying to find where the second part was, but in the first sentence, just wondering if we can add a word. We are writing to, currently it says we are writing to express our concern, currently proposed regulation. Can we say we are writing to express our concern that currently proposed regulation revisions? It sounds like there's a missing word in there. And there was another one, but I can't. And the fact that I'm just not finding, I'm going to skip it. But there was another one, and what I'll do is it's not substantive. If I can find it, I'll pass it on to you. But I just wanted to provide that. I appreciate the conversation that we had. Chair Rasmussen and I met with Chief Monfrance and did reach out to CSAC. CSAC is on top of it, is trying to kind of balance what they can and can't get away with making changes on so that they can continue to have a healthy relationship. But they are hearing loud and clear that this is an imposition without a mandate that will just increase the potential funds needed from local communities to continue to do the work with our juvenile justice system. And if I can not quote you, but mention a comment you made, currently we're expending about $250,000. We may be looking at up to $400,000 maximum worst case scenario.
Or more.
If this passes and changes. So some of the things that are happening, I'm absolutely against. It makes no sense to me. And so happy to support this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public. Is there anyone in the room? Not seeing any. Johanna, do we have any hands online? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board. We do have two recommended actions here, so I'd be ready for motions.
Mr. Chair, sorry about that. I didn't realize there was two actions. I'm trying to figure out if I move to approve the letter as proposed with the amendment that was suggested.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0.
And I move to direct staff to appropriately include this in our legislative priorities for 2026.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and we're going to go back to our 6.8.
Did you get it? Here we go. Can I control it? Okay. Here, just, thanks. Okay. So in 2025, probation had many accomplishments. I'm just going to point out a couple of them for you. The implementation of the Child Abuse Prevention Plan has been something probation has been passionate about and working on strongly. One of the elements of the plan is increasing tribal engagement. And Kevin Lewis, Chief Deputy Probation Officer, has taken this under his wing and done a fantastic job in getting many tribal partners engaged in the plan. They've formed their own subcommittee, and they've chosen to implement positive Indian parenting throughout the county. There will be 9 individuals trained in facilitating that in the county. I think right now we have 3 trained and 2 are in training, and then by the end of June, 9 will be trained. Last week, we had a meet and greet at Big Valley for the first cohort to begin in the training. And the first workshop will be on February 5th at Big Valley. So we're really excited that this was a big element of the plan, and it's going forward, and positive Indian parenting is going to be offered to anyone in the county. And hopefully it's going to spark peer groups and support groups for parents of all ages throughout the community. Another big thing we've done is implementing AI in the department. We have started it with our pre-sentence investigation reports and the compilation of rap sheets. So it looks at the rap sheet, it does a synopsis of the rap sheet. Our officer then verifies the information is correct, and then that is included in our reports. And now it's to the point where it's helping write the static parts of the reports. It's taking the information from our databases and other databases and filling that in. When I started at probation 10 years ago, we had 7 to 10 people writing court reports. We're now down to 2. So the implementation of AI is one factor that has really helped probation officers get in the field and help people change and still fulfill the duty we have to the courts of preparing reports. And we now are using it fully with our juvenile disposition reports. So I will go on to the next slide, maybe. We'll get there. There we go. Okay. I'm not going to, the numbers speak for themselves. If you have a question about one of the numbers, I'm happy to discuss it. But for the most part, all of the numbers have increased except that number of the adult on probation supervision. But the numbers of parolee or people coming out on PRCS have increased, mandatory supervision, and juvenile numbers have increased dramatically over the last year. We had 2 new metrics this year. Prop 36, which is an unfunded thing that probation participates in. The number is 11, but keep in mind, we really didn't implement until about April, and so that's through June. So we had 11 people in that short period of time that came out on Prop 36. So I expect that number is going to be quite different next year by the time we get through it. And then we did have 172 people participate in our tattoo removal process this year, so we're pretty excited about that one. Okay, our points of emphasis this year, we are continuing our implementation of CalAIM. We have almost all of our staff trained. We have some technical assistant contracts in process to make sure we're following the mandates because we are not Medi-Cal billers and we're learning that whole process. We do have one individual currently who is our test case for making sure we're implementing correctly as we move forward. Back onto the AI, we have just entered into a contract to now have a program called Field Assist. So the field officers can use AI. It can record their interactions, create case notes, and then the officer then can modify the case notes. It can give them access to everything in the file that the individual has been doing from providers while they're on the spot in the field with individuals. So I think it's going to really make more effective contacts with individuals on probation. I think that, unless there's a question on one of those topics that are up there, no. Next year, we did receive a grant from the courts and judicial council related to Prop 63. Prop 63 was, part of it was the removal of guns off of the streets. And so we have to prepare reports to the court about if somebody was arrested with a gun or a gun is recovered. And so this will assist in those reports, enhance them, and also assist with recovering of firearms. So our plan is to collaborate with local police departments and the sheriff's department in recovering firearms that have not been returned. And then next year, we also plan on giving you a number of participants we've had in the positive parenting classes that are going forward. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chief Monframs. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
So I just, number one, thank you for the presentation. And also thinking about ahead the fact that you won't be available at the workshop, so bringing that to us. I think that's awesome. Thank you so much. I've seen you in action. I love seeing you and your staff, just your department as a whole. There seems to be such a culture in the department of we're here to help, not we're here to be authorities, even though you are as well. But it's just that the folks that I have engaged with from your department are absolutely on the positive end of the spectrum of what they do. Rather than on the other side, from the resilience reentry event that you helped put together in coordination with Woodland Community College, the amount of folks that go there, the amount of folks that benefit from going there, and 172, even though I know you had trouble getting the tattoo removal to show up, but they finally did, I think is a great start for some folks to kind of move away from the past, right? Yeah. And I think that there's a lot of good people who have gone through your system who are now the spokespeople outside of the system to say, hey, you can change. Hey, these things are helpful. Make sure that you approach that. And I know we're still working on the pit count, and I apologize, but I always appreciate that your team is wanting to be a part of it. And I know that unfortunately it comes with a little bit of conversations that are difficult to swallow, but here to support the things that you do, because I'm seeing it change people's lives. So thank you. And by the way, I would love to see another proclamation like you've done in the past, because listening to those firsthand stories of those that are impacted by your team is some of the most powerful stuff that I've seen here, because we all have community members that have struggled and had gone through incarceration, and hearing of their ability to come out of their slump and being able to really find ways through their lives that are positive is just something we love to hear. So hopefully you'll keep coming back with that.
It's my favorite day of the year.
Thank you. Any further question? Supervisor Crandall.
I wanted to highlight, the fact that you're doing the positive Indian parenting. That module's like $2,000 for like a 3-day training, and if you're bringing it to, it's $500 through $560. So it's a very expensive program, and the fact that you're doing it and people have the opportunity to go to it is really auspicious. So thank you for doing that. Yeah.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes, and thank you for being part of the last cohort of Build. That was incredible, and it just shows how much we can really lift and reach people when we all collaborate.
Yeah, we have contracted, so we'll have one person in Build every cohort.
It is amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I echo all the comments that have been made. I think probation's doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you for being out there. And with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing any. Johanna, anybody online? No hands online. I'll bring it back to the board. There is no recommended action. It's a presentation only. So we'll go ahead and close Supervisor Sabatier.
Two things. You mentioned PRCS is increasing. Is there a specific reason at this point? Are we looking at more prison closures? And so it's again a dropping down of the prisoner inmate population to the creating more jail or whatever the case might be. Is there a reason why that's happening, or it just happens that there might have been a cohort of inmates that now ended and are
No, I
going
think the definition of parole and PRCS has changed some as the laws keep changing, and we're seeing dramatically parole numbers are decreasing every year. I think I saw in the governor's budget in 2 years they expected to go down another 2,000, and keep going down. But PRCS do keep going up, and I do think it's just a shifting of responsibility for a type of crime. I don't believe it has to do with the prison closures.
Okay. And then just my last comment. Thank you for the giving people second chances.
Of course.
All right, and it is just seconds before noon, so I'm going to go ahead and go into lunch recess. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Expect to be on track with starting our 6.9 at that point. I'm going to call our meeting back to order at 1:04 p.m. and we're at our 6.9, 11 a.m. item, which is a public hearing continued from November 18th, 2025. Consideration of an ordinance amending Article V111 of Chapter 18 of the Lake County Code to implement a low value property tax exemption. With that, we have our tax collector and our assessor recorder here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to staff for presentation.
All right, and I believe Ms. Harrington from the Auditor Controller's Office is also present online. She was going to try to join remotely.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
As the chair stated, this is a continuation from in November. At this point, this would be the first reading of this ordinance. Since we last spoke, we have met with the City of Clear Lake, and there are other alternatives being explored. There are some other proposals being looked at, but they are not fully developed yet because they haven't been able to go to the City Council. So because of that, we really don't want to get into any discussion of that today. What we're going to ask for in order to preserve the timeline for this, we would ask your board to vote yes on this ordinance today, because that's the only way we're going to be able to move forward with it if this is the direction we go in. Voting yes today would take it to the second reading, which we would also hope to schedule today. But we are getting short on time. So before that second reading, there will be another item where your board will be presented these alternatives that are in the works. At that time, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions, understand that proposal, and determine whether that's the path the county would like to go down. If you choose to go down that path, we would then ask you to vote no at the second reading of this ordinance. If that alternative pathway doesn't work, we would ask you at the second reading of this ordinance to again vote yes in order to implement it. So for today, I realize everyone's short on time, so unless there are questions, I don't know that we need to rehash anything from before. We did give that prior presentation. So if the board has outstanding questions, we're happy to answer them. Otherwise, I think we'd be asking for that vote so that we can just keep this process in motion while this other alternative is being explored.
Only thing could I clarify is when he's talking about timeline, we're building the tax roll now. So in order to get this implemented, we can't wait months and months and months. It won't be effective for this tax roll at that point. And so that's what he's talking about, timeline. That has a lot to do with my office. So I'm going to be the one starting the valuation of properties right now for that tax roll. If you don't tell me that there's a low value ordinance, I will be working it as I always work it, right? So coming to us back in, let's say, May, that would be way too late. So that's what we're talking timeline. That's why it's crucial on timing.
Yeah, and the other concern, just Megabyte, our software provider, this is a decent project for them to work on, and we can't get in line for it until there's an answer. So we have to have the ordinance in place. And so anyways, yeah, thank you for the explanation. There is a reason why we kind of have to keep this ball rolling.
Yeah.
Are there any comments from the Auditor Controller? at this point?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Sullivan?
No.
I bring it back to the board for any questions to staff.
I'm wondering if I can get panelist access from Zoom, please. I just want to share something, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I just want to share my screen and show something to the board and the community. I appreciate the fact that our finance departments have come together with a solution to the problem that they are experiencing. And I think that from their perspective, this does solve the problem that they are experiencing. I will not change my perspective in the belief that this doesn't solve the problem that our communities are experiencing and why this is a problem that trickles down into our finance departments. And so rather than having a solution at the end of the creek, I really want to go upstream. And I just want to share with you what it is that I see as being a problem. We oftentimes should really look at who are we affecting with this. So this is a map that I, again, really greatly appreciate. Lon Sharp is being talked about a whole lot today about his work on our GIS system. I know he worked with our tax collector to make this updated tax defaulted properties. The majority, it's almost like an overlap, like the very low value properties are overlapped by the tax defaults that we see because these are properties that people don't care about. They don't even know they have. Maybe they passed and so on and so forth. And so when you look at the communities that will be impacted, here's the community of Lakeport. You can see the number of black dots that we're talking about. Here is the community of Kelseyville. These are the black dots that we are looking at. We're going to travel down to Hidden Valley, slightly different. It's kind of an anomaly, but that's because of the moratorium that existed in the past on the water, which meant people couldn't build, so people pretty much gave up on those properties. I am certain that those will slowly disappear as the moratorium has been lifted. And here's the Middletown area, which I don't even see a single black dot at this moment, except for maybe Southern down here. But then we move towards the communities of Clear Lake, where it looks like there's a rash of black dots from the amount of low-value properties that are also tax defaulted. Again, the overlap is almost a one-to-one. And then we move on to the North Shore. And so we all know what is a similar trait that impacts these communities. And to me, this solution is great from a financial perspective, but this solution is not great to the people that we're here to serve. And this has an environmental justice issue of we are going to give up on almost 14,000 properties in some of the lowest income communities that we have in our communities. And we're only going to depress those communities that much more rather than trying to find a solution to these areas to make them a part of the community and not where we have so much happening right now in our copter program where they are doing great work in a place that if we give up is work that's going to be wasted because it's just going to happen again 5-10 years down the road once we move on somewhere else. Again, I think we need to think larger, think bigger, think bolder, and really go upstream to solve this problem because, yes, I do see it as a problem for you guys. I'm not going to disagree what you're seeing, but I cannot today say yes to moving forward even on a first reading. I appreciate the fact that we have met with the city of Clear Lake. We have met with the county to discuss potential options and would love to keep those conversations going. But I see these where the rubber meets the road on these issues for these properties. This is not going to solve the issues that I have seen with my own eyes in changing our communities for the better. So I just needed to show you guys because this map speaks volumes as to who is going to be impacted by this and who will not be impacted by this. And if this is your backyard, this is a vastly different situation to say yes or no to. Thank you.
Any other comments from supervisors? Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
I appreciate that, Matt. Supervisor Sabatier. I just want to highlight that many of those properties are the paper subdivisions. And even if we continue to collect, there's never going to be a collection of it. I know I talked with Patrick about potential initiatives to work with getting these properties essentially off of the whole tax collection issue and working with either nonprofits or faith-based or something of the like to ensure that these properties can be taken care of in a different way. But a lot of them they're not going to be collected on. There's not going to be anything that comes out of these. So I hear you and I agree with you. And there are some properties that are just in the towns and the cities, but a majority of those are the paper parcels. Yeah.
Supervisor Pyska.
I mean, it is our priority to make sure that we're fiscally sound, and our financial advisors, elected, our financial specialists here are telling us, and this is a burden that we're all going to have to carry. Everyone in our community is going to have to carry. And so we need to move forward today. There are discussions apparently happening. This is something that we can change. We don't have to die by this. We can move forward. We can, if there's other options that come to us, we can adjust. But right now, we have to be financially prudent. And this is a burden that we're all carrying and all bearing. And this is our responsibility to carry.
Supervisor Owen.
I think last time this came before us, I had mentioned that my concern was if we're not coming forward with the taxes, would we have the right to be able to somehow take that or to make use of it in the future? And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the answer was it would kind of stay like it is. Is that correct? But we wouldn't be attaching taxes to it, which kind of seems like it could hurt us. Is that true?
Yes. Ultimately, if the low value ordinance is passed, those properties, those low value lots will fall off the roll. They'll no longer receive a tax bill. Formerly, at 5 years of delinquency, they would become eligible for auction.
They would still become, okay.
They would, but not if the low value ordinance passes.
That's what I was concerned
about. They would fall off. So they would fall in that category of being, for us, unsellable. We're unable, we don't have any buyers for these. And that's the other point I just wanted to highlight is we've met with the Land Trust previously. We've met with the U.S. Forest Service, federal officials. We have tried to drum up interest in this, but so far, no one has come forward to be a buyer. So even when we get close to the paper subdivisions, to the properties that are more desirable, we still don't get bids on those. So
Right.
80% of our sales get no bids. Once we try to sell these, we expect no bids, at least so far. So, and I think that's why it's important we are doing these talks to understand if there are other options that haven't been explored.
Mhm.
But just so far, we don't have an alternative to
Sure.
fix this.
And I think, if I remember correct, when we were talking about it, I mentioned something about, or maybe it was a different meeting, that we were talking about about combining some of them to make them larger parcels, which if we do drop these off the tax rolls, I'm concerned that we would lose the ability to take them and to make something more constructive of them. So that's along the lines, because I know at one of the meetings we were talking about other options and combining some of them to make larger parcels to make them more desirable, and or parks and or trails to make them somehow beneficial to the county. And I don't want to lose that ability to take them or to get them to somehow make them useful. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Ford.
So just to talk about that for a second. So kind of like we talked about last time, we're the finance guys. So we don't necessarily have the ability to do the things that you just described.
Mm-hmm.
That has to kind of come through the rules and regulations that we have to manage this. But I know it's been discussed before is every time he puts it out to bid, it's $500 to $700 every time just to put it on bid for assets, right? And so there's a cost every time he puts it out for bid and it doesn't even get bought. And so every time he does this repeated pattern times the multiple thousands that he does, there's a cost, and it's general fund costs. And we're all general fund, plus a bunch of other offices of general fund. And the big majority of that is law enforcement, which is a big recipient of general fund. We're cognizant of that because we're the finance guys. We see the numbers, right? And so these are great ideas. And going back to what Bruno said last time, I don't want to be myopic. I'm totally supportive of this, but we don't have the power as the finance guys to do this. We're the finance guys. We see the numbers. We see it's not fiscally sound to continue. It's come up multiple times in multiple different avenues, but we do not have the power to make this change. I like all these ideas. I was on a committee with Bruno and we discussed some of these, but that was also years ago and nothing happened, right? So we would love to see it happen. We would love to see some good stuff, but we can't do it ourselves. We just have to present to you what we're saying is a complete loss.
Yeah, and I do still have concerns about them, the issue of bad actors moving on to them, and the same programs with the copter program that we're trying to clean those areas up. And since they are primarily in Bruno's district and in EJ's district, I'm going to try to support what they're thinking they want to do in those districts.
And I haven't weighed in yet, but I'll get to Supervisor Sabatier once I do. I just wanted to get a couple of clarifications. First of all, it's my recollection and understanding that County General Fund is spending about $250,000 a year to do this billing. Am I correct on that? Or do you have a number? What does it cost us to send out these tax bills? What's the burden financially on us?
So I think the hard part, there's about 13,000 of these low-value parcels under $5,000. The initial mailing we do, if you just do straight cost, it's a little over $1 for each of those. The problem comes when they go delinquent. Once they go delinquent, on an $18 bill, I'm sending a $10 certified letter. And then I'm publishing and I'm posting and doing all this. So that's how you hit that $500 cost. So right now we have about 4,000 of these. So to do the delinquent noticing and mailing for that and the cost of the auction, we'd be looking at, $2 to $2.5 million. And that's what we're wrestling with. Right now when we do these sales, we have revenue coming in from the good stuff, basically, the valuable properties to offset it. But soon we're going to we are already swallowed up by these. They're 80% of our inventory.
All right. Yeah, I think it's definitely we've been talking about this for a while. I wanted to mention, I did have the opportunity, thank you to City Manager in Clear Lake, to show me some of the challenges down there with the low value lots that they're dealing with and in their community. And I'm very concerned about that, but I'm also concerned about the cost that we're continuing to pay to deal with these things. I feel like, I know we're not really getting into talk about what the plans are. I know there's work being done, but I feel like if we do pass it, to allow you to at least get it started so that if we don't come up with a solution in the next few weeks, we don't miss the deadlines for this year to get it implemented. We certainly don't have to vote on this at the second reading and it dies if we don't. Or we still have an option, I believe, to just rescind the ordinance again if we do end up passing it, because it's up to our board to pass laws. So that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. There's a lot of challenges on both sides, but with that, I'll go ahead and take further comments from Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, since I said it publicly, I'll apologize publicly for saying that you were being myopic. I was upset at the moment. I was in a weak, vulnerable state. Yes, we've had these conversations, and I'll be blunt. We did not have people in the right positions to move on some of the things that we're talking about today.
Yeah.
We did our first Chapter 7 sale that I can recollect that the county has done just in the recent last year or two. I think it's the last year that we've done that with the city of Clear Lake and some with special districts. Chapter 8 sales, sorry. Thank you for the correction. Those were the direct sales. That was part of the plan, but we couldn't get any movement on that. And Mr. Sullivan has been helpful in moving on some of those things. I showed the map with all of the black dots. Again, a very good overlap of what properties will be impacted, not all. Those are the tax defaulted. You will not accumulate more taxes on those properties, but you're still going to have to deal with those properties because they're still going to show up as tax defaulted.
You're referring to the existing properties?
Yes. The ones that are currently tax defaulted who owe us money and have been on the tax roll for 30 years, 10 years, even 5 years, you're still going to have to deal with.
Right, and I think that's why it's so critical that, I mean, we should have passed this ordinance to slow the tide years ago.
I just want to make sure it's understood that this doesn't eliminate all the dots that I just showed. It just stops adding accumulation on top, which still creates the problem that if nobody buys them and you have to put them on the auction, you're going to have to continuously put them on the auction, which pushes us. We need the solution to this problem because these will just cycle through and keep wasting your time and your money.
There is, and I realize you guys are probably short on time, so I don't want to go too deep into it, but there is a discharge mechanism, ultimately, if those are removed from the roll.
But that's not what's being offered today, yes.
No, so I just want to make clear, because it's not part of this, but there is another pathway that can address those if this ordinance passes, but that would definitely be another presentation.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood this doesn't clear the rolls. This is still tax defaulted properties. You're still going to have to deal with them, which means the loss will continue until we solve that or we pass a discharge of the tax roll type of ordinance or approval or resolution. And there are ways, in my opinion, that yes, I would love to accumulate a full rectangle or square of properties, but if you can get half of them, or if you can get more than half of them in a square, if you're able to pencil out the process of developing that grid, like the black boxes on a checkerboard, the white boxes might suddenly be incentivized to build on their own properties. So I think that this idea, I've been hoping for that pipe dream of the full box or the full rectangle. We have to be able to be flexible and figure out on how to just move forward with some of the things that we can and can't do. So, again,
I think he spoke.
Okay, is there anything further from the board? Not seeing any, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public. We'll go in the room first. And we have city manager coming up. If he could state his name for the record.
Chair, board members, Alan Flora, city manager at Clear Lake. So appreciate the opportunity to speak. Appreciate the time that Mr. Sullivan has given to try and find a solution, and of course Supervisor Sabatier as well. Well, my first hope is that you don't move forward with the first reading today, although as I've expressed to Mr. Sullivan, I do understand the intent behind that, because I do understand the administrative and fiscal challenges that the county is facing related to this. I do think we're in a pretty narrow box with some of the possible alternatives, but I feel like we've been pretty creative up to this point, and I think we will come back with something that gives not only the city of Clear Lake some options that I guess give us a little more control over our future destiny than what this ordinance would, and should do the same thing for the concentration of lots on the North Shore as well. I just want to make sure and underline, I went over some numbers last time, but I'll use some of the round numbers that, based on my recollection, that there's about 14,000 properties across the county that would fall under this proposed ordinance. About 4,000 of those are currently considered in tax default. And so, we have a problem that creates a lot of potential costs to the county to try and sell those tax defaulted properties, but we're impacting another 10,000 properties on top of that to try and solve the solution. And that's pretty concerning. Some specific numbers for the city of Clear Lake: we have just over 14,400 properties total or parcels in the city. Based on the information that I have, 3,380 of those parcels would qualify for this ordinance of being valued at $5,000 total assessed value or less. If this moves forward to the next step, I would like to have the opportunity to share the map that I have. I had the opportunity to show it to our chair, but it's very difficult to describe. That's 23.3% of the parcels in the city would be taken off the tax roll. And this is not something that is a solution that I think is going to work for us. And you know, there are some areas where it nears 100% in large concentrated areas, such as the source of the Boils and Cache Fire. But throughout the middle of the city, it's interspersed everywhere, and it's going to have a ripple effect of negative impacts in our entire community. So, again, I would reiterate, I really hope that you don't do the first reading today. If that does happen, we are thankful for the opportunity to continue to work with the tax collector and the rest of the county to try to find a better solution before any adoption may happen.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Yes, please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Elizabeth Larson, Lucerne resident, map nerd, and therefore Lawn Sharp fan. In Lucerne, I want to reiterate what my supervisor said. In Lucerne, our issues are very unique because of those paper lots. You can go back 100 years in old newspapers and find advertisements for those lots. This has bedeviled our grandparents and great-grandparents. So the fact that all of you are trying to do it, congratulations. It's a tough problem. In Lucerne, I actually think the whole hillside behind my house is these paper lots. What was about 3 years ago, one of the paper lots up higher than us, there was a wildland fire that nearly blew into town because somebody was up there squatting on one of these lots. So we see the impacts all the time. I do think that this is going to hopefully open up an opportunity for, again, as Supervisor Crandall said, nonprofits, faith-based groups to come forward, and maybe, you know, the money that you save and not having to deal with them can be put into a little fund that in where there's these public-private partnerships and where you can develop green space, green belts, trails, and all of that. I mean, I think that land up there, because I like to hike up there, it's beautiful property. It's just that nobody's taking care of it. Clear Lake's problem is very unique. And so the question I have is there a way to zone this? Can we zone it and say maybe this is something focusing on the North Shore? And then maybe Clear Lake gets their own, because they are a city, maybe there can be an agreement, you know, somehow it gets worked out. Again, I think that the fact that you're even here doing this, try a new generation, because a couple generations ago, your predecessors were still trying to do this. And so my hope is that we can somehow get there and get these into management where people will take care of them. I mean, the astronomical amount of money that's being spent on this. And again, people who, they don't know what it is, grandma left it to them, if they even know grandma left it to them. And grandma thought she was going to build a retirement home there. I mean, over the years, I've gotten so many calls, just like all of you have. In 2015, your predecessors on the board accepted a paper subdivision lot plan. I don't know if anybody's looked at it recently, but I'm wondering if there isn't something in there that you might be able to go back to and look at the wisdom of your previous boards and say, this is how they were thinking about it. Maybe they saw something we didn't. But I do agree, Clear Lake has a unique problem, but so does Lucerne, so does Nice, so does Clear Lake Oaks. And I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think we can somehow come out here where everybody gets what they need, our communities are taken care of, and the investment will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any hands online, Johanna? No hands online. I'm going to bring it back to the board for further questions or discussions. And Supervisor Sabatier.
I'm wondering if Mr. Sullivan could respond to the kind of dissecting our communities so that certain areas are affected by this and others are not.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point. I wish that state law did give us more options, but we are somewhat boxed in. The policy we adopt is for the entire county. So Clear Lake does have a different problem than the county. The paper subdivisions in East and Lucerne are different than the city of Clear Lake. So it is really unfortunate. I think that we have to craft a solution that has to work, or work or not work well for everyone. But state law doesn't, there's no discretion given to me, right? I'm forced into selling these. I'm forced to take certain steps in terms of the billing and default methodology, and whatever methodology we apply at the low value ordinance level equally applies to the whole county. So there's no way to bifurcate it.
Any further discussion from what was that? Rich.
I was just going to jump in because I know we talked about that. It's higher cost for these lots that we've been talking a lot about, paper lots, right? But the cost with the low value ordinance is still covered on the non-paper lots that are going to drop into that, because we still have costs that are going through that are not covering that property tax. Basically, call it 1% of whatever that is, right? $5,000. We're past cost already, just in his department, just in Treasurer's department, not counting the auditor or my department. You're already past cost. So it's not like it's a loss only in the paper lots. It's a loss across that whole breadth of parcels. So just going to give you that background.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? If not, we have possible action.
Why am I? I'll go ahead and offer the ordinance?
The ordinance has been offered.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
All right.
Yes.
Motion to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Since we're, thank you, Mr. Chair. So since we're at the first reading, for purposes of the motion language, it's a two-step motion. If it pleases the board.
You want to
yes.
have county council walk us through that?
So the first motion would be a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance to be read in title only. That would be
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. What was that?
She's got to
Then
read
the
it.
clerk will read.
Okay, it's an ordinance amending Article 8 of Chapter 18 of the Lake County Code to implement a low-value property tax exemption.
Thank you. County council?
And then the second motion would be a motion to approve that the draft ordinance be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. And that concludes this item. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to move on to our 6.10 item, which is 11:15 item, public hearing. Consideration of resolution approving an application for funding and the execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto from the 2025 funding year of the state CDBG program. And we have our Deputy Administrative Officer, Ben Rickelman, here to present this. And I'll go ahead and turn that over to you at this point.
Thank you, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here to discuss a resolution tied to funding application with the Community Development Block Grant Program. I'm here with Jeff Lucas, who is a principal with Community Development Services, who's worked with the county on several different CDBG projects and is currently the administrator for the Small Business Loan Portfolio and Microenterprise Program. So, how the resolution and the memo is structured, it would be for a $1.5 million economic development program that would have two components. One is a continuation of the low interest loan program aimed at small businesses, and then the other one would be a facade improvement program. We did get a request yesterday to include a project with the CDBG application. So that would be cleaning main sewer lines in Clear Lake with the impact of the flooding there. We believe it would be a qualified project. So the allocation it can be up to, you can apply for, is 3.6 million. So you could do a range. So for the economic development program, that can be up to 1.5 million, and projects can be up to 3.3 million. I got an estimate from special districts. They do have a quote on this that the project would be around 2.5 million. So it would be possible to package the two, the economic development program and the project. We would just need to come back to you with a new resolution. We have time to do that. The application period is February 2nd to March 3rd. And there isn't this time an over-the-counter. It's just HCD will competitively judge all the proposals once the application period closes. Is there anything you want to speak to on this, Jeff?
No, that's a great summation. I just wanted to add that if the board decides to sort of postpone the approval of this resolution.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do that every time. Then that would give us time to determine the eligibility for the program. Everything that we've been able to put together in the last few hours it looks like the addition of fund request to make improvements or to do deferred maintenance on the facility would be an eligible CDBG activity. And so what we would need is a little bit of time to make sure that's the case, have an opportunity to speak with special districts, run it by HCD staff, CDBG staff, just to confirm, and then put together, the needs statement, the budget, program description and design, those kinds of things you do with an application. It would take, we could probably do that in a week or so, get it to the point where we're sure it's a good use of funds and a good application, would be eligible and competitive. It would, if the budget information we have to date is correct, we would reduce the amount that we're currently considering for from 1.5 for the business loan program to like 1.1. But in this case, I think it's a good idea to take a little bit of time. We shouldn't lose any position relative to the competitive review process with the other jurisdictions. So we're kind of shifting gears here just to adjust to the situation at the treatment plant. And for the past 2 or 3 nights, I've been awake listening to those pumps moving that stuff out. And I know it's impacting a lot of my neighbors. I live in that area, so I have a little closeness to this project. And I think it would be worth our time to take a look at it and see if it's eligible and see if we could make it work.
Anything further, Mr. Rickelman?
Just in summation, so the resolution that was on the agenda was 1.5 for an economic development program, which would be low interest revolving loans aimed at small businesses and a facade improvement program. And then this potential update, the economic development program would move from 1.5 to 1.1. And then there would be a $2.5 million project for sewer line cleaning in the area that's impacted in Clear Lake for a total proposal of 3.6, which is the maximum allowed for this NOFA, the CDBG Notice of Funding Opportunity.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, I'll bring it to the board. It looks like Supervisor Sabatier is first.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I know that I only saw the 1.5. I wanted to see if we can get the full gamut, and I really appreciate that you're able to put something together. And I'm going to step on my own toe a little bit. My goal in my communicating with you was not to take away from what I think our businesses still need. So if it remains at 1.5 and we're able to put another project on that allows us to activate the rest, I'm okay with that. I just think that, and I know you said cleanup. I'm not going to say what the specifics need to be, but to me, long-term infrastructure upgrade would probably be the best use of those funds. That's just my opinion. But again, I wasn't intending to take away from anything. I think our businesses need all the help they can get. If we can give them a new splash of paint and make them more attractive and create more sales tax revenue in the long run for the county, I'm all for that. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't leave any money on the table, and there's a great need. And so again, appreciate you putting that together as quickly as possible, and looking forward to what you bring back if there's support from the board for that.
Not seeing any further, Supervisor Owen, do you have comment?
All right.
Okay. Then at this point, we'll go ahead and open it to public comment. I'm going to start with Zoom. Online this time, Johanna, is there anyone? No hands? Move to the room. Are there anyone present that wishes to speak? Not seeing any, I'll bring it back to the board for any final comment or ready to take action. Supervisor Owen has comment.
You know what? Let me see. The Clear Lake sewer issues, I think, are at the forefront for me personally. That's really needs to be addressed. So I'm going to prioritize that.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
And from what I understand, we would just be continuing this public hearing until date certain, or are we approving what's in front of us now and then more of the resolution for the remaining funds later?
We would just be continuing it. So with the application, we need a resolution that specifies what we would be applying for. So we would come back in February with an updated resolution that also has the Clear Lake project in it.
Is there a date certain for that? Okay.
And while we're checking, let me bring it back to the board to see where the consensus is.
Yeah.
We have consensus for that to continue it and bring it back to a date and time certain.
Yes, but we would have to do another public notice process because, see, we're changing the content of what we're, so that's why we want to kind of get at this as soon as possible to make a determination if it's something we should do, and then.
So Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
No, I would recommend doing it later in February. That'll give enough time to actually do the calculations and get the noticing out in proper time.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a question so that we don't get to the same situation again where now we're changing the resolution. We're going to have to spend more money to be able to do the notification process and all that. I know from the email communication I had with Mr. Rickelman that it was put out to our department heads and that this was the to give ideas for what projects. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
Okay. If we end up leaving money on the table, I'm just very much against that. I would like to have some form of process to then come to the Board of Supervisors saying, hey, we're about to leave $2 million on the table. What projects or what ideas would you like to bring that fits within the CDBG project? Because to me, that's just unacceptable to leave that kind of money behind if it's going to be helping us move forward and make progress in our communities. So just for the future case, so that we don't have to cancel a resolution, redo a public hearing, and all of that, I would like to introduce that to us if there's nothing that has fulfilled the full amount, so that then we can maybe work through the CAO, and then something can come to that in full fruition.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have reached out to departments with previous NOFAs, so I'm glad special districts did, at this point, step forward with something. They also, special districts has a larger project they're looking at for the FY26 CDBG NOFA, and for FY26 and 27, HCD, the state department that administrates the program in California, they are not doing economic development and housing programs. That's due to some jurisdictions not expending awarded funds. So even more so, but they have a pretty large project, and so we should be good for that.
All right, so I believe we have consensus that this will be continued. County Council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this being a public hearing, the recommendation would be for the board to move for a motion to continue this to a date and time certain with the date and time identified.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm confused. I feel like the opposite, because if we do a date certain and continue the hearing, then that means we're continuing the resolution. I thought we were killing this, doing the new resolution, putting it back out for public notification with all the new information, and then we come back here. Am I correct that we're just saying pass and moving on?
So staff can clarify if the item is actually being withdrawn at this point as opposed to being continued.
It's being withdrawn because we'll need a new resolution.
So we can operate with the consensus, or you still want?
Well, with the item being withdrawn, no action needs to be taken at this point.
All right. So we'll go ahead and conclude, and we'll see you back at a later date.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call our 6.11 item. I'm going to read it. It's our 11:30 item, public hearing continued from December 9th, 2025. Consideration of an ordinance amending the purchasing ordinance. That is Article 10 of Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code to clarify powers and duties, additional exemptions from competitive bidding, and include increased purchasing limits for public projects. And I have a request from our administrative office that this item would be request to be continued to a future date or pulled. Go ahead.
It'll be withdrawn and renoticed to a
Okay.
future date and time to be determined.
Okay, so the request is be withdrawn, and the board is good with that, I believe. Yes, so we're going to withdraw that item. And do we have, before we move on that, is there any public comment in the room on our withdrawing of this item? Not seeing any. Are there any hands on Zoom? Not seeing any public comment either way. I'm going to go ahead and close that item. Next, I'm going to move on to our 6.12 item, our 1 p.m. item, which is consideration of the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $663,489.75 from tax defaulted land sale number 162 held May 31st, 2024, per R&T is at the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 4675. We have our tax collector and our assistant tax collector here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you for presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. So as you stated, so today we bring the item to do the distribution of excess proceeds from tax sale 162, which we conducted May 31st of 24. To give a little bit of background, so anytime there's excess proceeds from the sales of our tax sales for the auction, we notify interested parties. We send out claim forms, and these claim forms have to be submitted to our office no later than 1 year after the tax sale deeds are recorded. As stated, we are wanting to get approval to distribute approximately $633,000 in excess proceeds. For this round, there was 34 claims that were filed in the amount of $435,000. 26,000 went unclaimed. Approximately 1,800 were under $150, so there's no excess proceeds on that. And then there's a remaining unclaimed balance of approximately 200,000. So if everything is approved as we have determined, general fund would be receiving approximately 228,000 of the excess proceeds from this sale. We did have one item that we added, item 8. We did include the claim forms for this item because the parties did reach out to our office and they were contesting our determination. The determination that we concluded for this item, there was 3 claims that were filed. They were children of the previous owner. So we have determined that each claimant is entitled to 33.33% of those excess proceeds.
Anything further from Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, I would just add that before, well, I was going to say, I don't know how you want to handle this, Mr. Chair. I was going to provide additional detail on that claim we believe is going to be contested. Would you like me to do that
Yes,
now?
please.
Okay. So I just wanted to highlight a few of the aspects of this claim that I think are important for your board to be aware of. There are conflicting claims between these siblings. We have had discussions with all of them at this point, and I think each of them is coming at it from a different perspective, but we are really limited to the facts that we have at hand and the materials that we can validate. We have been made aware of statements that were made by the deceased, of a purported will that was drafted by the deceased or done on her behalf. But for us, there was no probate case. Nothing ever went to court on this. We don't have any sort of findings or orders to go off of. So at least at this time, in the absence of some sort of documentation like that, we would not change our determination. So that's just the point that we wanted to communicate, because I'm aware that parties may speak and may be wishing to offer additional documentation, in that unless there is something like that out there, there is not anything that would change our current recommendation.
Thank you. Before I check in on any of those claimants, are there any questions from the board to our tax collector staff? No? Okay, so at this point, I want to first state that this is not a public hearing. This is a determination by the tax collector's office coming to us for final review, is the way I'm understanding it. But we are going to check in with any claimants for any of these that are here. And if they have comments or statements they want to make, we're going to allow some comments to be made. However, because it's not a public statement, we're not going to be, or a public hearing, we're not going to swear anybody in. So having that in mind, if we have claimants here, could you please state that you're here to speak on this item? Okay, and do we have anyone online, Johanna?
If you're in Zoom and you want to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom.
These parties did advise us that they intended to appear remotely. We provided the agenda link for that.
Okay, and you're not seeing anyone at this point? Okay, so those that are here in the room, go back to the room. We do have your claims. We've read all that. How many minutes do you believe it would take to provide any additional information for us? 3 minutes? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give 3 minutes to claimants to speak on this before it comes back and opens for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Larson, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all of you, Chair and board and staff. My name is Elizabeth Larson. I am the daughter-in-law of Sophie Jensen, the wife of her son and heir, John Jensen. Mrs. Jensen's former property is part of today's agenda item regarding the distribution of excess proceeds from a tax sale. I am speaking today because Mrs. Jensen's daughters have contested the Treasurer Tax Collector's recommendation to distribute the proceeds equally among the heirs as provided under California probate law. This matter is legally narrow, and I want to keep my comments focused on that narrow issue. Mrs. Jensen died in July of 2012 intestate. No valid will has ever been produced. Under California law, when a person dies without a legally sufficient will, their estate is divided equally among the heirs. The document being relied upon by Lisa and Pia Jensen, which I believe is in the exhibits, does not meet the statutory requirements for a valid typed will in California. It lacks the decedent's signature and the signatures of 2 witnesses. As such, it has no legal effect. If a valid will had existed, it would have been admitted to probate. That never happened. Not in 1 year, not in 5 years, and not in nearly 14 years. Instead of going through probate, which is the proper legal process designed to resolve exactly these types of disputes, the estate was never administered according to the requirements of probate law. That failure does not create rights that do not exist, and it does not transform an invalid document into a valid one. I would also note that I recently became aware of a petition for a small estate affidavit filed in 2019. Neither my husband nor I were notified of this filing. The use of a small estate affidavit, particularly without notice to all heirs, does not substitute for probate, does not establish the validity of a will, and does not resolve competing inheritance claims. Rather, it further illustrates why this matter should have been addressed through formal probate proceedings. The disputing parties have already been given additional time, months beyond the original deadlines, to produce legally sufficient evidence, and they have not done so. Further delay does not serve justice, fairness, or efficiency. Importantly, resolving inheritance disputes and determining the validity of testamentary documents is the role of the Superior Court through probate proceedings, not the treasurer tax collector and not this board acting administratively. Proceeding as though an invalid document carries legal weight places the county in the position of deciding matters beyond its proper jurisdiction. I respectfully ask the board to follow the law, decline to give effect to an invalid document, and either distribute the excess proceeds according to intestate succession, or refer the matter to the Superior Court and the public administrator for formal probate handling. This matter has been unresolved for nearly 14 years. The record is complete, the law is clear, all parties deserve closure. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, any other claimants in the room or not seeing any for any of these items on here? Anybody else online? Not seeing any, then I'm going to go ahead and move to general public comment. Is there any members of the public that are not claimants that wish to speak on this? No hands. Not seeing anyone in the room. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any further questions or discussions prior to action. And we have Supervisor Sabatier.
So I don't disagree, at least logically from what I'm hearing. I'm hoping that we can ask County Council to kind of give us guidance on the law regarding this as far as splitting it up. Again, it makes sense to me, but I also want to make sure, because I know that we do have a tax collector who has studied law and has practiced law, but I want to make sure that our county council is able to speak on this.
County Council, can you address that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your board's decision-making authority on this item, on this issue, is based on Revenue and Taxation Code 4675D, which states that the claims, these excess proceeds claims, shall contain any information and proof deemed necessary by the Board of Supervisors to establish the claimant's rights to all or any portion of the excess proceeds. That is the provision that your board is under authority to act upon, as coming from the recommendation from Treasurer Tax Collector staff.
Thank you. And go ahead.
I was speaking more specifically about the three claimants that we have and some of the comments that were made specifically about the if there's no will, if there's no probate court that has made a decision, that it gets split three-way. That was the specific request for review from you.
I mean, your board can give it the weight that your board deems that it's that would be appropriate for your board. Up to your board, that would be up to your board's discretion. But this is outside of probate proceedings. We're working under the auspices of Revenue and Taxation Code 4675, which is, relatively speaking, open-ended as far as what your board is in its discretion entitled to receive and assess and give its proper weight when it comes to any proof or information that's submitted to your board. Now, that has been provided to your board by the Treasurer Tax Collector as it was uploaded in Granicus, and your board is certainly entitled to give it its proper weight. What's before your board also What's also before your board is a recommendation by the treasurer tax collector to split it 3 ways as it relates to this claims based on based on his assessment and review of the documents that were provided to him.
Did you want to make a statement?
I was just going to add that the process we followed is in alignment with the guidance we received from the state controller and the trainings that come of our state association. It is these code sections that are looked to help guide our decision. But otherwise, yeah, I would entirely agree with what county council has said. But I just wanted to clarify that this is in alignment with the guidance that we receive.
And I'll just state that I extensively looked into this. I had multiple discussions with both Mr. Sullivan and county council, and really the only thing in front of us is the tax collector's bringing us a recommendation for a determination. And I have seen no information provided I've reviewed what's been provided that indicates that we should deviate in any other way. So that's where I'm at. Supervisor Sabatier?
I appreciate that. I just have one question, just to make sure, because all I see is 3. That's it. There's no other siblings whatsoever. And just so everybody knows, I'm getting a no response with a head.
There's a half sibling who is not her son.
My brother wants out of this.
So he's not involved. Just the 3 natural.
That made it very complicated. I'm going to ignore that at this moment in time. Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'd be ready for action.
Is it me?
It's in your district.
Well, I hear that we have the the recommendation. Is there anything that gives us a chance to look at this further too?
So if your board chose to continue it to request additional information from any of these claimants, there is another consequence that may be important to be aware of. I think all parties have expressed that they wanted this resolved as quickly as possible. There's a 90-day waiting period once your board makes its final decision. So from whatever date your board does this, you do have the option of pulling these claims out and deciding on the rest, but it does delay the ultimate distribution. But yeah, certainly if you want to pull them and look into them more and develop additional information.
That doesn't hurt the full.
It just delays the distribution for the parties. It's unfortunate they're not here. I think it's fair for me to express they've definitely wanted this distributed as quickly as possible. They have contacted us consistently to express that. So for whatever that's worth.
All right. I'm fine with pulling that.
Yeah, Uruguay.
I'm gonna see if that even has an international number in Uruguay. Let's see. I don't know.
So sorry I missed your.
Oh, I'm fine with pulling those 3 if it's okay, if we can do that, or that situation.
So you're wanting, just so I understand, are you requesting to pull the one that's being
Yes.
disputed and approve the rest of the
Yes, like Mr.
agenda
Sullivan
and
had
then
said.
bring that one back?
Is that you said that's something we can do?
It's permissible as far as I understand, but I guess I'd be wondering, as far as we know, they have no additional documentation to provide. We have spoken with them, so if we pull it, I'm just not sure what we're intended to do during that time.
Go ahead.
I'm just ready to move forward with approving the recommendations of Mr. Sullivan for the distribution. Thank you. I'm ready to move forward with the recommendations of the distribution to all 3 parties, along with the other distributions for tax default lands sales.
And at this point, I'm not in favor of doing anything other than following the recommendation of the tax collector. These folks were all aware and had the opportunity to get online. I don't know if there was a problem, but Johanna, you can confirm we received no notification from any claimant that there was technical difficulties or anything?
Uruguay doesn't have an international Zoom number, but they have a toll-free dial line that they could have done.
And they had the date and time.
Yeah, there's an original notice provided, and then last week we were contacted because one of them expressed they're having difficulty with access due to being out of the country. So we provided a link directly to the agenda from which they could log into that would not be impacted by the county's firewall. So we did provide that. So we haven't been made aware of any issue.
All right, well, we have a couple of different requests here. So Supervisor Owen,
I was just going to say it's been going on since 2012, and with them not providing any solid documentation to say anything other than what you have down here, which is the three-way split, I don't see what further information they could be bringing forward that would change our minds legally.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I think that we have the information that we need. But I don't know if IT was involved, because I know that internationally you can't access our website for things like that. So I don't know if this was a specially created link so that they can get through that, as you said, through the firewall, or if that is one of the things that is holding it back. Because I've tried looking stuff up or paying certain bills when I'm international, when I'm moving around, and it's inaccessible. And I've had that conversation with IT, and it's for protection purposes, which is good. So that could be a reason. But again, if this is the date and time, then you maybe request to see if it's going to work earlier than just right now on the spot. You make time to be here. You make it work. You figure it out. And so I think that they were given a chance. They weren't able to figure it out. That's not on us. And we have the information in front of us to be able to make a final decision so that everybody can move forward from this last tax sale and all these other things that they're dealing with.
And because our purview as the board is narrow, we're not the decider on any estates or probate or anything like that. And I feel like the information was submitted to us, the claimants that wanted to say whatever they said. We've reviewed it. It's been in our packet. So I'm in favor of moving forward. But it's in front of the board for action or no action.
I'm going to make a motion that we accept the recommendations.
So we have a motion to accept the recommendation of the tax collector. Supervisor Pyska, do you want to make a comment?
Well, I just have a question because it's Supervisor Crandall's district, and he was saying something before this motion came up.
Oh, sorry.
And I don't know what the concern is.
No, well, it's not just my district.
But you were, what?
This isn't just for my district, is it?
Well, oh, no.
Right.
No.
It's a, okay.
So
But
if
you
she
were,
ma-
okay. But you
if
were,
she makes the motion.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to say something.
No, you asked me something, so I was responding.
Oh, okay.
Lloyd?
Right. So Mr. County Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the motion that's before your board, as stated by Supervisor Owen, just wanted to clarify that further, that it would be a motion to approve the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $663,489.75 from tax defaulted land sale number 162 held on May 31, 2024 pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 4675. Typically, that's the language of the motion that would approve the excess proceeds distribution as it's reflected on that document that was provided by the Treasurer's Tax Collector.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd, and so offered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We're going to move on to our 115 item, which is consideration of a resolution to authorize the California Statewide Communities Development Authority to establish a community facilities district for the Gwinnett development. And we have our Deputy Administrative Officer of Economic Development here, Mr. Ben Rickelman. I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to you.
Thank you.
Just share this.
Okay. Chair, respectfully, 5-minute break, please.
We're going to be in recess for 5 minutes. I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and we're going to,
Thank you.
at this point, we're going to pause for a while on the 6.13, and we're going to go back to the 6.12 item. It's been brought to the chair's attention and county council's attention that we had a claimant from a different claim within the numerous claims that were on that past item that was in the courthouse just outside the chambers, but I guess didn't know they were able to come in at that point or something like that. I don't have all the details, but so the tax collector has requested to come back to this item, but at this point, because it was done and closed, we would need first of all, a motion from the board to rescind or county council, can you walk me through that again?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So upon further review on this, it looks like procedurally, in order to reopen the item itself, which is 6.0, since it's been closed, that a motion to reconsider would have to take place first.
Okay.
And so, staff, I think you've outlined the circumstances surrounding the proposed motion to reconsider. A motion to reconsider can be made by a board member who votes on the same meeting, by a member of the board who votes in the majority on a question. So that could be any one of you because the vote was initially, 5-0. A motion to reconsider shall be in order during the meeting at which the action to be reconsidered took place. So it appears that all of the members that were present at that item are still present. And so I don't know if Treasurer Tax Collector Sullivan has anything to add. For this motion to reconsider, your board would still have to take public comment on the motion to reconsider, and then we'll go to the next step after that.
Right. Mr. Sullivan, do you have any further to offer on the circumstances?
None beyond what was already stated.
Okay, and so just so the public's clear, I'm going to be open this for public comment only to the narrow circumstances of whether we should reopen this item. Do we have anybody in the room that wishes to speak on whether or not the board should consider motioning to reopen? Not seeing anybody in the room, anybody online? No hands. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any discussion, questions, or possible action.
I'd be happy to rescind the, okay, wait.
You're making a motion to rescind?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a motion,
Consider.
or reconsider?
Yes.
Reconsider was the appropriate
And
section.
Just to thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, that would be the motion to reconsider item 6.12, more particularly the action that was taken on item 6.12. That would be the motion.
Okay,
Offer it.
that's your motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. So I'm going to turn it over to the tax collector.
Good afternoon. So when Mr. Sanchez, Ronald Sanchez, submitted a claim. This was for parcel 041-191-350. He did submit all the necessary paperwork that was required. He was submitting, stating he was the heir to the previous owner of this property. We denied the claim because the due date for the claim, it had to be in our office by July 23rd, 25, and Mr. Sanchez submitted his claim on 7/25/25.
Okay.
Mr. Sanchez, I believe, is here to speak.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Sullivan, before?
No, just it's our office's practice and understanding that we do not have discretion to accept a claim past the deadline, and so that's why we did it. It's not that we don't judge the circumstances of someone's story. It's just that we don't have the ability to do that as within the authority of our office is our contention.
But the Board of Supervisors does.
That's, in terms of I'm aware the board has some discretion, I would leave that to county council.
You confirm that?
That discretion is based on 4675 of the Revenue and Taxation Code, subsection D.
Okay. Do any board members have questions? Looks like Supervisor Owen.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that I think there does need to be a hard line, at least at the front desk or at the front lines when receiving information. But today's the final day. We make a decision here, so tomorrow would be too late. I think he's here. I think he was 2 days late, and I'm okay with saying yes to moving forward and providing him the excess proceeds. He is an heir to a property that we sold. Yes, he was 2 days late, but he is here, and once we're done with our approval process, it will never come back. And so I just think today's an opportunity for that, and I'd be happy to say yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just wanted to mention that this would increase the amount of the claims that we're going to distribute, but this claim specifically would be for $8,073.45.
Okay.
I also want to clarify that even though the claim was received late, our staff did review it, and if it had been timely, we would have awarded these funds. So that's may also be relevant.
Okay. Anything further from supervisors right now? Then I'm going to open it up to that additional claimant. Do you want to speak to us? At this point, you would have 3 minutes to make any statements to the Board of Supervisors. If you wish to, you're going to need to come forward to the microphone and state your name and speak to us.
Okay, I just want you to know that at the time I submitted that late on the 25th, as I was I had the woman that worked in Lower Lake, the legal writer. She was going to turn it in for me, and then she just left, and I don't know where she went. She closed her office, and they didn't tell me. And me seeing a 25 instead of a 23, my eyes aren't so good, and I was crying. So, that's all I can say.
Thank you. And I'm going to call again. Is there anyone else, claimants, either in the room or online, that wish to speak? I'm seeing nothing in the room, and we have no hands online. So I'm going to close that for claimants. Is there anyone in the public with any general public comment, either in the room or online? Seeing none in the room, none online, I'm going to bring it back to the board for any further questions or concerns or possible action. And go ahead, Mr. Sabatier.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in with, I know Ms. Martinez mentioned that it does increase the amount that would be paid out, but the only number that we say is still the same total number, which is total excess proceeds is the $663,000. It's just out of that, more will be provided to the people that have submitted.
That's correct. So basically what's going to happen is the amount that's going to be transferred to the general fund is going to decrease by this $8,000.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I want to check in with County Council. With the reopening, we can still consider all the other comments and statements made that are still, they can still be in the record from the previous hearing of this earlier in the day.
Yes, so just for clarification for Treasurer Tax Collector staff, the document that was uploaded as the spreadsheet entitled Excess Proceeds TDLS number 162, and at the bottom of that header, it would say Final Claim Date July 23, 2025. Does that include the $8,000 plus amount that the board is looking to incorporate this point as
Correct.
part
So
of
the total amount of the excess proceeds does not change. It's just going to be what gets transferred. The unclaimed remaining balance to the general fund is what's going to be reduced by the $8,073.45.
And if I may, Chair, Ronald Sanchez is at the very bottom of page 2, underneath line number 26.
26.
And it does say that he had submitted his claim 2 days late, and it does have the $8,073.45. So he is on the list.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. And so that list does indicate on the furthest column, as far as the entitlement, that it was denied, claimant filed after the final date. So that would need to be revised, I would imagine. So just as a matter of procedure, your board, as the next step would be to rescind the action, the previous action that was taken under item 6.12. And the reason behind that is because the action as approved actually essentially approved this spreadsheet right here. And now that your board is looking to make amendments to it, then that would be the third step after the rescission. And so for your board's consideration, the action to rescind, the motion language to rescind would be would be to move to rescind the action that was taken, the previous action that was taken on item 6.12.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next motion then for your board's consideration would be to approve the distribution of excess proceeds in the amount of $663,489.75 from tax defaulted land sale number 162, held on May 31, 2024 pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 4675 with the amendments as discussed by your board today in relation to line item number 26 with under claimant Ronald Sanchez.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. So I believe that concludes this item. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on this. And we're going to go ahead and reopen our 6.13 item. And I'm not going to read that title again.
Patrick. Thank you. Glad you made it. That dude just got $1,000.
I don't know if this is going to work. This might have been from the previous time.
If it helps, I have no questions.
Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here for consideration of a resolution that would authorize the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, a JPA, the county's part of, to form a community facility district for the Gwinnett mixed-use development. Here in the chamber, we have Principal Consultant Lou Feldman, and then Kevin Case, who is a developer with the project. We also have on Zoom James Hamill, who works for CSCDA, and then also Brian Forbath, who is the bond counsel. back on November 18th, 2025. We did a workshop to go over what are community facility districts and how the process at a high level would work with Gwinnett. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lou to give a presentation where we stand and what would be potential next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Rickelman. Honorable Supervisors, my name is Lou Feldman, and I represent the developer of the Gwinnett Valley mixed-use development, and primarily in a financial capacity. I'm a lawyer, don't make fun of me, but I've done this for a while. I think I mentioned that the last time I was here. The simple request we have today is to have this resolution that's in front of you passed, and it will allow the California Statewide Community Development Authority, Communities Development Authority, to start the proceedings to create the infrastructure financing district that we've asked you to help us with. I hope that the last meeting was helpful. If we can go to the next slide, Ben. This was what I just said, so let's go to the next one. Thank you. On the team, I want to just reiterate that it's a very, very good team. I've known some of these people for more than 30 years, and they're very experienced. James is the managing director of California Statewide, and he's done many, many community facilities districts, and he's on the phone, and he can answer any questions that you have. Hilltop Securities, they're not represented here. They will be the bond underwriter. They will buy the bonds on behalf of the investors, distribute that to investors, and get the proceeds over to the developer to build the infrastructure. Brian, who's also on the line, Brian Forbath, is a very experienced, probably the top CFD lawyer in the state now, and he can answer many, many questions, and you can ask him what the weather's going to be, and he'll give you an opinion. He's a lawyer. The Goodwin Consulting is also not represented. They will be the people who put together the tax formula that's going to cover the property, and that will allow for special taxation to be collected just on that property, and that'll be leveraged into the bonds. As it's collected each year, it'll service debt. And then we have an independent trustee who holds all the money. This isn't something that's held by a governmental entity, CSCDA. It goes with whoever you're comfortable with as a city. They'll work with that trustee. Next slide, please. As Mr. Ruckelman said, we had the Board of Supervisors workshop. We talked about this generally. We raised some issues. Next slide, please. And then we, following up on that, there were very good comments made. I think there were 9 or 10 issues that were raised by the acting Public Works Director, and we took time to go through each of those issues. And I would welcome the opinion of the Public Works Director to ensure that we are in alignment. I'm not misrepresenting things, but we had a very good technical discussion. We talked about the infrastructure standards. We talked about maintenance responsibilities. We talked about how we validate costs and how that process works. And we talked about how this must have fiscal neutrality with respect to the county. It needs to be accretive or neutral so that you don't come out of pocket for anything. Next slide, please. And then we were able to speak with the county council and Mr. Rickelman to discuss the legal issues that were in the resolution and the agreement that was attached. They're form agreements. They still have yet to be negotiated in full, but they're substantially in final form, I would say. It's not your last bite at the apple. We can keep it flexible until later on in the process, and at some point it does get fixed. We talked about legal authority, the liability protections that were present. We made changes to the indemnification provisions. We talked about conveyance mechanics, how you recover administrative costs, and then legal consistency with customary features in the market. Next slide, please. So today, we're requesting the CFD formation authorization be given to CSCDA. They'll do all the hard work. You'll still have discretion over the financing and agreements. There'll be an adoption of CFD goals and policies, which is a standard thing, but you have to have them under law. And then we hope that there will be direction to continue working with staff and CSCDA to bring this financing forward, bring the district formation forward and the financing forward. Lotus Land has put up a deposit to CSCDA for the services of bond counsel and the special tax consultant. So we're ready to rumble right now. So if you have any, next please. I want to acknowledge the help that we've had from Lars. That's my picture of Lars. And Lloyd. That's the best I could do with Lloyd. I think he looks like him. And then, of course, Ben Reckelman. And I do want to say we really appreciate, they've been active, they've been responsive, and been really pleasant, just like everybody in the county. So thank you very, very much. And if you have any questions, fire away.
Okay, is there any further part of the presentation, Mr. Rickelman, before we?
No, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board to see if any board members have questions. Supervisor Sabatier.
I guess I attempted to make this easy. I would love to hear from Lars because I think he had some great points. So just a brief statement would be great. I do see there's an indemnification of clause in the resolution of it's on section 12, I believe, to indemnify the authority. I don't see anything that indemnifies us, even though we're the ones making the approval process. I remember the conversation that we're absolutely not like in it, but we still have to give the approval. Is that kind of a state statute that we're kind of removed, therefore indemnified already by the process that exists? That's my only question is I see we're saying you're good, but I'm not seeing in writing that we're good.
Okay. Brian, would you like to address that? Brian's bond counsel to CSCDA, and he wrote the resolution and knows a whole heck of a lot about it. So give us a response to that, Brian.
Yeah, the indemnification to the county is set forth in section 3.01 of the acquisition agreement that's attached as the form here that will be coming from the developer. So the developer will be indemnifying the county for basically everything under the sun in connection with the CFD. I don't know if that answers your question.
That is great. That is good enough. Thank you. Yeah. I just needed to hear it.
Yeah.
Mr. Yang.
Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director and Public Services Director. Appreciate the picture, I think. I'm not sure how to take that, but most of my questions that I stated a few months ago were kind of CFD 101 type of questions, a lack of familiarity on my part, and I would suggest probably on most people in Lake County. So it's really just becoming familiar with it. I had a very good meeting with the staff, most of whom are on here. I would offer that the presentation they gave, it's a very shortened PowerPoint that answers those questions and may be helpful for your board to review that if you so choose. Nothing that I think is necessary to bring up here, but they did answer the majority of my questions, which really boiled down to liability. What is the county going to be receiving at the end of this? What is built? Will it be built to standards and maintenance? What are we going to be responsible for? And so what you just referenced in the section in the acquisition agreement, not the resolution, but the ultimate acquisition agreement, really references and goes to your point that we have the opportunity and will be I am the one up here that is not a lawyer, so I'm not going to say that we won't have any liability, but it gives me a sense of confidence that that it would be built to our standards that we review. We would be reimbursed for our time doing the review, and then what is ultimately built, there's a funding mechanism to handle the maintenance. So I will comment that that's on the public works and public services side of things. There is infrastructure that extends beyond those departments. There's water, there's wastewater, there's I believe a conservation easement, which may not necessarily be infrastructure, but fire protection. There's some facilities there. So other department heads may want to be involved, and external organizations outside of the county, fire districts and such. But just not that I represent them, but I think they would likely have the same concerns, and it seemed like most of those for me were answered. So happy to talk with any of them or you as you so choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ewing.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Not seeing any. Is there any one in the room that wishes to comment on this item? Not seeing any. Anybody online, Johanna? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
I'd like to bring forward the consideration. Do I do it? Offer the resolution to authorize the California Statewide Community Development Authority to establish a community facility direct for the Gwinnett development.
The resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen,
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye. That concludes that item. Thank you for coming today. And we're going to move on to our 6.14. It's a 1:30 item. Consideration of proposed findings of fact and decision in the appeal of Maria Khan and Associates, PL-25-198. And our county counsel is going to introduce this item. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tabano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So pursuant to your board's direction, coming out of the hearing that took place on this appeal that occurred on December 9, 2025, my office has prepared the attached findings of fact and decision. And just for your board's reference, on that date, December 9, 2025, your board determined by a vote of 3-2 to deny the appeal. So what's before your board today is the findings of fact that came out of that hearing pursuant to board direction. And if it is acceptable to your board, there's two motions. A move to approve the findings of fact and decision and authorize the chair to sign. And then the second motion is to deny the appeal.
Thank you, County Counsel. Do we have any, looks like a question from Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick check. I know it says here that there was testimonies from Maria Khan and Thomas Lasik. I thought that Margot Kimbara was also sitting at the front table, if I remember that appeal correctly. Wondering why her name's not there. And then also it says staff report from Mireya Turner and Max Stockton. I thought Michelle Ires, I hope I didn't butcher that last name, was also at the table. Am I mistaken on that?
I believe that's correct.
So I'd like to get those names if we're providing who provided testimony. That was kind of the group effort, and like to identify the group.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Supervisor Sabatier. So the provisions, I think it was Section 7 and Section 8. Maybe not Section 8, or yes, Section S. Yes. So it's in reference to Sections 7 and 8. They do make specific reference. They specifically referred to these individuals providing testimony. That includes them. It says including. So there may have been more who testified. But we could certainly include them. I believe Michelle Ires did provide some information, verbal information, while she was seated there, and If I recall correctly, Ms. Kambara provided information, testimony. She was sworn in at the podium, but certainly we can include that. And as a matter of fact, it's good that you brought that up because I forgot one thing. On section 7, page 2, around line 20 of the draft document, the last name of Mr. Thomas Lasik should be corrected to be spelled out as Lajcik. So for your board's consideration, could be approved. The findings of fact can be approved as amended with the amendments, with the amendments outlined here.
Good catch.
Okay.
I was like, Sabatier, close enough. It's
Any other questions or comments from board members? Not seeing any, I'm going to open it up to the public. Do we have anybody in the room? It looks like we do. If you could state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara. I'll be reading a public comment that I have sent to your board with an attachment. Chair Rasmussen and Supervisors, we, Thomas Lasik and I, have 2 comments on this subject. First, we oppose the denial of the appeal and adoption of these findings. And 2, we, as asserted during the appeal hearing, we assert the county's environmental review of the project and its adoption of these findings violates CEQA. The attached file is part of our public comment on this subject. Thank you for your attention, and I have asked Ms. DeLong in my email to please ensure that this comment and the attachment are part of the public record. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Not seeing anyone online, Johanna? Yes, who? Maria, we're going to unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes, but state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name's Maria Khan. I'm the appellant, and I'd like the record to show that I dispute the findings of fact for Appeal PL 25-198. The facts contained within my appeal disprove the following findings, as well as most of it. I don't have time to go through the entire finding document, but finding 9AI, extensive grading occurred at least 1 year before any grading permit was issued, as demonstrated by aerial imagery in the record showing broad land disturbance, vegetation removal, and site recontouring inconsistent with simple grading. The only permit referenced, GR 2212, was issued under Lake County Code 30-20, which is simple grading, which by definition cannot clear more than 1 acre of vegetation or disturb more than 50 cubic yards of material. The scale and pattern of disturbance visible in the aerial record exceed those thresholds and match the project site plans, confirming the work was project-related infrastructure, not fire break maintenance. Despite repeated PRA requests, no grading inspection report was produced, calling into question the county's claim that inspections confirmed compliance. Because the grading aligns with cultivation layout and infrastructure, it required a complex grading permit and could not lawfully occur prior to issuance of the use permit, rendering finding 9AI unsupported by substantial evidence. Lake County Code 30-17, 30-20, CEQA Guidelines 15125, 15168, and moving on to finding 9BI, 4290 applies to all roads relied upon for emergency access or evacuation, not just interior project roads. A project cannot rely on substantial access and disclaim responsibility. 14 CCR 4290A, CEQA Guidelines 15126.2A, 15126.2D, 15364. County ownership or public status does not exempt a road from CEQA fire safety analysis. CEQA Guidelines 15126.2A, 15126.2D. Legal access or a prescriptive right-of-way does not establish fire safe adequacy or compliance. PCR 4290, 4291, 14 CCR 4290 to 4299. I'm just going to move forward. The findings for 9B1 apply the wrong legal test and fails to address whether the project can be safely served under state fire law. Finding 9CI, CEQA review, the finding claims CEQA compliance despite the fact that grading impacts, access constraints, and prior land disturbance were not accurately described in the environmental baseline. The grading work that was done before permits destroyed the baseline and destabilized the project. Trenching and infrastructure work were treated as ministerial or incidental when in fact they are integral
You're
components.
going to have to wrap up, Maria.
Yes, sir, I'm almost done. They were integral components of the cultivation product requiring discretionary approval.
Okay, thank you.
Substantial
Thank you.
evidence.
That's the 3 minutes. We're going to wrap up. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Do we have anybody else online? We have Brad Johnson. If you can go ahead and we're going to unmute you, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Certainly, yes. Brad Johnson with Everview Law, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Kurt and Bobby Barkle. I just wanted to reiterate that we've heard nothing or seen nothing new from the appellants today that would change the appropriateness and the correctness of the board's decision on December 9. There's absolutely no substantial evidence in the record that would support a fair argument that the project has the possibility of resulting in a significant impact to the environment. As to the rest of the county provisions and standards that we just heard recited, the county was well within its discretion to make the decisions it did. And those decisions are well supported by the record, including the staff reports that were prepared for the Planning Commission and the board. So with that said, the applicant respectfully requests that the board adopt the findings of fact and decision that have been presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Johanna, do we have anybody else? Seeing no further public comment, I'm going to close that and bring it back to the board for any final questions or action. It looks like we do. From Supervisor Sabatier, we have a question.
Yeah, I hope that we can make that amendment on the findings that were talked about earlier with the names, but just wanted to at least put on record that I will not be voting in the affirmative on this findings, simply that we had our Planning Commission attorney here who spoke about the scenic corridor, that there is no 500-foot setback in the scenic corridor ordinance, that there is not a 500-foot setback in the area plan speaking about the scenic corridor, and that applying a setback without providing us evidence that it will not interfere with the view shed, which is what the scenic corridor is all about, I don't feel fulfills 11A, which is that we are abiding by our zoning ordinance. So I just wanted to put that in on the record, and today I will be not approving this findings. The findings are good, but I'm not going to be approving the final for this project.
And let me check in. Was there any further comment from board members about the modification with the names? No? So that, I think, I'm okay with that portion of it. With that, I'd be ready to hear a possible action.
I will move to approve the findings of fact and decision and authorize the chair to sign.
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
I move to deny the appeal.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That motion carries 3-2. And that will conclude that item. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to our 2 p.m. item, 6:15 on the agenda. And that's a presentation of update on Community Development Department Loan Repayment Plan. And that's going to involve staff from our Community Development and our Administrative Office. It looks like we have Director Turner, Deputy Director Shannon Walker-Smith, and Administrative Officer Casey Marino. And who is going to start this item?
I will.
We'll turn it
Mireya
over to you
Turner.
to start that.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. On December 9th, when this topic was last before the board requested a number of deliverables that we have been working on diligently with the administrative office. Our meetings have been productive, and we are moving forward on achieving a number of those deliverables. One thing I didn't take into consideration, though, on December 9th was when the board was suggesting to come back today in mid-January, as well as making sure that we posted all of the materials for the public to access as well for our update. I didn't take into consideration the week of closed office for the holidays at the end, as well as our 2-week timeline for getting our agenda items in. And so what I'm hoping the board will accept today is an update on our progress that we have made so far, with a request to come back with a more thorough or final update on February 10th, at which point we can meet those agenda timelines for making sure that all of the supporting materials will be accessible on the agenda. And so we will continue with today's update. I will hand it over to the administrative office. Additionally, just so you know, we do one of the deliverables requested by the board was for county council to speak to the white paper that was mentioned on December 9th, and they are prepared to do so as well. And that was also included in the staff report. So I will turn it over to Casey. I will turn it over to Shannon. Great. Oh, one last detail. Community development started with the data, handed it to admin. Admin fleshed out their stuff, and by the posting of the agenda, the slides that mostly pertain to the administrative office's update got posted with the agenda, but CDDs needed some last minute touches. So we do have that PowerPoint, have forwarded it to Johanna, and we'll sort of be tag teaming on our presentation as far as slides go. Handing it over to Deputy Administrator Shannon Walker-Smith.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity for this update. CDD will be presenting on a couple of your requested items today. One is the review of the presentation we made on the 9th and kind of where that data came from. There was a question about that. What's that? Okay. We're going to do an update on where we're at with our mid-year budgets, because that is informing a lot of our decisions, or we're also asking for some direction based on the mid-year budgets as we've been able to draft them with admin's help and support. And we'll also be talking about some of the unfunded activities that exist in each division. And as we look at fee analysis, some findings on that in a way that we're hoping to go forward to look at fees that would include some of those costs. And then we'll talk about our next steps, in particular what we plan to present on February 10th, should your board invite us to do so. So this first slide talks about the process that our accountant went through to get the data that was presented on December 9th. So he ran reports in Naviline, inputted the report information into spreadsheets, and then used those spreadsheets to graph the data that was on the presentation slides. And if you'll go to the next slide, Johanna, or I do it. Great. All of the data referenced in these next two slides are available, and we can post them as well for the public. So on slide 7, in terms of revenue earned, he outlines running reports on the revenue report for the last month of each fiscal year, and that's where that data came from. Slide 8, building expense allocations, was a detailed budget report. And then on the reserves, he used balance sheet reports for the first month of each fiscal year that shows where we kind of landed at the end of a fiscal year. And on slide 10 was basically a pull-in from all of those other slides. So if there are any further questions about where we accessed that data, we'd be happy to answer that. And then moving forward to an update on mid-year budgets. So we have drafted all of our mid-years, and they've been reviewed by admin. In the building division, we have removed all contributions to planning and code enforcement including some legitimate expenses that we would like, I mean, not that others are illegitimate, but some expenses that we would eventually like to deliver back to this division budget once the budget is in better health, and that includes the building division was paying for a third of Director Turner and I's salaries, and we will reestablish that if the building division gets back into a healthy position. We eliminated the grading and stormwater inspector salary. That position remains vacant purposefully. That was a contribution to code enforcement that was supporting that inspector position. All contributions to other code enforcement positions previously funded by building have been eliminated, which has included another code enforcement division that is now going to sit vacant. We were able to consolidate and move some officers around to be able to eliminate that contribution as well. The building division budget for mid-year does not currently include a payment to the loan in 25-26. We are currently looking at the first payment to be made in the beginning of 26-27. Specifically in November, as that is when we took the loan, if your board is open to that. And Casey is going to talk about repayment options. And the building division budget is currently balanced in mid-year. In code enforcement, a significant deficit was created by the removal of the building contributions. And in order to get that building back to balanced, that division budget back to balanced, we've reorganized code enforcement officers and coordinators into positions that are grant or program funded, eliminating all positions supported by building and admin, including the grading and stormwater inspector. We've worked with funders to adjust our grant budgets to account for MOU salary increases. We sure did. And currently, the code enforcement division budget is balanced. In planning, again, a significant deficit was created by the removal of the building contributions. And we had a recent resignation from a senior planner. And so we intend to leave that position vacant in order to help with the deficit in planning. But despite all of our work with admin over the last several weeks, planning remains, the mid-year budget remains with a significant deficit that we have not been able to sort out quite yet, and we will continue to work with admin for short-term solutions. And we will be seeking today some direction from the board on additional strategies, more long-term strategies. After this budget deficit in the building division came to light, our management team had a visioning retreat, and one of the things that we talked about was cost recovery and trying to look at all strategies that we could beef up or new strategies we could employ to help with cost recovery. And what came out of that, many things, but was a list of all of the activities that the department conducts that are not currently cost recoverable. And so we have listed those activities out by division here. I'm not going to read them. You guys can read. So this is the admin team in CDD is not its own division, but there is people across planning and building that act in this administrative capacity, meaning they kind of service the entire department. And these are some of the activities that they spend their time on that there's no cost recovery mechanism for. This is the list for the planning division. This is a significant list of items, tasks, and activities that our planning division works on regularly that there's no cost recovery mechanism for. This is code enforcement's list. This is the building division list. So we're currently looking at ways, as we're looking at fee analysis, which is one of the things that we will have prepped on February 10th, if your board approves, is to bring back a stronger fee analysis, then we were able to,
And we have a question from a supervisor.
So they're not recoverable, but some of these are related to grants, correct?
no. All of the things on these last 4 slides are all things that are not currently funded.
But if we go back,
Yes, some of them are connected to grants, but they're the staff support that is not paid. Like, for example, Lake County 2050, the ARPA funds that were assigned are getting paid for the supporting planning firm, the contractors. But the meetings that we're holding, things like that, where we're integrating staff, is not revenue generating. Also, another example in code on the AVA program management, we do get AVA funds for the activities that take place, but not the administrative support. Because we delegate, we want to maximize the expenses to for actually abating those vehicles rather than quoting the administrative support, and we only have a finite amount of funds. So yes, so the examples here where you do see connections to grant activities, we're not talking about that part.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and continue. Or Supervisor.
Yeah, if you could go back one slide. So I guess I kind of get it, but at the same time, I kind of get it, but it's quasi unfunded at this moment. I mean, if there's a cannabis abatement, I would suspect that we're going to be submitting a bill for somebody to pay for that abatement, the property owner. Now, they may not pay, and it may get placed on taxes, but in a way, it is recoverable. It's just not 100% sure that it will be recoverable. Same thing with the, substandard housing abatements. We do the same process. The fines are the time spent, and the fines are separate from the actual abatement. So there's different mechanisms to pay for. So I feel like this is partially quasi. Yes, it may not come because people have a choice to pay or not pay, but there are mechanisms that can eventually get us paid through the processes that are available. And then I saw the AVA program management. I know we've been changing the percentage, and you've been letting us know the time that has been spent from AVA for the financing, which is $20,000 every quarter, I think it is. So $80,000 a year. The 10% was supposed to pay for your staff time and also supposed to pay for the audit that comes out of that every 2 years. And we've adjusted and asked for more payments from the program participants when necessary. Are you telling me that you're not getting funded for that?
The admin percentage for AVA program management mostly goes to support the fiscal staff, but there's a lot of program management activities that take place in setting the agenda, the minutes, all of that, those items that we're putting in far more time that we're not able to recover from the AVA funds.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and as you're aware, the increase in the audit has, been substantial, and we've been very cognizant not to take money out of the pockets of the jurisdictions who are performing the work. So we have kind of shorted ourselves on the time that it takes to administer the program in order to keep the money going to TOES.
Can we have this sent to us, your attachment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So in fee analysis, we're looking, which we will have something back on February 10th, should your board approve us to do so. We are going to be looking for ways to account for some of this, these unrecoverable tasks in the fee analysis that we're looking at. And so CDD is planning on February 10th to bring back some additional information you have requested: analysis of building division fees over the last 10 years, analysis of the Code Enforcement Division cost recovery, including, this is an item that we haven't really talked about, that we have a nuisance abatement fund, also 2604. And when we do collect lien payments or get money returned to us through tax default lien sales, et cetera. Our admin time is all on one lien. And so it's been being deposited into 2604, and we need to figure out how much of that money should come back into the code enforcement division budget. But because of the issues with the auditor trying to sort out tax lien payments and what they intend to claw back from overpayment, we are still kind of in the dark about what we can expect that number to be. And when we know that number, we will be able to bring in some funds from 2604 into 2603, and that will help with the code enforcement division. Analysis of the planning division cost recovery and how it's going now that we have OpenGov. Analysis of CDD funding structures in similar counties, just for your and the community's information. And a fee analysis for planning division that will account for planning time not recovered in current fees, as I suggested on those previous slides. That is what we have for you today, and I'm going to pass it on to Casey Moreno for her presentation.
Were there any further questions while we're waiting for? No? Okay.
AJ, can you call me sometime?
You know who that is?
I'm not sure.
Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So working with community development on their 3 divisions, their main divisions. We have come up with this. So grant and program funded positions. The building division does not currently have any grant funded positions. The code enforcement division does have 2 in CDBG grant, 2 in the Copter program, which is funded through our cannabis fund, and 3 positions in Prop 64, which is for cannabis. And then for the planning division, there is 1 position that is funded by geothermal, which is the resource planner. So the planning division revenue, as you can see from the dotted line, it's quite a bit higher than the solid line, which is the actual amount brought in, which has not been too much of an issue because they have not been overspending, but their budgeted revenue is quite a bit higher than what is actually brought in. So I did a 10-year analysis on what has been brought in and what has been expended. So the solid green line is what has been expended each year, with the slash line being the actual revenue, and the tan block area being the general fund used. So in 1819, there was a slight amount of general fund that was actually returned to the general fund instead of being used. So it did dip down a little bit, and then it dipped down again in 22-23. So looking at that year specifically, the payroll did go up a little bit more than for fiscal year 21-22. But the most significant change was the amount of operating transfers that were being done in that year. Taking out all of those operating transfers, it would have been about $100,000 more than the prior year of 21-22. So those operating transfers really were pulled and came in, which decreased the amount partially on the expenses, but then on the revenue, it increased their revenue. So what ended up happening is that money came back to general fund, and it was about $350,000 because general fund budgets don't have carryover. So it came back to general fund. And then last year, 24-25, there was about $60,000 that was returned to general fund. Other than that, you can see each year they've been using some general fund. we do allow on this next one for the budget to be about 500,000, because going back farther than 10 years, that's about the amount that they've used or needed. Some years are higher, some years are lower, but 500 is about the average. So in fiscal year, let's see, 22-23. So the revenues came in about 600,000 less, but expenditures were only about 1.5 million less than what was budgeted. And so what happened was all of the transfers were made, even if they weren't necessarily needed. And some of those transfers are grant reimbursements. Some of them are from the building division. But they were all pulled. 23-24, that spike up is because of the PlaceWorks contract, which is funded by ARPA. Which is why in the following year, 24-25, the dip down because those reimbursements happened in the following fiscal year. So more general fund was used in 23-24, but then it was paid back in 24-25. So it was just the cross of the fiscal years is why that's so dramatic. But taking that out, those transfers, it was a steady increase, but not significant. The building division revenue is pretty steady. It has been increasing over the past 10 years. Budgeted and actual are pretty in line. There are some years where it's a little bit lower, a little bit higher, but that usually does recover. Looking at what was budgeted for 23-24, it was pretty spot on. And then now that we've closed out the books completely for 24-25, we're realizing that it was lower, the actual from the budgeted. Each year, this is just what was received for each of those years. So there was cash available each year, so the department did not feel any of these decreases. Okay, so this is the revenues and expenses for building. So the dotted line is the actual revenue that was received, and we can see that starting in 22-23 to current, it's been decreasing compared to the amount of expenses that have been happening. The bluish kind of bar line is the revenue minus the expenses, which shows that it has gone below zero a few times, but it does usually recover, past 3 years being the exception to that. So I combined code with building because until fiscal year 2021, they were combined. All of the staff were in the building division, and then it was split out. And so you can see that that's kind of when the building expenses started going up because they were paying over to the code enforcement budget. And then code has been increasing until last year it did decrease a little bit at the bottom there. So the transfers for the building division, so in 2021, code split. And so you can see those green bars there, which are split by the salaries and the contribution. And then prior to that, planning was getting a bit for the salary for the director. And in starting in 22-23, transfers significantly increased, which also increased the amount of the reserves that were being used. So for the reserves, prior to 17-18, there was no money in the reserve. The last time that there were funds in there was in fiscal year 11-12. So after 21-22, admin had suggested that they start spinning down those reserves because it was getting to be a bit too full. And so that's when those transfers also started happening to the other two divisions. Those started increasing. And so we do suggest that the division has a reserve, but only about 3 months worth of salary. So then that way they can support themselves if the permits start decreasing again. So 3 different options would be a 1-year, 2-year, and a 3-year repay. The 1-year repay, if it's by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, or a full year in November, would be the full $390,000. The only way to make that happen is through staff reduction. Loan 2, or option 2 for the 2-year repay would be either a payment this fiscal year and next, or next and the following, at $195,000 a year. So this could be done through staff reduction, but also cost recovery analysis for all staff time. And then option 3 is a 3-year repay at $130,000 each year through staff reduction, cost recovery, and reorganization analysis. So just the MOU increases that went into effect on July 1st. Building division saw about $63,000, code enforcement at $95,000, and planning $105,000. So altogether, $264,000 was added.
Are those fully loaded?
Fully loaded. And then for the master fee schedule, we've been working together on reevaluating the hourly rate. And so how we're calculating the hourly rate is the direct costs, which are all the planners, plus the overhead, which is all the admin positions, the expenses and direct costs, divided by the billable hours. So we take the hours and take off holiday, vacation, sick leave, time that staff are not here. And then that gives us the hourly rate, which can then be multiplied by the number of hours it is to complete each task, which with OpenGov should make it a lot easier to calculate that. So our staff recommendations would be to reduce staff. And so we looked into MOU 3, 4, and 5. So the initial probationary employees are the first to be laid off, followed by seniority. Talk to other departments to see if they have an opening for a lateral position. Also working on the hourly rate to include the MOU increases and unfunded mandates and projects in the master fee schedule. So include those. Budget creation, we're going to create a more conservative budget, which will expand as revenues increase. And position organization, we're going to look at restructuring positions within the each of the budgets. And that is it.
Any further from staff?
That last slide, the list of options are not listed in our order of preference. Our team is all working at capacity, and we would like to keep all of them, but we recognize that we have to present all options for the board to consider.
Okay. Questions?
So I wanted to express our appreciation to the administrative office team. Casey has been wonderful. Stephen, when he's not dealing with other countywide crises, has also been present and participating in those meetings. And there have been a number of instances where I have realized that I did not know what I did not know. And so Casey's expertise has really helped to fill in some of those gaps. So I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. 2 different presentations. Why?
As I explained in the introduction, we were finalizing our slides, but admin was done with theirs just at the last minute when we had to post the agenda. Ours were finished shortly after that. But our accountant was continuing to do work to make sure that the information that we presented you was the latest that we had.
Okay. It just...
It was our original intention to create one synthesized PowerPoint presentation, but timing did not allow us to do that.
Yeah. Appreciate the response. I was expecting a team presentation coming back to us, so that's why I had to ask. Just
having 2 separate PowerPoints is not in any way an indication of a lack of unified effort.
Okay. Can you put up your slide deck, please, Ms. Moreno? I just want to share a couple of concerns Well, one of them that I noticed, and it's in your, I got a download of all your expenditures for through our auditor controller, and the AVA is inside the building department. There's some sections that show AVA quarterly 10%. I just want to make sure that if we're going to do any kind of movement, let's make sure to move everything out of building that has to do with AVA. I don't know why it's there. Maybe because back in the day, everything was combined, code and building, and it just stayed there. I don't see all that much activity, but it's strange to me to see AVA activity inside the building. And I want to make sure that building is its own building division and it makes sense what's there. If it's toward the latter graphs, it's about the expended, right there. Yeah. So this one, we'll hear from county council based on the white paper at one point here, but this one really concerns me in the sense that I don't mind if there's some unfunded mandates out of the building division so that you're looking at the building division as a whole and you're deciding what the cost of the hourly fee for the services will be based on everything that building is supposed to be doing. But to support so many other divisions, when I'm coming in saying I'm building a house and I want to pay for a permit, and we're struggling so hard to build houses, and there's enough funds there available to support code enforcement and planning when all I'm doing is building a house, I'm struggling to swallow that. And I'm trying to figure out, I guess, at what point I should have asked or I should have been told, because we've been talking about the struggle of housing for so long, and yet that's how much housing is already supporting other divisions. Like it doesn't match. If it's so important to build housing, then maybe we should have reduced the price, because I don't think, in my personal opinion, my colleagues may disagree, that I should be supporting code enforcement because that's for violations, or I shouldn't be supporting the planning department because I'm not building a subdivision, I'm not building a development, I'm just building a house. So I'm struggling with that level of information. So I want to make sure that our duties that are being identified in the expenses and revenues of planning of building is truly just building. Let's make sure to take anything out. I understand of reviewing the fees, but I personally don't want to see these things mixed into it if it's from a completely different division. In my mind, I see it as a completely different department in the sense of I'm building a house, I shouldn't be paying for someone else's whatever their project might be, a strip mall, building a manufacturing development, whatever it is. So those are my two big things. And I guess I'll have to wait further until February to get more information. And I'm looking forward to the context of the white papers as well from County Council.
Supervisor Owen?
I did have very much along the same lines. I had some of the questions. I know that there was an article in Laco News today, and basically they were questioning what else is our building department subsidizing? Are we subsidizing the code enforcement? Are we subsidizing the planning department? And that's what it looks like we're doing. Are we subsidizing the cannabis projects? What else are we subsidizing? And I don't know if you have any breakdowns on how much of it went in other departments, but I feel that it's disturbing to know that we are charging as much as we are to build a house, and it's going into other departments. So it was very much along the same lines as what Supervisor Sabatier had mentioned.
Go ahead.
So in response to the question about just building fees in general and whether or not we would increase or decrease, what you're going to find out on February 10th's presentation, this is a little bit of a preview, is that during that same time that reserves were creeping so high, another action that was taken was a decrease in fees. So both the decrease in fees and the spending of reserves has contributed to the problem. So I don't have it in front of me, of course, because we're prepping this for the next presentation, but
Is that when we dropped from 3% to 2.6% of construction costs?
correct. So that also contributed. And so we have not increased fees to support this activity. I'm going to let County Council talk about the legalities of it, but to reflect on Supervisor Owen's comment, subsidies do happen, and it's the case that the building division was subsidizing planning and code enforcement activities. There is a breakdown that has been provided between salaries that were being contributed and contributions, which is basically towards operating expense.
And will we be getting those as well?
You have them.
Oh, okay, I didn't see.
Yeah, they've been provided a couple on the 9th and in Ms. Moreno's presentation today as well.
Okay, thank you.
And that in looking at fee analysis studies across neighboring jurisdictions and other formats that jurisdictions are using, typically fee analysis does call out what the subsidy on the expense is for any county fee. And we don't have that here. I think we'll work towards that for our fees, showing what the total cost is and then what is being subsidized by either general fund or some other source. But the subsidies that happened to planning and code divisions were kind of in substitute of subsidies that likely would have occurred from the general fund. So that was a decision that was made back in 22-23, and that we've moved forward with that as kind of the structure until now.
Mr. Carter, did you have a comment?
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. The only thing I wanted to add to that was regarding to subsidizing all the other divisions, not departments, is that code enforcement officers very much should be, not all of them, but at least 1 to 2 should be paid by building. Absolutely. That's part of building and what goes on, as well as 1/3 of admin staff. That absolutely, because it's for the entire CDD department. So there should be some money going to wherever those FTEs are held. That doesn't mean the entire amount should be there, but there is plenty of legitimate and money that should be transferred between the divisions because of what staffing is doing for building. Just
Thank
not
you.
the entire amount.
Thank you. Was there anything further, Director? No?
Well, I have one more follow-up on
I'm going to
that.
go to Supervisor Crandall first.
I just had a quick question. You might have said it. I might have spaced it. With code enforcement, I think it's data ticket. Is that what they still use? Are they? Is there how much in fees have they been collecting?
That's what I was going to ask.
This will be part of the next presentation as well, but we have, in this fiscal year, we have about $500,000 that has been cited, and we've brought in about $13,000 so far. But this will be the first year that we'll also be able to use the feature that Data Ticket has that allows us to put the citations that remain unpaid to the Franchise Tax Board to collect when tax payments are made.
So that's catching up basically now.
Right, well, that will be, yeah, in the spring, we'll hopefully start to see some payments that will come in through Franchise Tax Board action.
Thank you.
And that was your same question?
That was my question. I believe I had asked it last time as well.
Okay. So
Yeah, and we'll have a lot more detailed information on code enforcement, cost recovery efforts, and where we're at with those at the next presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Pyska.
Yes, and I know it was listed in the non-recoverable, but we do have the zone of benefit too that used a significant amount of staff time that was not recoverable based on everything that we now know about that program. And I know that that was pretty significant in the 2020, 21, 22. I think that there were really significant years for code enforcement using or not being able to recover those funds. And we still have a significant amount of those funds. And I know our HOAs are on standby waiting to hear what the next plan is. And I know we have a director in the room too that's going to be part of that conversation. So I'm hoping that we can come back, we can kind of look at that too, because as we know, with that program, it costs more than just to abate. Admin fees are significant, and we're seeing that across the board as they relate to grants and as they relate to non-recoverable expenses. So if you could just kind of expand on that a little bit more too in the next presentation, that would be really helpful.
Yes, we are working to schedule another meeting with the interim director of Public Works. He's been a little busy lately, but we will continue to reach out to him for availability as Shannon and I start thinking of the fifth plan, that maybe how we can see the end, the finish up of the benefit assessment zone funds.
Okay. Looks like no further questions from the board. I'm going to open it up to the public. And we have somebody approaching. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik, L-A-J-C-I-K. Thanks to the board. I said it last time. I'm going to just repeat it. You know, mistakes this big don't happen by mistake. I have a problem with the problem. I also have a problem with the proposed solutions. My problem with the problem is it seems that every time we have a meeting, it's worse than it was before. In November, we were told, well, it's the building department needs more money, and then you were told it's because of the wages. Then you were told, well, it's seasonal, and then you were told, well, it can be fixed, and by the end of the fiscal year. The next meeting, well, it's not wages, it's not seasonal, it's going on for 3 years, and now we find out it's not just the building department, it's planning, it's code enforcement. And the question, I think, Supervisor Owen, what else is getting subsidized? I know that when we had the conversation about the pause for cannabis, a few of us, including myself, mentioned it looks like this being subsidized. And we said, oh, no, it's not being subsidized. Well, I'm not so sure anymore. I think that all needs to be looked at, and it looks like you're starting to do that. My problem with the solution is that the unfunded information is not quantified. So how much is each one of these things, PRA requests, et cetera, et cetera? That's not being discussed. In the Planning Commission hearing, when this was briefly mentioned, it says they had someone that was leaving and they weren't going to replace it because of the cost recovering, but they were going to hire somebody else. So how much of this is we're only seeing one side of the conversation and not the full picture? This is largely a staffing, almost 80-90% or more is labor. And normally when you have bloat, which is what this is, you have to reduce staff. I also, with respect, Supervisor Owen, you didn't ask last meeting, how much was paid. You asked how much was paid for cannabis, and you were told $500,000. And now we're finding out that the $500,000 covers all of the fees, not just cannabis. So you weren't given the answer to what you were asked. And I would also remind this board that the prior year when that was asked, it was near zero. So it is still a non-answered question. So I hope that when you have this meeting next month, you get better quantification, you get real answers, and it focuses on staffing. And I do agree with Mr. Sabatier that you can't be subsidizing building permits the way you are. That's not broken out. That all needs to be measured. This is going to be hard work. It's going to be painful, but it is a staffing issue, bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Seeing none, do we have anybody online, Johanna? Nobody online. I'm going to close public comment. What was that?
We just got one iPhone 13.
iPhone 13, we're going to unmute you. If you could please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Skylar Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farm. And I just wanted to let you guys know that the frontline staff within community development matter. Many of them seem to be capable, and many seem to be committed to public servants who seem to show up every day trying to do their jobs under difficult conditions. This comment is not about punishing staff. It is about leadership, accountability, and direction. What is inexcusable is the pattern of overspending and the mission drift within CDD. The planning department exists to process permits, ensure code compliance, serve the public, not to function as an investigative arm, not to chase social media activity, and not to access criminal background information that lies outside of the role of county planners. When planners are directed to act as investigators rather than planners, something's gone seriously wrong with the leadership level. And I ask the board to consider a few basic governing questions. How many senior planners were reassigned to tasks unrelated to the land use planning? How much staff time was
Hey, Sky, I want to stay focused on the budget portion of this, please.
Who authorizes these priorities? It should begin with the leadership review again, and I urge this board to consider appointing an interim department head from the county administrative or allowing qualified senior staff within the department to step up on an interim basis. It would stabilize the operations, protect institutional knowledge, and send a clear message that fiscal responsibility and the proper scope of authority matter. Mule.
Thank you. Johanna, do we have any more hands on Zoom? And I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
So I think we had the initial conversation early, mid-November, if I remember correctly. That's when you first came to us asking for a loan. So it's been about 2 months. What I would have liked to see today is what's changed. Here's what our expenditures look like. Here's what our expenditures look like now. Here's what our revenues look like. Here's what our revenues like. I don't know if you're in better shape today or if things are continuing as far as 2 months later after you stated that you had internal things you were going to change, like freezing certain purchases or whatever. I don't have anything to let me know if we're doing better 2 months later into the year. So now we are approximately 6-7 months into the entire budget that we've provided. In November, you asked for a loan in order to take care of your payroll and other things. And I just there's nothing here to give me an update on the status. And so I would love to see that in February, because to me, I don't have a plan here unless I need some numbers. Reduce staff, what does that mean for the numbers? What I really see is a plan to increase rates. And that's a little bothersome, because that's the easiest thing that we can do is we're missing money, let's ask for more money. And so we have an hourly rate review, a reduction in staff, but I'm not understanding. There's obviously no direction to give today, because there's nothing tangible that I can say this will solve the problem. What I would like to know is, it was brought up, and I appreciate that it was brought up, because it's been a constant growth for the department, is to put out the fines. I think maybe I'm being exaggerative on my statement. I feel like the bad actors that we deal with are burdening those who are trying to be good actors, in the sense that if we're not getting paid back by those who aren't getting permits, those who have code violations, for those that, all of those folks that abandon vehicles, everything that you as a full department have to deal with, if we're not putting down the hours and saying this is how much staff time we spent and this is why we're fining you this much, which we can place directly through the franchise tax board if we wanted to, and direct ticket abatements, different pathway for those. But if we're not applying everything that we do, because I've seen code enforcement cases come to us where it says 8 hours. I'm like, it's been going on for 18 months and you're telling me you only spent 8 hours? Like, there's no way you put down all the time that you've spent on this bad actor that we didn't get compliance in. On the other hand, if we get compliance, we're not going to make somebody pay for the time that we got, because we want to give them the 30 days to come into compliance, which doesn't come with the fine. So there's always going to be a little bit of a balancing act between the general fund and the other stuff. But I want to see, where are we at with abatements? as far as putting those on properties? Where are we at with fines and making sure that we are really doing our due diligence to not subsidizing work on bad actors and that the bad actors are the ones paying? And that goes for all the divisions, period. Are we also, because I know this was a problem at one point, and I think it was more of an Excella problem than anything else, is we were not asking for those that were looking for use permits or other things to pay for all of the hours that were spent because we just, again, weren't keeping track or record of all the hours spent. Are we invoicing for that extra time being spent? And so to me, those are the important numbers to better understand what is being recommended and what is going to solve the problem. I don't want to lay people off, but at the same time, we have to figure out how to do this in the correct way so that we're not taking the easy way out, but we're doing the right thing in the way that we're going to progress and have a sustainable future for the divisions that you have and your overall department. So I will share, I'm a little disappointed that there's not a little bit more information. I get it that there's the holiday, so I'm going to look forward to February. And I'm going to make one more statement, and I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of daggers coming out of people's eyes here. Supposedly this is 3 years in the making of the reductions, and we've been told, I think, that you had warnings that your budgets weren't looking healthy or weren't looking good, and yet we do a budget as a team, and we are proposed these budgets, and nobody has given us a warning. Nobody gave us a warning in September. Nobody gave us a warning in June, and there's a lot of eyes. And I'm wondering why there was nobody that said, this may not work. Now, I failed. I missed it. But someone else also failed to let us know that these conversations even happened. And so how do we solve that where everybody speaks up and say, hey, the department really wanted this, but I would advise you to take a look at this because we only know what we know. There's always going to be something we don't know, but at the same time, there's so many eyes involved in the budget process. How did the Board of Supervisors not know that you may be cutting it very close when it comes to this? Because it happened way too fast. And in conversations I've had internally, there were warnings that were given. Well, I never got those warnings. I'm sure most people here never got warnings. And my question is why? And there's no need for an answer because I don't want to put anybody specifically on the spot, but why? And I think we need to change that. I think we need to have an overall dialogue as a team and not just feel like one department or one group should take the lead and that's it. That's all we hear from. We should be provided all the flags, all the warnings, all the information to make the best decisions here as this board. And I feel like I have not been provided all the information, and I usually dig pretty deep for some information. So I hope we change that. I hope you come back with a lot more details.
Anything further from the board? My question would be, just to confirm, when you're coming back in February, it's going to be a team effort again with admin and CDD?
Combined.
Okay. With that, be ready for action.
If I could just add
Yes,
one
please.
last bit. Supervisor Sabatier made a bunch of really good points, and I can address just a couple of those. Our intention is not to steer you towards increased fees or versus layoffs. Our intention is not to be hyperbolic in order to manipulate the board towards one effort or another. But what I am hoping will come out of February 10th is a much more robust discussion about the cost it takes to provide the services. Historically, even when I was sitting in Johanna's chair and the master fee schedule would come up and community development would approach that board, which was, multiple supervisors ago, always there was resistance to raise fees specifically for planning. And always with the exact same rationale, which still holds true for now. Where is that point where we're going to discourage development because of the fees that we're charging? And so what I would like us to consider, or just have the board hold in the back of their mind, is that When you have a certain number of staff performing a certain number of services and the costs are going up and we're not raising fees, that means we have to derive this chasm that is increasing between revenue and expenses has to get fed by something. So that's why right now, as the preview for February 10th, it's looking like, well, we either raise fees or we're laying staff off. We are looking at cost recovery, but one of the options that are going to be on your plate are taking a look at this chasm, where it has gone in the last 15 years. While we are hesitant to raise planning fees to make sure that planning is achieving sustainability. In the last few years since I started here, that's why the deputy administrator position was created, was also to look for ways to achieve sustainability for planning. We've done so looking for grants. Grants have really helped code enforcement, and that's why you've seen in our slides that a number of the code enforcement have gotten off of general fund and are now grant supported. That's really helpful. However, the planning grants that are out there at the state or federal level support long-range documents. The planning grants, the housing element update, updating your zoning code to comply with SB2, blah, blah. All those things are for specific projects that are not usually revenue generating anyway. But not a lot of grant opportunities for operating day-to-day expenses in planning, even for non-revenue generating activities. So I am looking forward to a robust discussion with the board regarding recognizing if we do not raise fees, well, what are we doing? Do we want to reduce services, or do we want to recognize that full sustainability and weaning off the general fund may not be an option in the immediate future? That's what we're looking for. So we will have that data for you, because our goal is not to force the board into some uncomfortable position at all, but rather to supply you with the detailed information that you need in order to make your decisions. Additionally, we are already using OpenGov to attempt to capture time spent that exceeds the time that was assumed within the planning permits. We do have one that I just have off the top of my head, because the dispute was sent in to recognize or justify the time. And with the OpenGov, each time entry has had a detailed explanation for that time, so we will be able to defend that as these disputes come in. So yes, OpenGov is already helping us to make sure that we are capturing and recovering that time for our permits.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad you brought up OpenGov. That's exactly in the direction I was going to be asking. Have been under the impression that our building permits have went down, where we're not receiving as many of the building permits, therefore not quite as much revenue. And then we started the OpenGov in 2025, which was supposed to streamline and make it easier on staff to reduce the hours. So therefore, I was kind of a little bit concerned, because prior to that, we had an abundance. We had almost $1 million in our reserves, and now we're kind of putting them out into all the different areas. And it should be that you said that we're in a slump. We're not building quite as much, so therefore the revenues have dropped. But hasn't AI and OpenGov helped us to kind of streamline it and made it easier for our staff and quicker?
I am very conservative in how I allow our staff to use AI at this point. We are following the county policy. Some of our planners have been innovative, but mainly in communications, not necessarily writing our staff reports for us, because I know the planning staff reports are very complicated and accuracy is important. So we are not using AI to generate staff reports. If anything, they're helping to make sure that our communications are hitting the right nuance and the right tone, while we're still making sure that our communications are
With the
are
OpenGov.
accurate.
That's-
OpenGov has been very helpful in that tracking. Not that it takes less time to do a permit, but it helps in more accurately capturing the amount of time that is required.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anything further from the board or possible action? Supervisor Sabatier?
I was hoping we can hear from county council about the white paper on, and I know that there is a portion in the memo, but basically, I'd love to hear from county council, but I have concerns about moving housing dollar revenues into planning or code, or even a different situation where this was stated to us during the request for the loan of collecting between January and June and using that to compensate for the losses from July to December, if that can be discussed.
Sure, and I'll try to be brief. So, because much of the information is already on pages 2, I think, through 3 of the board staff memo. That contains much of the information as to the legalities of, and I separated it into 2 categories. My office did separate it into 2 categories: the adoption of fees and then the expenditure of collected fees. So, the question that came out to your board back in December 9, 2025, came under a scenario. How a developer in March can pay a fee that helps repay for October salaries, as an example scenario. So that can be answered in 2 phases, and I've categorized it as such. The first one is adoption of fees, and the second part is expenditure of fees. Both have different standards, to say the least. The adoption of fees is generally subject to the what they call the Nolan test, Nolan-Dolan test. You see that at the bottom there. There has to be an essential nexus, has to be rough proportionality. Explains it. The memo itself cites it in more detail. But that is the standard to be used for your board to determine whether or not to adopt a proposed fee. So you have the essential nexus test and the rough proportionality in order for your board to make an informed decision of whether or not the proposed fee for these services would match that. Now, once the board adopts its fee schedule, then we get into the expenditure of whatever fees that were collected after its adoption. So just in a nutshell, in summary, and I've laid out the case law, we've laid out the case law here, that there is some flexibility there for your board on the question of how to spend fees that were collected. There's been cases where there was a surplus situation in one department, and it was the County of Orange versus Barrett case. The court found that the county could use its surplus fee revenue to cover reasonable and necessary costs of the services instead of lowering the fees until the entire surplus was dissipated. In another case, the court ruled, and I think this was in San Francisco, long-range planning is sufficiently related to the regulation of building construction to justify the spending, such that fees can fund broader planning activities if directly related to a building regulation. So those are some of the cases that have had holdings that are related to our situation here. But that being said, it sounds like, and it's been touched upon in this discussion, it sounds like much of the concern may lie with the first part, which is the adoption of the fee schedule. And your board certainly has discretion to amend its fee schedule, further revise it, as you've seen, at least annually, where it's presented to your board. And just in summary, again, going back to that question, how a developer in March can pay a fee that helps for October salaries, your board has, when it comes to the expenditure of collected fees, your board, the county, has discretion through either policy or the budget appropriation process under the government code to manage its own expenditure of revenues from said fees. That also means that it does go in front of your board for approval. And you've seen that play out time and time again for board approval for budget appropriations, certain budget transfers. There's some flexibility there. It's just the Nolan, just to conclude, the Nolan-Dolan test applies to the adoption of the fees, where it also gets presented to your board for consideration and approval.
Thank you, County Council. Supervisor Sabatier?
And without going into a big discussion, I agree with the statements you've made. I disagree that it matches with what we're our behavior. Like if you want to say when you pay for a permit for a house that a portion of it goes into the next future housing element, or a portion of it goes to the long range general plan for the next version of it, that's fine. But if I'm paying for someone else's house, I just have big problems with that. And so I just want to make that statement.
Thank you. There's nothing further from the board. Do we have action?
It's just direction.
Action.
Yeah.
Direction? So I believe, from what I heard, we had consensus for bringing this back on February 10th. Was there was an amendment possibly? Or did you have further, Supervisor?
Just a quick question. You and I and anyone else who has been on first five, when you look at our budget in first five, it says, here's what was budgeted, here's what we've spent so far. I'd love to get that type of potential status of where you are with your budgets when you come back to us to better understand what exact are we in that? Are we in 6 months where we should be 9 months, or like where are we in the whole expenditure of things?
A year-to-date report.
Yeah, a year-to-date review. I'd really like to see that.
I'm okay with that.
And I know it may not be as of February 1st because that's really hard to get all the way up to date, but whatever it is that you can bring to help us understand your current status in compared to where we started.
Anything further?
And I think you guys said, or you all said that the time spent with even code enforcement, but everything else, you would have that more available during the next session anyhow, right?
If you mean the non-revenue generating activities, yes, I am going to assign
Okay.
time
Right.
that costs.
Any further questions of us? No, then I think we have consensus, and we'll go ahead and close this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to actually stay here, please. We're going to go to 5.9. Supervisor Owen, you pulled that this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Intivano, do I have to read out that entire item?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Stand by.
Yes. I had to. You have to.
So we're now going to hear item 5.9, a second reading. Adopt ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code and adopting by reference the 2025 California Building Standards Code, known as the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 1 through 6, 8 through 12, incorporating the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Title 24, Part 1, the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Title 24, Part 2, the 2025 edition of the California Residential Code, Title 24, 2.5, the 2025 edition of the California Electrical Code, Title 24, Part 3, the 2025 edition of the California Mechanical Code, Title 24, Part 4, the 2025 edition of the California Plumbing Code, Title 24, Part 5, the 2025 edition of the California Historical Building Code, Title 24, Part 8, the 2025 edition of the California Fire Code, Title 24, Part 9, the 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Title 24, Part 10, the 2025 edition of the California Green Building Code, Title 24, Part 11, the 2025 edition of the California Reference Standards Code, Title 24, Part 12, the 2025 edition of the California Wildland Urban Interface, Title 24, Part 7, the 2024 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code. And that concludes the title reading. And Supervisor Owen, I'll turn it back to you.
Actually, I believe if I remember right, this was one that when it came before us on the first reading, I had voted against, so therefore we had to pull it off the consent agenda. And I think, I'm trying to get my bearing here. I didn't make my notes on this.
Your concern was inhibiting development. However, this is required by state law. We have no
Right.
choice but to adopt it.
Right, okay. And I still stand where I was. I didn't make my notes. I'd have to go back to the last time it was here. When was it brought before us last time?
Yeah, it wasn't the last meeting, it was the one before that.
So it was in December?
Yeah.
16.
It's December 16th.
December 16th,
I'm
Yeah,
looking
it says
for it.
above the recommended.
December 16th.
Yeah.
Okay,
6.8.
so thank you. That speeds me up. Okay. What I'd had last time on it was that I wanted more information on what it entailed, what changes are being made, and 1.4G fireworks in state fire code. Move agriculture into a minimum of 5 acres. So I wish I was more.
Those were notes on the discussion, but the moving ag to 5 acres will be covered when the board considers the agricultural element for Lake County 2050. And yeah, so.
I'm sorry, I'm not up on this one as much as I should be. I know I had to pull it, but
You know, time is flying. These things.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And for the fireworks, you don't know what you don't know. And unfortunately, I thought it was okay to possess, but it is not allowed to possess anytime outside of Lakeport and only inside of Lakeport during the times that they are for sale. But the possessing is illegal otherwise. So things you don't know and you don't know. And that was embarrassing, but I'll admit it right now. So that was part of that conversation that there's no need to change that because that's the law.
Thank you.
okay. Well, I think I'm done.
You're done. So I'm going to open up this public comment. Is there anyone in the room? Seeing none. Johanna, do we have any hands online? No hands. I'm going to close comment and bring it back to the board, and I believe we'll need an action.
I move.
Hang on one second,
I
Supervisor.
offer the ordinance.
There you go.
Okay.
So much easier.
You've offered, the ordinance has been offered.
Right, Supervisor Owen,
Yeah.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye. Okay, that concludes that item,
I'm
and
feeling better.
since you're here, I'm going to ask you to stay here. Let's do 7.4.
Thank you. At the last board meeting, you did the first reading of an ordinance that accomplishes a number of implementation tasks from the general plan housing element, sixth cycle from 2019 to 2027. After the approval of the first reading and advancing this item, we did realize that inadvertently omitted a definition, which has since been added. There was also numbering corrections that needed to be made. So what I request today, instead of a second reading, is since the omission of that definition is substantive, that this board approve a first reading again and advance it to the next available agenda.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
It's just a brief question. What does that do to our timeline with the state who had anticipation to receiving this?
I have kept the state updated, and I will continue to do so. I'm not aware of any repercussions yet, because, you know, this is substantive change, so nothing I could do about it.
Okay, any further from the board?
I still had some questions about the parking requirements on the low-income housing primarily, but in some of those areas I still want to be on the record that I have concerns about the parking. I am happy to see some of the regulations relaxing and reducing the CEQA requirements on some of these. I have one more question on the ag employee housing. I noticed it goes from 6 to 12. There's nothing below 6. So if you've only got 2, for instance, does it still apply?
We have not had any inquiries regarding that, but we also do have existing options for farm worker housing and ag something housing. There are a few limited options already for like a single family house.
Right. But because it started at 6 and then went clear up to 36 beds.
Good question.
Anything further?
Nope, that was
No. It appears there's nothing further from the board. I'm going to open it to the public. Is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak? Seeing none, Johanna, do we have anyone online? Holly, we're going to unmute you and state your name for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi, Holly Harris. I still have a question that hasn't been answered, even though I've asked it a couple of times. But HE 72 eliminates the requirement for a minor use permit for developments 20 units or larger to remove the constraint on development and possible barrier to construction of affordable housing units. So it's focused on affordable housing units. Yet the proposed 12.4B makes all housing developments in R3 a use by right, whether irregardless of size or pricing or anything like that. That I don't understand, especially when you take a look at the, I think it's E, in which it actually, which is actually HE 58, which says housing projects with at least 20% of units affordable to lower income households shall be permitted by right if they're located in a high density zone. These kind of are at opposition to each other. And so that's my question. Then I also, I think it's 12.4B, it states that everything is subject to compliance with all objective development standards in section 19.20, Article 19. But isn't Article 19 community commercial, or am I reading this wrong? Anyway, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Director Turner, are you able to
I would
offer,
refer Ms. Harris to the email that we sent responding to her questions already.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right. Apparently there was an email sent, Ms. Harris, so we're asking you to check that. Thank you for
Our
your comments
responses are
today.
in red font.
Is there any further online, Johanna? No hands, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for anything further or possible action. Mr. County Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if your board is prepared for an action with these substantive amendments, the motion would be to just have the draft ordinance with the amendments presented to your board here be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption. The first reading already took place. Since the first reading, there's been substantive amendments, but that under the statutes, that just moves it forward to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
So moved.
So I have a motion.
Second.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And I believe that concludes your items.
I think I'm done.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Yeah, I need to take a 5-minute break real quick. I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 4:28 p.m. And we're going to move to our 7.2 item, which is consideration of a supplemental response to the 2024-2025 Lake County Civil Grand Jury's final report. And we have our administrative analyst, Trevor Mockel, here. I'm going to turn it over to you to present.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. This item relates to the 2024-25 Lake County Grand Jury Final Report, the county's response and its findings and recommendations. As the Board is aware, the Civil Grand Jury serves as an examining and investigative role, issuing annual findings and recommendations intended to improve the county's system, procedures, and operations. In September 2025, the Board authorized submission of the county's response to selected recommendations consistent with past practice. Following that action, Presiding Judge Lunas, on behalf of the Civil Grand Jury, requested that the Board and county departments submit supplemental responses by addressing all cited findings and not only the recommendations. In response to that request, department heads, the County Administrative Office, County Council collaborated to prepare supplemental responses. that are now before the board. These supplemental responses ensure that each finding is directly addressed in compliance with Penal Code Section 933. In addition, internal county practices have been updated to ensure that all future grand jury responses consistently address both findings and recommendations. Staff appreciates the cooperation of the county department leadership and the guidance provided by Presiding Judge Lunas throughout this process. All departmental supplemental responses, along with the board's draft supplemental response, are attached and conform with statutory requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board for any questions. Not seeing any. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Is there anyone online? No hands. I'll go to the room. Do we have anyone here? Not seeing any. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for any final discussion or possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the supplemental response to the 2024-25 Lake County Civil Grand Jury Final Report and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to move to our 7.3 item, which is consideration of the following advisory board appointments. First, Cobb Municipal Advisory Council. Second, Kelseyville Cemetery District. Third, Lake County Ag Advisory Committee. Fourth, the Lower Lake Cemetery District. And that's the clerk of the board item. I don't believe she has anything to present. So it will come back to the board for recommendations. And we'll start with Supervisor Pyska on the Cobb Municipal Advisory Council.
Do you want me to make the motions now?
Well, I guess I need to open up public comment. I don't know if I should do that each section. What's that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your board can take public comment as to all of the councils that's been, or committees that's been identified here. And your board can do that in conjunction with, or along with the recommendations made by each board member, each corresponding board member.
So,
These are my recommendations.
okay, go ahead with your recommendations.
Paul Duncan and Kathy McCarthy.
Okay. Let's move to the Kelseyville Cemetery District. Is that yours as well? And your
Yep, I'll
recommendation?
recommend
Okay.
Elizabeth Broida.
Let's move to the Ag Advisory Committee, which is yourself and Supervisor Owen, I believe.
I'm
That are the
would like
reps
to
on
make,
that.
make some recommendations on that. I mean,
We have, I believe we
we have
have,
one extra.
I believe we have 4 seats, or,
And Carolyn sent us an email with, it's what?
I recall a public comment from
No, Carolyn sent yesterday an update of who was on it and who's been appointed, because we have the 4 crop seats. Trying to find it. I think she just sent it yesterday.
I do have a question, if I may, while you're looking. We did get a public comment. Somebody was stating that we had one more applicant than we had seats, and they wanted to know if one could be an alternate, but I don't know that the bylaws would allow that, so
We don't have a alternate in the bylaws.
that's what I was checking on. So that's not a possibility, just to clarify that.
Yeah. I noticed that Carolyn is not a registered voter. She wrote no on that. So I didn't know if that'd be a way to,
County council, is that an actual requirement?
it was
I don't know
asked
that that's a
on
legal requirement.
it was asked on the application.
Not necessarily on its face unless it was done so inadvertently. Part of that may depend on the qualifications of the appointee or propose appointee based on the bylaws too. It may depend on that.
Correct, because I've seen it before where you didn't have to be a registered voter.
We appointed her last year.
Okay.
I don't,
Well, I only know a couple of them, and that would be Michaela Benjamin. I had asked her. She's a rancher. And I'd asked Daniel Sinram to apply. So I would like to appoint those two.
and that's where we need to figure out the categories, because we've got we have to find that email. I don't know.
I think we had 3 crop and 1 something else. And I know Daniel would fit any of them.
Yeah. But I do want to reappoint David Weiss. He's been on it for a few years, and just really value his perspective too.
Okay.
Johanna, are you able to find what she sent us yesterday? I don't know why I can't find it. When we have these emails, well, Catherine, or our ag commissioner has 1 seat, and then there's 6 others, so she's the 7th, right? Well, I wanted the roster from last year because we could see, and I think Carolyn sent me a roster that, the current roster and kind of what we had from last year. Because we had one person from, I think it was District 2 that didn't reapply.
I'm not District 2.
I mean 3. I think he was someone you knew last year, and he didn't reapply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see it.
Because I would like to reappoint Carolyn and David, and then Carolyn Hillman and David Weiss, and then we've got to figure out.
And I'd like to appoint the 2 I'd ask, which would have been Michaela Benjamin and Daniel Sinram.
There, let's see. Wendy just sent it. Okay, so Bruce Merrilees was our organic farmer. So last year, and then we had our ag processor was Pat Scully, and ag processor Carolyn Hillman, and then we had for crop growers, we had David Weiss, Jennifer Smith, Quincy Jackson, and Sharon Zoller, because we do want to make sure that we've got a balance with cannabis on there too. So Quincy Jackson.
Yeah, he didn't reply.
Quincy Jackson has not, so that would be, if we kind of wanted to stay with what we had last year, that would be someone that we would switch out that prop grower seat. Oh, and Jennifer Smith. So if we put Paul in Jennifer Smith's place, and then which one, Michaela Benjamin or Dan Sundaram, which one would you want to take Quincy Jackson's spot?
Either one could apply for that. But I'd like to keep both of them.
But if we're going to try and keep the balance with the cannabis crop grower?
How many cannabis crop growers do we have, or cannabis industries do we have there? Last year we had 3.
We had 2.
No, we had 3. I'm pretty sure we had 3.
No, because we had Carolyn Hillman was the cannabis processor, and Jennifer Smith was the cannabis crop grower. And so
Yeah, but didn't we have one more person in there that was also cannabis?
Quincy Jackson, I thought he was a rancher.
He also did cannabis.
He did both.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's that one.
So,
So which of those two do you want to put in his? Because I would really like to keep Jennifer Smith's seat still a cannabis seat and have Paul there.
we'll just move Paul into her seat.
Right, and then we'll have one more Quincy Jackson seat. And so either Daniel or Michaela for that one.
I would still like to have both. Daniel will cover 3. He does walnuts, ranching, and hay. Benjamin does primarily ranching. So I think they both have great voices, and I don't think it's going to hurt to have them both on there. You take 2, and I'll take 2.
Well, I mean, I think David Weiss is in District 4. I think he's been really great on this too. And so, I don't think it's just like I take 2 and you take 2. I think we need to find the balance.
I think this is a good balance. We haven't had anybody that did livestock on it. So adding somebody
Right.
from livestock would be,
Yeah, and I think having someone with livestock would be great. So then the question is Daniel or David?
I'm going to say Daniel.
And I
And
think
Benjamin.
David is great. I think Daniel's great too. And, we always have Rebecca come to these meetings too. We always get strong Farm Bureau input. And again, the meetings are open to the public, but Daniel's in District 5. David's in District 4. We can also look at what this
That's
looks like.
District 5 on the application.
David? I thought he lived,
It says Kelseyville.
he's in Kelseyville, but he's not.
Okay.
It isn't-
It says District 5, that's all I know.
Yeah, I'm
Let
pretty
me look
sure
at the address.
he lives on the other side of Soda Bay.
The address is.
Yeah, I can't, unfortunately, I can't.
Yeah.
He could be right on the border, not seeing the address. I can't verify what district he's in. What was that? Okay.
It says 4150 Soda Bay Road on the, on last year's
So much for
roster.
blacking it out.
Can I ask, was there anyone else in District 4 off the top of your head?
Of the crop growers?
Just of anybody on the?
Well, Pat Scully.
Okay.
Because Bruce is in District 5. And Sharon is in District 5.
I had asked others actually down in other areas as well, and they didn't get them filled out in time, I guess. Was there any others that came in, Susan? Any other applications? No? Okay.
Were you able to verify that, Johanna? No, the other one you were looking up on.
4150 Soda Bay Road. I'm pretty sure that is in.
I'm don't mean to be rude. Is it possible? Because I'll go with what the folks on the advisory board want. Maybe there needs to be a break where they can have that conversation. I'm certain we're going to have a break sometime between now and the end of the meeting. But we have folks who are waiting here, and I would love to see if there's a private conversation that can be had that then brings back the recommendation from the advisory board.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Are you?
Well, I think I would like to hear from the rest of the supervisors what you think. Yeah, David Weiss is on the other side of Soda Bay Road. He is in District 4.
Okay, well, I was just checking, so I think my comment would be, I think it's good if somebody from District 4, it is the biggest ag district in the county, but I do want to have the supervisors work it out, because I was kind of trying to defer to them to figure it out, since they're the people on there, but I don't know if we have consensus yet.
No,
So
I still want Michaela and Daniel.
then, are you
and,
guys okay talking about this on the next
Well,
break?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's, if that's, I mean, if you're not gonna
I'm not
budge at
moving.
all, then it's pointless to have a conversation. I think that we're missing out on someone that's been really valuable on this committee.
But you have the choice between the other three, which two you want.
Well, it's not in my choice. I'm trying to make sure that we have balance because.
And I
you know,
think there
we're-
is balance. I think what we're missing is our livestock and our hay.
Yep.
And so I'm bringing those in. And I feel strongly about it, that we need that flavor on the board.
Okay.
So between the two of you, you're recommending Daniel Sermon
And Michaela?
and Michaela, and then Carolyn Hellman and David Weiss?
No, see, I mean, this is not up to me. It's, we have to fill those cannabis seats. And so to fill the cannabis seats, that would be, I think it's Benjamin or Paul taking Jennifer
Not you.
Smith's seat and Carolyn Hillman staying in the same seat. And then you want to remove David, not have David continue like he has been. That's what you're asking.
I'm asking to bring some ranching flavor into the,
Right, and I agree. That's why I think Benjamin would, or Michaela would be great. I don't agree with changing out David Weiss. We can vote on it and see how it goes.
okay, thank you.
All right, let's move to the Lower Lake Cemetery District. Supervisor Owen, do you have any
Oh,
comment on the Lower Lake Cemetery District? There is one applicant, I believe.
sorry.
Nice.
What was that?
Yes, I'll point, I'm looking for a name. Iris Hudson?
Okay. So I'm at this point, Supervisor Sabatier, do you have further?
Yeah, I just have a general comment. Mr. Guintovano, there was a bill, I believe it might have been Bill 707. I don't remember. The numbers are all jumbled in my head, but it was a new Brown Act bill that passed so that advisory boards can use remote access. Because they're advisory, they don't make full decisions. And so I would like to just suggest that on our form, what is your best way to access this? Would it be through remote means or in person? And that we try to implement that in our advisory board so that we can make it as open and accessible to anybody and help us get more people that might take interest in joining some of our advisory boards. And so if you can take a look at that, because I know that passed as of January, I believe. And I would like to see how we are going to implement that to make sure that everybody is aware and that our committees are then capable of providing that remote access as well. Just wanted to make that general statement. There's no need to respond to it specifically, but hoping in the near future we can get something.
Yeah, it's just for info for later,
Yes, thank you.
unless
Mr.
you
Chair.
want to say something.
I'll touch base with supervisors about you offline.
Okay. With that, then, before action, I'm going to open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment on any of these advisory boards that have been read out here? Not seeing any. Johanna, anything online? No, then I'm going to bring it back to the board for final action, and let's, can we do it one by, go ahead, Mr. Guintovano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So typically it's done by entity.
Yes, that's what I was
instead
thinking.
of names.
One by one, so let's start with
Yep.
Cobb Council.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Paul Duncan and Kathy McCarthy to the Cauberry Council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the Kelseyville Cemetery District, Supervisor Pyska.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Elizabeth Broida to the Kelseyville Cemetery District.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Let's move to the Lake County Ag Advisory Committee.
Do we want to do them one at a time, or?
Well, we need to have an action on the 4 that would be
Yeah.
appointed.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Carolyn Hillman, David Weiss, Paul Barancino, and Michaela Benjamin.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Hey.
Nay.
That motion carries. And moving on to the Lower Lake Cemetery District. Supervisor Owen.
I make a motion that we approve Iris Hudson to the Lower Lake Cemetery District.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Second.
Or second, I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Sorry, you were going faster than I was.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. And we're going to close that item. Next, I'm going to take up our 4.3 item, which is an extra item from earlier. And we're hearing the B portion, consideration of a resolution for proclamation of a local health emergency by the Lake County Health Officer for the Clear Lake sewage spill. And we have our Public Health Officer, if you want to come up, please, and present this item to us. We have our Dr. Bernstein and our Director, Anthony Arden, and we also have our Environmental Health Director, Craig Weatherby. Who's going to be starting this out? Dr. Bob? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present this proposal proclamation. I think we've all become aware that we're in the course of addressing a problem of sewage spill affecting areas of Clear Lake, but also, depending on the results of testing, possibly entering the lake as well. It's an important problem that is affecting, could be affecting public health and safety and the environment. And so this proclamation is addressing that. I've not done this before here, so I'm just wondering, do I read the entire proclamation? Or would you like me to summarize?
I don't believe that's,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Just displaying.
Which one do you want, the memo or? We'll start with the prompt. Okay.
Chair.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Because of time, I would suggest that we've already read the earlier proclamation coming from the county rather than public health. It's very similar. If we can make sure and have it added as an item on the agenda, just reload it, it's not on there, then that way it would be made available to the public. And that way, for time's sake, we can move forward. This is very much a almost carbon copy other than specific to the public health situation.
What do you want from me? Rezo. Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. That's just what I was just going to say, that we would be uploading these after the fact.
While looking for that, let me just add to what's been mentioned already. We actually have 3 proclamations, Clear Lake itself, the county on behalf of the sheriff's office, and my own proclamation, suggested proclamation. And I agree very much that there's no inconsistencies among them. Mine draws on the authorities and role of the public health officer, but the other ones are certainly documented in terms of the health and safety code and so forth. So if there's a way to, for efficiency, to put the three together and not have to read my proclamation separately, I'm certainly happy with that.
County council's okay with it? I'm okay.
Do we need to open it up for public?
What was that?
Do we need to open it up for public?
Just getting ready to. County council, is there anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Just a note, because these are separate extra items, one should be taken after the other to avoid any conflation or confusion. Between the OES item, that's I think 4.2, and this item, which is 4.3.
And I don't believe I've opened it to the public yet, so I can do that at this point. Is there anybody in the room? Anybody online? Sterling?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions, and I know it's kind of early on with what's going on in Clear Lake, but do we know how much of the groundwater that it has been contaminated and how much raw sewage has been flowing through the creek that has been going into the lake by any chance?
Thank you. Is that something you can respond to at this point, or no?
I'm
just-
fortunate to have an expert next to me, but
Okay.
one of the issues is the amount of testing and the results of testing that's still being done.
Okay, and that's something we can make available to the public when we have that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Sterling, we will have that information at some point.
Okay, cool.
All right. And there's no further comment? I'll bring it back to the board and believe Supervisor Sabatier further.
Yeah, I just want to make a brief statement. So it's unfortunate what is happening, and infrastructure like roads sometimes break and have potholes, and we have issues. Unfortunately, this one is a much larger situation than just a standard pothole. I feel like I need to apologize to the people in that area. It is a disgusting situation to deal with, and luckily we were able to stop the spill as of 9:45 p.m. last night. And that took way too long, unfortunately, and you had to endure that for such a long time. So we're doing everything we can, I know, to try and reduce the impacts right now, test the water to make sure that we know the safety levels, and please just keep listening to the press releases that come out. Keep looking out for any kind of social media that's going to happen after we approve this. And I wish it didn't happen, but I also wish other emergencies and urgencies didn't happen either, such as fires in our neighborhood. So, yeah, reach out if you need to, please. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to move to offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen?
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Cram?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye. And that concludes that item. Thank you.
And I believe there's the proclamation, just the proclamation that was done before. Do we also have the proclamation to approve?
Don't we have to do all three
Do
separate?
we have a second action?
Yeah, the resolution reflects the proclamation in large part. So typically, when a proclamation of an emergency is submitted to your board, there usually is accompanied with a resolution approving the local emergency.
So it's approved.
We're good.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, just want to thank Supervisor Sabatier for the comments that he made, which I actually should have introduced my own presentation with. So I thank you very much for approving the resolution.
Thank you. And since we're on these proclamations, I'll go ahead and take up item 4.2, which is
12.2. 4.2, I was on.
4.2 was an extra item A, or we're going to do the B section. We already approved to hear it. Consideration of a resolution proclaiming the existence of a local emergency due to the 2026 Robin Lane sewer spill in the city of Clear Lake. And do we have our sheriff?
He's online.
Good afternoon, Sheriff Bingham. Do Do you want to present comments on this item?
Yes, before your board is a proclamation of existing local emergency due to the sewer spill. Due to the nature of it, it is contained largely within the city of Clear Lake. However, with special districts and it potentially going into the county, it does cause some problems. By issuing the proclamation for existing local emergency, it better prepares us to respond to the city. And then if the resources in the city and the sheriff's office and the county are exhausted, then it allows us to contract outside of Lake County and then contact Cal OES for that support through CDAA and so on in the future with the mitigation and cleanup.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Sabatier, question?
Yeah, and I just want to take a brief moment as well, just to expound on what I said earlier. I know that Leah has been tremendous in helping from your OES and all the staff from special districts. They've been working day in, day out, frustrated with trying to close this up, but they've been working their butts off trying to make it happen. And again, we're a little bit better situation today than we were before, but now the work happens for the cleanup. So I just want to thank staff.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? I also thank you for bringing this forward today, Sheriff. With that, I'll go ahead and open it to the public. Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, Johanna, do we have anybody online? No hands. Then I'm going to bring it back to the board for any final questions or action.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye. That concludes that item. Thank you. And we're going to move on to our 4.1 item, which was an extra item with the Public Services, Public Works Director, Mr. Ewing. And let me read the title. That was item 4.1, section, the B portion, which is approve the award of bid number 2404 to NG Builder Company for the EOC remodel project in the amount of $1,095,000.00. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Ewing.
All right. Good evening. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. As was stated, this is a recommendation for award of a project that went out to bid last year, at the end of last year. To summarize briefly some of the items in the memo, there were 8 bids that were received, and we are recommending award to the lowest bidder. There were some of the bidders that included a local workforce participation discount for purposes of determining the low bidder. None of those factored in to the determination of the local bidder, and it's important to note that none of the contractors are local in the sense that they are based here. It was a matter of who they were using for subs. So in short, the recommendation is for your board to award the contract as summarized in the description. So approve the award of bid number 2404 to NG Builder Company for the EOC renovation project.
Thank you. Board members, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I feel I get yelled at by Mr. Mike from the build program at NCO, who's always looking for ways to contribute back to some of the things that we do. Hopefully, maybe you can be available to see if there's a way to connect those two together. Maybe they can help with this project and be a part of something to give back to the community as well. In the future, looking for ways to implement that in future contracts, not looking to change anything today.
Sure, and what I would offer to him, happy to have that conversation with him, continued conversations, and I think the builders exchanges and the unions, the apprenticeships that are available, that's really the way for employees to really tap in. Yep.
Thank you. Any further from the board? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to open it to the public. Is there anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone. Johanna, do we have any hands online? I'll bring it back, close public comment, and bring it back to the board for possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the award of bid number 2404 to NG Builder Company for the EOC renovation in the amount of $1,095,000 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can stay here, Mr. Ewing. We're going to go to 7.5, and that is consideration of consolidation of Public Works and Public Services Department. And again, we have our Director, Lars Ewing, here. I'm going to turn that over to you.
Okay. Good evening. Chair, members of the board, Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director and Public Services Director. The purpose of this item, and the slides that are up here are very, very brief, but the purpose of the item is to present a recommendation from your board's ad hoc committee for Public Works that was established last year to evaluate leadership and organizational structure options for Public Works. We can probably hide that for the time being. Does this one work? Okay, perfect. All right. So for background purposes, in the summer of 2025, following an initial co-director appointment with CAO Susan Parker, your board appointed me as the interim Public Works Director. Then in the fall of last year, as your board will recall, you established the ad hoc committee that I referenced earlier. That committee consisted of Chair Rasmussen, Supervisor Crandall, CAO Parker, and myself. Since then, over the last few months, the committee and staff from both departments have worked together to evaluate three primary options for Public Works. One, I'll call it the status quo, which is status quo prior to the interim appointment, but a single Public Works Director with a single Public Works Department with a single Director. That would be one option. Another option that was evaluated is what we have right now under the interim establishment, which is a separate Public Works and separate Public Services Department with one interim Public Works Director and a permanent Public Services Director, but essentially one director running two departments separately. The third option is a merger of those departments, merging Public Works and Public Services under one director, and that's the recommendation that was landed on by the ad hoc committee. So today is an opportunity to provide the committee's recommendation and receive feedback and direction from your board as you deem appropriate. I will note that the memo that is included in the agenda packet was based on direction of the committee, which was to consolidate but also to take formal action in today's board meeting. However, following some legal and administrative discussions over the last few days, and out of a recognition that the last discussion that your board had about this topic was establishing that ad hoc committee, we felt that a presentation of recommendations and a request for board direction rather than formal action was more appropriate. So now we can probably show those up here now. I will do my best to speed through this because there's a lot of information that may be clear as day to a lot of people, but I think it's important to just understand what the two departments are like now. So I'm going to show a couple of org charts. This is all I have up on the slide deck. Is what currently Public Works has. So what you're looking at now is a division level org chart for Public Works, along with the staff in each division. So Public Works has responsibility for essentially transportation infrastructure, roads, and the road network, which includes bridges and everything else associated with county roads. Also the county airport, as well as fleet and heavy equipment for county departments, and also a division for engineering and capital project delivery. You can see there are 60 FTEs allocations and an annual operating budget in the range of $40 to $45 million. Now shifting over to Public Services, and John, this is not working. If you could get your help, just shifting to the next slide is fine. So Public Services is, you'll see a similar structure. They have responsibility for facilities or county buildings, county parks, county landfill, solid waste management, recreation programming, museums, and also capital projects for facilities or for infrastructure that Public Services has involvement with. So I'm just to pause right now and briefly just emphasize before I go to the next slide, which shows a preliminary merger of the two departments. I want to just recognize both the employees in both departments. Your board is blessed with outstanding employees. They're dedicated, and this is a little hokey, but I'm going to say the term. They're dedicated to showing what public service at work looks like. So I came up with that myself, I'll tell you that. So, thank you. Thank you. So the next slide shows a preliminary org chart. John, let's see if I can do that. I'll probably push the wrong button if I do it upside down. So what you're looking at here is a merged org chart. And I will just at a high level estimated 110 FTEs, which is one less than the combination of the two departments, which we'll go into a bit. No change to existing services, no change to budgets that each of these the infrastructure and the programs that are run. Really, at this point, no change on a budgetary basis at this point, which is very preliminary. What I will talk about here is some of the key benefits that that the ad hoc committee and staff from both departments have identified. And we'll kind of use this as a talking point to this. First is the director that is shown there. You'll note there are currently two departments, currently two directors, and an assistant director in Public Works. So you'll note that the one potential benefit is freeing up existing vacant positions that may have been vacant for quite some time. We want to be careful with that. As we have the need to continue operations and have staff to carry out the work, we want to make sure that we're not undercutting ourselves, but that is one potential benefit. Then working at from left to right here, some of the benefits on the maintenance side. So both departments have infrastructure that they maintain, what we call lowercase public works infrastructure. So on the public services side, you have buildings and parks. We have staff who maintain those on a day-to-day basis. The same thing on roads. So this is an opportunity to have a singular deputy director that oversees both. I've seen a lot of benefit in this on the public services side. You'll note that facilities and parks, they currently operate under this structure where there's a deputy director. We call it for operations, but in this case, we'd be focusing strictly on maintenance. We would not maintenance of that infrastructure. Funding, are separate pots of funding certainly for roads, less so with facilities and parks because it's primarily general fund, but from a budgetary perspective, they are distinctly separate. So we would ensure that those the funding pots remain separate, but the leadership, it certainly helps with the continuity of operations, focused day-to-day maintenance operations. So. Shifting to the next one, Deputy Director for Operations. You'll note that there is no Assistant Director shown here. So the allocation that is for was the Assistant Director for Public Works would be used for that Deputy Director of Operations to oversee those programs. Moving over to administration, this was one of the areas that stands out probably to anybody that both departments have administrative sections that handle fiscal, personnel, customer service, and so it's an opportunity to look at a singular department that would have one administrative section that does a lot of things, but it provides a singular director, a singular deputy director, and a single team as opposed to a separate administrative team. Another one to point out here is the fourth. And I'll talk about the colors here in a second, but the Deputy Director for Engineering and Capital Projects. Both departments have essentially a project delivery wing. Public Works, you might have heard the term E&I or Engineering and Inspection. That is essentially a project delivery for transportation-related projects, roads, bridges, and airports. And on the Public Services side, there is a capital projects team that delivers capital projects similar to what you just approved previously for the EOC. So this would combine those entities into one, and I have seen would see a lot of benefits in that singular combined division, strengthening internal support and allowing for standardized project management and sharing of resources and expertise. I will maybe now talk about the coloring on this just for awareness. Green is an existing public services function that would largely remain operationally the same as it is now. Orange would be an existing public works function that would largely remain the same. Anything in what shows up as blue or maybe black, depending upon the screen, it would be an area where we see a change in responsibility, be it at the at the position description level, or in merged areas such as administration and engineering and projects, as I mentioned earlier. So some of the last point that I'll talk to you on this slide is some of the fiscal and staffing benefits. And it's important to note that the overall goal that the ad hoc committee, I would say, agreed to, or at least that I got the impression from them, is it was not about short-term cost cutting. It was more about operational effectiveness, organizational effectiveness, and also leadership stability and continuity. That was an overarching goal. However, financial savings are expected primarily through position consolidation. I mentioned earlier the Public Works Director, current Public Works Director vacancy that my feeling, my sense is, and in discussions with staff, that I think that's something that position we can, I'll say, do away with. And I want to be careful with that because we need to ensure that we can continue to carry out our responsibilities. But with that said, new positions need to be created. We're looking at deputy director positions, 4 of them here, that would require a new job description. I will note that this is no net change to the current number of deputy directors that exist in both Public Works and Public Services. There are 2 deputy directors in both departments. So you currently have 4 deputy director allocations. This is no net change to that. So we're not talking about making a giant agency. It's really a reduction in the what I'll call the executive leadership on the department side. But with the creation of new positions, at this point we haven't written the job descriptions. We haven't gone through the classification and compensation process, so we don't know what the net cost savings will be. But it based on estimates that I'll say I have put together, it does look like there's anticipated to be some cost savings through this, just on a position basis. So the rest of I'll leave this up just for discussion's sake later, but a few points to just close this out. Aside from internal analysis of the 2 departments, we looked outside. We looked at other counties. What are other counties doing? What have other counties done, both for an existing structure or merging? There is no apples to apples comparison. I think your board is probably aware of that. You look at other counties, they all do things slightly different. Public Works and, I'll say the type of functions that your Public Works Department and your Public Services Departments manage, they are managed differently. But what we did is I focused on what we manage and what are the similar counties. I will comment that your board is familiar with the 12 benched counties that are used for the classification and compensation piece. There's no other county that does it the way we do. Essentially, I will just to that point. Only one other county has within Public Works facilities, so it includes facilities in there. There's only one other county that does that. No other counties have Parks and Rec within the Public Works Department. They don't have Parks and Rec, and none have a fully operating landfill. So just to show you that they're within those 12, it may not be something that we have a direct comparison to. However, there are some. Sonoma County, interestingly enough, is one that is very similar. Now they are on our compensation comparison list, and they are a very good example of how we might structure ourselves. I've had conversations with their director, and not only are they set up in a similar fashion, but they recently went through an organizational restructure, a merger that is one that I feel we can model. Prior to 2022, Sonoma County had 2 separate departments of a transportation and Public Works department, very similar to our Public Works department here, and they had a general services department, which is very similar to Public Services, not a direct comparison, but very similar. And what they did as a result of a retirement of a long tenured general services director, they faced a leadership vacancy, and as a result of that, the board directed the the departments to merge under the leadership of the then the Transportation and Public Works Director, and they merged those departments into what they termed the Public Infrastructure Department. So I bring this up simply to show the fact that we are looking outside, we are looking at other alternatives, and Sonoma County does provide a very good resource, and I think we can learn a lot from them. And I do appreciate their director and their staff being available. They've made that available. I've visited them, and they've been great to us. So next steps, if your board were to support consolidation in concept, staff would do a number of things. One is to finalize the organizational structure. This is a draft. This is a preliminary look at how we might structure it, but finalize this structure. Develop the job descriptions that are necessary. There's the director. There is the deputy directors that are shown, and potentially others, but those are the primary ones that we look at. Staff would also evaluate financial and staffing impacts, not just revising these job descriptions, but what is the overall financial impact of a combined administrative section? How are we distributing proportionate costs for the administrative section? And I very much appreciate the administrative office help with that as we get to that point. So those three items that I mentioned earlier would come to your board for approval. What I would suggest is that we would come to your board for approval after going through the ad hoc committee with a review. Come to your board for approval in the coming months, and I would suggest prior to budgets that would come back to your board, and that following that we would prepare the fiscal year 26-27 budget under a merged department. And I'm going to pause here just to address why not do all these things during budget hearings, during the budget process with official action at that point. And this is where I guess I'm speaking maybe somewhat independently, and I'll just say because as the individual who's appointed to manage both departments, I have directly observed and experienced some inefficiencies in a one director, two departments. In particular, they're not in the same building, right? It's directly across the street, but there's some inefficiencies in not being there, not having that the ability to really take action on behalf of one department as opposed to two. So another 6 months would certainly lead to some inefficiencies at the director level. Waiting for budgets would do just that, but it gives us an opportunity to approve in concept now, follow up with a formal action in the coming months, and then where we would provide some in-depth budgetary assessment, but not to the level of what we would prepare for the 26-27 budgets. So with that said, the recommended actions are slightly different from what was in the memo. As I mentioned earlier, that was discussions with legal and admin, and I appreciate their input. To summarize what the recommended actions are, if your board does conceptually approve or support, I won't say approve, but conceptually support the merger, recommended actions first would be to coordinate for direction to staff to coordinate establishment of the key classifications that are in simplistically shown up here, but identify the key classifications that need to be written, the job descriptions written, the compensation determined. Second, I would say return to the board with a presentation on staffing recommendations and financial and operational impacts, as well as a formal resolution merging the departments. And then third, this is kind of a catch-all, but direct staff to initiate other administrative and budgetary actions to support the implementation. And so for some example there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that needs to be done. Workspace locations is one. Administrative cost sharing among budget units. County code revisions as necessary. Any employee union negotiations that might be necessary. Payroll adjustments and the sort. So that's the summary of the recommended actions, and because it's all direction to staff, these are simply recommended directions that your board might consider. But that concludes my presentation, and happy to attempt to answer any questions here.
Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know there was a lot. One of the things that we've struggled with for a long time, and we've had a lot of turnover and we've had a lot of change, and I sure hope you don't go anywhere anytime soon, Lars. Mm-hmm. But we do have to look at succession planning. And I know that there are engineering requirements. And I'm just hoping that as we look at this org chart, we can also think about which position would make sense if there was a need to, have a deputy fill in for the director, or, if there were different vacancies, how could a different, if one deputy was gone, I just want to make sure that since we're doing all of this planning, maybe you could spend some time trying to flesh that out and figure that out so that we don't end up in a situation where we're not able to function at our highest capacity.
Sure. Yeah. Quick answer to that: succession planning is key, and I'm really excited about the staff that some of the young engineers in particular. Typically, public works directors come from the engineering side of the house, and so a natural route. Leaving out an assistant director doesn't mean that someone wouldn't, an engineer might not learn the chops, so to speak. And there could be an opportunity to learn different, you wouldn't have to be the deputy director for engineering and capital projects. You could go into another one and another one of those areas and learn that side. But there's some great staff that are they're in public works as well as public services. I'm focusing on the engineering side right now, but there's I think the future is bright. I've had some recent discussions with potential candidates for vacancies that we have now, and I think there's some good potential in the near future.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. But I just want to make sure that we've got kind of backup plans
Absolutely.
in place.
Yeah, and I to that point, let's say this is the structure that we established. Let's say I'm gone, something comes up, and oh goodness, there's no assistant director to go to. Well,
Right.
There are deputy directors that, dependent upon the issue, if it's a roads issue, we'll have that deputy director for maintenance would be the one. If it's a project issue, there's your deputy director for capital projects. If it's a solid waste issue, you have another deputy director. So it may not be a singular assistant, but it's multiple highly capable deputies.
Okay, great, thank you.
Let's go to Supervisor Sabatier.
And I had a similar comment. I don't think it needs to be director, deputy director, and then the other deputy directors underneath, or assistant director, whatever you want to label it. I feel like that's too narrow, and not sure how it would be positioned, but there's a reason for the leadership that's needed at the helm of a department, and that's to get everyone to collaborate and work together and move things along. And if there is a long-term absence from the director, is there a chosen deputy director that you would choose already that would just take that place, or is there a structure that we can build that somebody's already there within that structure? So that's just, I was thinking the exact same lines along what Supervisor Pyska was saying, because it looks a little broad right below you. And to me, it also creates upward mobility for those that are there, so that they're not just stuck at the deputy director until somebody leaves at the director level. There's still an opportunity to take that one more step and learn more. Can you go backwards a little bit? Oh, right when it disappeared.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
And Johanna left.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Let's see.
Well, anyways,
There we go.
I
Get it up.
just to see what the titles were for the,
There we go. So this is public services,
and then back one.
public works.
Yeah, and I was thinking financially, maybe it's not deputy director, maybe it's division director. I don't know. Trying to figure out how to balance it out as it goes down the list. But what I'm hoping for in order to make a final decision is, here's what a budget looks like altogether, and here's what the budget would look like if we stayed exactly the same, which I think is complicated to a certain degree, but we also still have, here's what these classifications would cost, because it's really a matter of salaries and everything attached to the salaries. The rest is easy to figure out. So that's where I am. I need to really see the numbers and cents, the dollars and cents, to be able to make a final decision. And a lot of trust in what you're putting together and what you think is going to work the best. I have an idea, but I'm also not working it just like you are and the rest of your staff is as well. So I think it's important to get your perspective on that, on what you feel would work best. And we've done this before. We used to be Public Services and Public Works together as one many, many moons ago. And so there's some archived somewhere understanding of, did that structure for us work in the past or did it not? And if it did, maybe it's something that we can kind of dust off and take a look at as well if that wasn't looked at.
Yeah, in a slightly different capacity, but yes, solid waste was in Public Works, but facilities never was. Parks and Recreation never were, and Water Resources at one point was in Public Works. So there's certainly some history, but it's more history of dissolving as opposed to coming back together.
So I do have a 5:30 p.m. bomb to drop. You mentioned the separate facilities. Has there been a conversation about maybe a swap with Water Resources and Public Services so that you have a combined, if we combine change the structure so that you're all in one area and Water Resources has its own building? I don't know what the square footage difference is, if that would even work, but just thought I'd throw it out.
Yeah, one benefit we have, coincidentally, is that we have an architect right now who's working, and the Space Committee is aware of this, and I owe your board an update on that. But an architect is having conversations with the majority of department heads in the county in consideration of the fourth floor being vacant and what are their needs, what are their wants, how much space do they need, and so essentially we're talking about a space use study and where departments might go. So the timing is perfect if this was a consideration. I have yet to have my department head discussion with the architect. Mine is next week. So actually, I'm sorry, this week. So that is in the works to determine what space needs are there, where they might go. Have I gone to the Water Resources Director and had a discussion about, hey, I'm going to suggest taking over? No, I have not done that yet. I think it's a little premature, but I think at this point, when we talk about this building, there's quite a lot that's on the table as potentials, given the fourth floor vacancy, and even that has a lot of unknowns there as well, that we have to work with the state on. So I hope that answers your question a bit.
In the works, not set in stone.
Heard it.
Thank you. And I just wanted to briefly comment. I appreciate the questions from Supervisors Pyska and Sabatier. That was a big part of the discussion that we had at the ad hoc regarding that proposed structure with what it could look like with a new department. And so it's definitely was part of the discussion. So appreciate that coming out. Is there any further comments from supervisors? No? Then I'm going to go ahead and open this to the public. Johanna, do we have anyone? I'll start online first. Sterling, if you go ahead and state your name for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sterling Wellman. So of course, you guys all know I live in Spring Valley, and Public Works is the government entity that takes care of New Long Valley, also takes care of Old Long Valley and the bridges. So when we're merging these together, what is this going to do for the world communities out here in, like, say, the outskirts of Lake County, getting grants for bridges for emergency ingress and egress with communities like Spring Valley? Is that going to hurt us on keep trying to fight for the bridges? And then maybe a little going around and talking to the town hall committees and getting the public's opinion on merging these together, so then more community members inside Lake County can understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Do we have anyone else online? No more hands. Do we have anyone in the room? Not seeing any. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for any further comments or possible direction on the recommended action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve is this the?
Hands.
Oh, sorry.
We have a change in the language.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about.
You want it, County Council, you want to walk us through? Or?
Yes. So it's generally, as how Director Ewing presented it verbally to your board, it's substantively different from the recommendations that was stated in the board memo. So your board can just give, if your board is if your board finds that satisfactory, your board can just provide consensus to Director Ewing's three directions to be provided to Director Ewing to move forward as he verbally laid it out.
And he did lay it out to the board, so at this point, I'd ask, do we have consensus for, yeah, go ahead, Supervisor.
And again, my addition to that consensus would be, I want to still see the difference in what that would look like, and then the final decision would be once all the nitty-gritty type of information could be provided.
And Mr. Chair, if I could offer just
Yes, please.
there's no reason why we couldn't do that. Those two departments can certainly work together, and we do. We work together to get a presentation to your board prior to budget hearings, so that you'll have an understanding of exactly what you talked about. And I'd be happy to work with, and I will work with the ad hoc committee so they can see that sort of information in advance.
And that was the royal we, where you represent both, that we will be presenting.
Royal is an overstep.
And just to be clear, is the rest of the board okay with consensus on the budget part of it? Yes. So we had you have any questions, or?
I have the direction that I feel that I
Okay.
need. Unless there's any clarity, I guess I'll just pause and ensure that on kind of legal or admin, if there's any misunderstanding there. But good. All right.
I think we're good then. We'll go ahead and
Thank you very
close this item and see you back at some point.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lars.
Appreciate it. And then I'm going to go ahead and check in with my colleagues. It's getting late in the day. Do we want to go ahead and do reports or a modified version of reports? I don't know if folks have stuff they need to get out.
I'm okay with foregoing them.
I've said what I needed to say about
Okay.
this bill that's out there.
So no further report. Supervisor
I
Owen?
can
do
just
you
give a
have-
quick update about our trip yesterday.
Yeah, go
Just real
ahead.
briefly. Yeah, we Supervisor Sabatier and myself went down to Anaheim and met with the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, along with Mendocino County, Sonoma County representatives, and some other folks, stakeholders and whatnot, Lake Pillsbury Alliance, and basically went around the circle, went around the square, and talked about our different challenges in going through this. And she took a copious amount of notes. Also, was very supportive, and we spent a good hour with them, and so it went really well. She put a post out and is giving some support to us. There was a briefing afterwards. Supervisor Sabatier got to stand up and be a part of the briefing. I don't know if he answered any questions, but it was pretty good. And so that was basically what we went through yesterday. It was a pretty good meeting. I think it was helpful, and we're hoping that in the future we can have some more attention directly in Lake County. But as for yesterday, we made a mark, I think.
Thank you, supervisors, for
Thank you for
going
going.
down there. Supervisor Owen, did you have anything you needed to put out? No. Supervisor Pyska?
Well, I just have one thing to share that's pretty exciting. I've got my EELU NACO committee meeting tomorrow, and it's going to highlight Chief Cepeda and our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer's work on water for fire suppression. So the work that they've been doing locally has been getting a lot of attention across the state, and now we're just going to bump it up nationally.
Okay, and the only thing I would mention is, as Supervisor Crandall, I'm planning on attending RCRC in your place.
Yeah, I'm going to, but we can both go.
Okay.
Yeah, I the other trip I was going to go on, I canceled. It was something else, so
Okay.
I figured I'd go. But it's always good to have both representatives
Yeah.
for this RCRC.
All right, well, I was already set, so I'll just go with you and learn about it.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. I'm not going to go through the other stuff this week that I have. It's routine business. And with that, we have completed all of our items except for closed session. So I'm going to go ahead and read that item out. That's item 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, title County Council. And we will go ahead and shut down and be on a short break until we're shut down to go into closed session. Thank you for attending today.